When the Beast Loves, Mate Bonds, Series Book 1.
Summary. I know I'm a monster, but even I have my limits. I shout at him. He shouldn't have done that. Wait, please? Let me explain. I'm sorry, I should have known. I say quietly as I turn around and leave. I will never trust him again. Not after this. She wanted to be left alone. He wanted to find his mate. She was a human. He was a wolf. Will she accept him, or will someone try to ruin them? Chapter 1. Beast. Unbelievable. He did it. He actually did it. It took him 5 years, but it's done. I can't stay here any longer now that it's completed. He will destroy the little conscience I have left. I will finally become his unstoppable killing machine. No, I will not. I will not be Emmy's toy. Not now. Not ever. I look around my cage and check for the guards. 3. I can deal with it. From under my cot, I take the little string I stole from one of the guests. Supposedly, it's a piece of jewelry, but I can't imagine what it's used as. I have never had or seen any jewelry, so I have basically no knowledge of it. He never let me have anything that could be used as a weapon, forgetting that I was trained to be able to use anything as a weapon. Give me a string, I will strangle you with it. Give me a shoe and I will make you choke on it. Give me clothes, and I will find a way to use them to kill you. That's what I was trained to do since I was 6. At least I think I was 6. Maybe it started even earlier at the hands of my parents. They don't deserve that title. Not after selling me to this psycho. My little inner monologue is cut short by a guard coming for a checkup. They know better than to try anything with me. I am the beast after all. Beast, you good? I nod. Cage 0, check. That's the routine. The guard asks if I'm good and I answer him yes or no without speaking. They don't ask any other questions. Not that I would answer any. I hadn't spoken a full sentence for over 7 years. It's always been one-word answers or nods and shakes of my head. When I don't feel well and answer the guard no, they send for one of his friends to check what's going on. As the guard goes away to check on another cage, I think of a way to get away. If he succeeded, then he will try it on me soon. I have a few days left at most. I have to be as far away from here as possible till then. The string, or whatever it's supposed to be called, is burning in my hand, waiting to be used. I have to be extremely careful or I will not make it. I tried more than once to run away from this place, and every time I faced a punishment, each one worse than the last, so I stopped trying. I'm not going to die at their hands. No, I am a survivor. I am the beast. I am the one people have nightmares of, and no one is taking me down. No one can. The guard is gone. I start my escape plan. For the first time I have something other than my bare hands to use. The electric door to my cage is mocking me, challenging me to open it, and I do. I have opened the door many times. I don't have any problems with it. I am grateful that the people in charge are stupid enough to not change the lock system, but simply increase the number of guards, as if those lanky idiots have better chances at stopping me than enforced steel. I have killed more people than anyone here. I have more experience than anyone here. They have nothing on me, except for the ridiculous tasers they carry around. I go down the dimly lit hallway towards the warden's office. I have to take his card to the door leading to the arena. That's my safest bet. From there I can choose one of the 4 exits. 2 of them lead outside. I heard one of the guards say that. The warden's office door is slightly open and I can see the silhouettes of the 3 guards and the warden inside. My whole body is coiled tightly as I approach, ready to attack. I toy for a few seconds with the string in my hand, then barge in through the door. Everyone inside is beyond shocked. They reach for their tasers, but I'm faster. I kick the first guard I see in the throat, crashing his trachea and larynx, but I can't enjoy the sight of him choking on his own blood. As from my peripheral vision, I notice the other guards getting ready to attack me. Idiots. There is no way they can beat me physically. They should have used the tasers instead. Morons. I knock out the first one with one punch to the back of his head, breaking his skull, and kick the other in the groin before wrapping the string around his neck and quickly squeeze it around to slice his neck with it. I have to use a bit more force than I anticipated, but it still works. The warden stays behind the desk as if trying to shield himself from me. I can see he's terrified of me because of the last few seconds. I slowly approach him, scaring him even more to the point of pissing himself. I would have laughed, but I'm used to seeing this reaction in people. I go around the desk and corner him in front of the security monitors. It only takes one punch in the face to knock him out. I leave him and go to the computers and look for the exits from the arena. I skim through the images displayed and find my route. From the other end of the hallway, I can hear the sound of footsteps of the horde of guards coming to stop me. I head to the arena, and using the card I took from the warden, I open the door and lock it afterwards. Looking around the huge place, I find the 2 exits I was looking for. I choose the one closer to me and immediately head towards it. Again, using the warden's card, I open the door and leave. I take a look of the place in front of me, trying to find the best route out of here. Listening to my surroundings, I try to locate the guards so that I can avoid them. Not that I can't take them down, but I'd rather save my energy for later. Next to the enormous door in front of me is a small hole in the wall that I can use. Someone must have crashed into the wall. I go straight towards it, still alert of what's going on around me. The wall is thankfully not made of concrete, so I can simply punch my way through it. I would have wrapped my hands, but I have nothing to use for it, as I am only in a sports bra and shorts. It takes 5 punches to the wall for the hole to get big enough for me to feet through. Once again I listen to my surroundings to locate everyone. When I hear them far away trying to open the locked doors, I make my way through the wall and leave. This is way too easy. Something is wrong. I run through the open space, not having time to enjoy the views, having to stay alert, heading towards what looks like the gates. I look behind me to see the place I have stayed for years. It's a pretty nice house, or should I say, mansion with white walls decorated with gold and black. No one would have expected what kinds of horrors take place in there. I notice the hole I left through. It looks like it leads to something similar to a garage, but there were no cars inside and no driveway outside of it. It's probably a camouflaged entrance to the arena. The closer I get to the gates, the more anxious I get. Something is wrong. This was too easy. Like they're not even trying to stop me. It's as if they are letting me go. But why would they? I'm their best earner. I earned them a shitload of money. I learned that word from one of the guards, too. It was kind of amusing to learn words and phrases from the guards. Some of them were pretty decent human beings, simply forced to work there. They were the only ones I ever talked to. But their boss, seeing as I was getting close to them, killed them in front of me. As a warning, everyone I get close to will die. That was his message. So I stopped talking altogether. I haven't uttered more than one-word answers ever since. The gravel road behind the gates leads only one way, so I make a quick decision to go through the woods. Chapter 2. Beast. I have been running through the woods for hours now. It's getting dark and cold and my legs start hurting a little. It's uncomfortable, but it's nothing I can't handle. I have had worse anyway. I haven't eaten anything for the whole day. I've never learned how to survive in the wild. I can kill, though. Maybe I can catch something, but how am I going to prepare it? I may not know a lot, but I do know that I can't digest raw meat. So starving it is. I'd rather stay hungry than end up sick in the middle of the woods. As the sky gets darker, I search the woods for a place to rest a little. In the distance I notice a huge tree. I don't know what kind of tree it is. I was never taught that, but its branches look thick and sturdy enough for me to climb on it and rest a little. I head straight towards it, trying to avoid having my eyes gouged by some lower spiky branches in my way. Can't end up blind, right? I don't know if I can climb a tree, but it's worth trying. Who knows what lives on the ground? Also, with my feet bleeding from going barefoot the whole time, I don't think it's a good idea to stay on the ground. The tree may not be the smallest, but it's pretty easy to climb, as the lower branches are about 1.5 meters above the ground. I climb up the tree quite fast, especially considering the state I'm in, going from branch to branch, reaching higher and higher until I'm satisfied. When I'm almost on the top, I look around to see what I can make out of the surroundings. I should be finding some source of water, or I will die of dehydration. I almost did once and it wasn't a pleasant experience, but I don't think any near-death experience would be pleasant. From the branch I'm sitting on, I, unfortunately, can't see any source of water. Shit, it doesn't look good. I may be a hardened fighter, but I still need water and food to survive. I'm not a robot, though I don't know what a robot is. I learned that word from a guard when he told me to eat. You have to eat something, beast. You're not a robot. You're gonna die of starvation. You know, it happened after I stopped talking, so the only response he got from me was a grunt. Not that I care. He was an bunghole, another word I learned from guards. Resting on the branch, I think about my life. I know nothing about normal life. and I don't remember a lot from my childhood. My most vivid memory is my parents selling me to him, and I still dream about it a lot. Flashback. Mommy, Daddy, I'm home, said the little 6-year-old girl as she walked into her parents' house. She was never driven to or picked up from school. She had to walk the whole way. Hearing some voices in the living room, she went there looking for her parents. Normally she would go straight to the kitchen to make herself something to eat, but today something felt odd. She didn't hear her parents yelling and crashing sounds as they threw things on the floor. They were quiet. It was as if they were hiding their usual selves. Why though? What was happening? Getting to the living room, the first thing she noticed were the guests. A huge man was sitting on the couch by the window with 2 men in suits standing behind him. The huge man looked her over a few times, and she immediately felt uncomfortable. Something about them made her want to run away from there. That's her. How much? From her thoughts pulled her out her dad's voice. What? What were they talking about? How much? For what? The girl was confused, thinking what was her father talking about. But again a voice pulled her out of her reverie. It was a huge man sitting opposite to her father, the one that looked her over. She's cute and shit, but what can she do? Whatever you want her to. Again, how much can you give me? She's healthy, obedient, maybe even smart. I don't know. Hearing that, the bulky man looked at her again. She wanted to run away, but her feet just wouldn't move. They were frozen in place. That only scared her more. At least when her parent beat her, she could run away when she found a chance of escape. With the huge man, she couldn't even move. As if his eyes somehow bound her in place with some invisible chain. She couldn't breathe. Paralyzed from fear of the dangerous man, she felt her eyes brim with tears, but still didn't look away from his inquisitive stare. Then he spoke and her whole body went rigid. Undress her, he told his companions, who immediately went to do their boss bidding. She didn't even trash in their hold as they took her clothes off. Her young mind simply stopped working. The only thing she could do was to hold the stare of the huge man in front of her and listen to her parents while her world crumbled. Chapter 3. Beast. I wake up with a start hearing a growling sound. I try to calm myself and let the memories slip away into the dreamland. I can't believe I fell asleep. The growling sound gets louder and I get into attack mode. Crouching on my branch, looking down from it, I see a group of 4 wolves circling the tree I'm sitting on, snarling and growling at me. They are huge. Isn't that unnatural? Were wolves always that big? One of them is black with beautiful amber eyes. He's looking straight into my eyes. The others are mostly brown with white patches over them. Apart from the 5th one I haven't noticed earlier, standing still a few yards away from others. He's the white and gray wolf with dark patches over his ears and paws, just like the black one. He's watching me, but he's looking at me with clear hostility in his eyes. Wait, what? Can wolves feel emotions? Hostility. I look back to the black wolf. He is sitting on his rump now, simply looking at me with his head tilted, as if waiting for something. But what could he be waiting for? I sure as hell am not getting off my tree for him to attack me. I could maybe take down 1 wolf. At least I think I could, but not 5 of them. Those are wild animals, unpredictable. I sit back on my branch and, keeping watchful eyes on the wolves, wait for them to leave. However, as usual, I don't get my way. The black wolf stands up on his hind legs and starts scratching the tree bark, barking and snarling at me. Damn, he's stubborn. Other wolves soon join him and do the same, scratching the tree and barking at me. It almost looks like they're encouraging me to get down. I don't know anything about wolves or animals in general, but even for me, their behavior seems unnatural. I decide to put that to test. I carefully go down a branch, to stay still out of the wolves' reach but to get closer to them. The barking and scratching instantly stops. I look down to see the wolves watching me. I go down another branch and they take a step away from the tree. What? That's weird. I go down another few branches so that I'm almost within their reach, but have an option to avoid them if they try anything. The wolves are a few yards away from the tree, sitting on their rumps, watching me curiously. What the hell? How can wolves' eyes show so much? I take a look at the black wolf, as I suspect he's the leader because he's the biggest. He's simply watching me, like others, but his posture is a bit more tense and careful, like he's afraid of scaring me, which freaks me out even more. I'm on the lowest branch now, from which I can easily reach the ground but stay on the branch at the same time. I put one of my feet on the ground, and quietly wince from the pain in my leg. The black wolf starts growling and snarling and I get back on the higher branch out of his reach immediately. Other wolves don't even move, as if they were given some silent order. Glancing at the black wolf, I see him watching my battered feet. I look at my feet and see them dark with dirt and dried blood. The cuts I got while running barefoot are hurting and bleeding again because of moving on the tree. The black wolf is again scratching at the tree, as if he's trying to get to me. My gut feeling tells me that the wolf is not my enemy. I've always had good instincts, but learned to ignore it and use my brain instead. I don't know why, but I decide to trust my gut and get down again. The black wolf, somehow getting what I'm going to do, backs away, so I can get down. As soon as my feet touch the ground again, the wolves stand up and circle around me, leaving me with the black wolf in front of me. The longer I'm here, the more confused I get. Have wolves been domesticated during my time with him? Impossible, right? The black wolf, I don't know what else to call him, cautiously approaches me, looking straight into my eyes. I stay still by the tree, not even registering the worsening pain in my body, as the amber eyes hold me captive for some unknown reason. He keeps coming closer and closer. I can't take my eyes off him, and react only when I feel his warm breath on my face. Even on 4 legs, he's still taller than me, so the closer he gets to me, the more he has to bow his head to look me in the eye. I try to step back, but I'm cornered between him and the tree, with my back against the bark. I look up to the wolf only for him to press his forehead to mine. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? He wants to eat me or something. He's checking my temperature. What is he doing? He slowly maneuvers his head to snuggle his nose into my hair. Breathing deeply, I simply keep my eyes shut and let him do whatever. I'd rather not aggravate him. Then I feel something. Is he smelling me? Oh, God, he is. I can feel him smelling my hair. Why is he smelling me? I have to get away from him. I did not get away from him only to get eaten by an overgrown wolf. The wolf's wet nose is now in the crook of my neck and stays there. I can feel his breath on my skin. What is the meaning of this? Now I'm convinced that he wants to eat me. Do wolves normally do that to their food? Never mind. He takes his head away from my neck and looks me straight in the eyes. Damn those amber eyes, so beautiful. The wolf breathes in the air around us and, as if a lightning struck him, his whole posture changes. He looks absolutely livid for some reason. Did he not like my smell? Well, I know I stink. I haven't showered for days. I look up to the wolf to see him watching my feet and growling lowly. My feet are battered, covered in blood and mud, but I feel no pain, so it's not that bad, I think. Wait a minute, is he angry at the state of my feet? What? From the corner of my eye I notice other wolves coming closer to us. I may be reading too far into this, but those wolves seem almost intelligent. It's official. I've lost my mind. Maybe I have a long time ago, but since I was always there, I didn't notice. It's ridiculous. Intelligent wolves, I'm crazy. Or not. The other wolves get behind the black one, and when he looks back at them, they almost seem to have some kind of telepathic conversation. When it finally looks like they made their decision, the black wolf looks back at me and nudges me with his head in the stomach. What now? He crouches on the ground and puts his head under my hand so that I pet him. I look into those amber eyes and try to read what he could possibly want from me now. It's no use though. I totally don't understand. The black wolf seems so get that I don't know what he wants, so he gently takes my wrist in his mouth, not hard enough to break skin and hurt me, but strong enough for me to not get it out, and tugs on it. He wants me to follow him. I decide to listen to him and silently follow him, slightly wincing from the pain in my feet that I only now feel. Okay, so it is that bad when I move. Chapter 4. Beast. We go through the woods for a while. One of the brown wolves goes first with the gray and white one, then me and the black one, followed by the other brown ones. I've learned some time ago that this kind of setup is usually used when protecting someone. I've heard that some of the important guests that came to the house would use 3 or more cars, theirs being the middle one. They're protecting the black wolf, the leader. I never knew animals could be this organized. But I never learned a lot about animals to begin with, so it makes sense I don't know shit about them. Another useful phrase I learned. The wolves up front stop and look back at us. We are in a clearing in the middle of the woods, but there are many small houses around it, hidden in the trees with their doors directed towards the clearing. Wait, houses? What the hell? So these wolves are domesticated, and whoever is keeping them lives here. The black wolf steps up front to the other 2, for hell knows what, and I look around to analyze my surroundings. The houses are small compared to the mansion I came from, built only with wood, with most of them looking exactly the same. The small holes in the walls are probably meant to be windows with no glass in them, instead of locked doors. Most of them are wide open and with nothing to lock them, not even handles. That's strange, but who am I to judge? Maybe those people simply trust each other to the point of not seeing the need to lock themselves from each other. The sound of barking pulls me from my little reverie. I look towards the black wolf and see him looking at me expectantly. I go towards him, covering the short grass underneath with blood seeping from the freshly opened wounds on my feet. The wolf simply leads me towards one of the houses. I notice it's a little bigger than the rest and looks slightly different too, with higher roof and what seems to be a porch at the front. Maybe that's where the owner of the wolves lives. It would make sense that he has a bigger house than the others. We go inside and I'm astonished with the beauty of the place. The walls of course are wooden. To the left I see what my mind tells me is a kitchen with dark wooden counters and cabinets. On my right is an open room, again with dark wooden furniture. I wish I knew more, so I would know what everything is called. No one taught me that after I was taken, and the little I did know, I forgot during my time there. There was no use for me to know what a certain type of wood or furniture is called when trying to survive through hell. If I recall correctly, the big thing in the open room is called a couch. It looks absolutely comfortable. I could probably sleep on it for the rest of my life, if allowed. The black wolf leads me through the house to a room with a big, rectangular thing standing by the wall, and a tall, again rectangular thing, I think it's a closet, by the wall to my left, and a door to my right. The wolf goes back to leave the room and I, obviously, follow him. He stops and turns around to look at me, and I can the question in his eyes. What are you doing? He turns his whole body around and nudges me with his head inside the room again. I surrender under the silent command and head back into the room, simply standing in the middle of it, not knowing what to do. He stays with me in the room, looking at me as if expecting me to do something. I, again, don't know what is it that he wants me to do, so I stay there staring at him, not moving a muscle. After a while I finally have enough, and seeing as the owner, if the wolf doesn't seem to be coming here, I do the one thing I can right now. I speak. What do you want me to do? Yeah, because it's totally not weird to talk to a wolf. The wolf tilts his head and looks me straight in the eyes in what looks like awe, and I don't get why. My voice is all scratchy and raspy from the lack of use over the years, and I'm surprised the wolf doesn't flinch hearing it. It's almost painful to listen to. He comes closer to me and nudges my stomach again, making me stumble a little. I step back, making him step forward, until my legs touch the huge rectangle. Oh, it's a bed. Now that I think of it, I sit on the edge of it waiting for the next move of the wolf. Chapter 5. Beast. My whole body hurts. Every single muscle is aching and I can't breathe properly. I never imagined I would die this way. I never actually imagined my death ever. I didn't have time to think about it. I see little black dots in front of me, and I immediately know that I'm about to pass out. I have to breathe. The black wolf seems to see my troubles with breathing and stops his administrations. The second he stops, I can breathe again. I take deep breaths in and out, trying to calm myself down. The aching is still there, but I think I've just strained my muscles too much. Nothing serious, but the question is, what Washington is that? Let's think again. After pushing me to sit on the bed, the black wolf laid down in front of me, and after a minute of staring at my bloody feet, he started licking them clean. As soon as he slid tongue over my feet, I yelped and scrambled back on the bed, trying to get away from the weird sensation. It wasn't really painful. I've had worse, but it made my body react in a strange way. My feet felt tingly. I think that's the word. My breathing shortened and my stomach muscles started aching after trying to control my body's reaction. I think I've experienced that before, but can't really remember when, though. I specifically remember the tingly feeling. The black wolf did not seem to like me getting away from him, so he got on the bed with me and blocked my legs from moving by putting his front legs over them. Then he started to lick my feet again. When he decided they were clean enough, he stopped for a while. However, my reaction to whatever he was doing seemed to amuse him, so he started it all over again, locking my legs with his. He repeated the process a few times, and each time I was more tired, breathless, and achy. The wolf, though, seemed to really enjoy this little game of his, as he would often nip at my toes with his teeth or bite them gently. I lie on my back and try to regulate my breathing, thinking about what just happened here, whatever it was, and observing the black wolf. He sits on the bed, his huge form taking almost the whole thing, making it look smaller than it really is, and watches me get back to normal. Well, as normal as I can get. I look into his eyes and see amusement with a little concern. The depth of his gaze is fascinating to me. I've never seen an animal with so much emotion in their eyes. It's as if he can convey any message he wants simply by looking at someone. But it doesn't really work on me, as I haven't been around people or animals for years, so I don't know how to read someone, or something in this case. I can understand some things, and the longer I am with this wolf, the more I can read from his eyes. I slow down my breathing and struggle to keep my eyes open. The exhaustion from the last few days finally catches up to me as I lie on the soft surface. The little bit of rest I got earlier was way too short to replenish my lost energy. But I can't sleep. I can't afford to fall asleep. I can't allow myself to be vulnerable in a place I don't know. I have to stay alert, and to do it I need to be awake. The black wolf apparently notices my train of thought and lies down next to me, licking my face. He pushes his head under my arm, and I wrap it around his neck. Feeling the softness of his fur, I snuggle closer to him, letting his warmth engulf me. There is something unexplainable about him that makes me feel safe. For the lack of a better word, I let my instincts overrule my mind and close my eyes. Suddenly a thought hits me. Where is his owner? We've been here for a while now, and I still haven't seen or heard any people here. The more I think about it, the more questions I have. One of them constantly hitting my brain like a hammer. What if people were never here to begin with? Chapter 6. Beast. I slept. That much I know. While I was there I never slept. I had my naps when I was exhausted, or I would simply relax with my eyes closed. But I would always be alert and ready to attack if need be. The sun shines through the hole I would call a window, signaling it's daytime. I snuggle closer into the wolf to steal some more of his warmth. I know it's the black wolf. I remember everything perfectly. Somehow, with him, I allowed myself a moment of vulnerability, something I had never done since I was a child. But with the black wolf I almost feel safe. Almost, as I don't know anything about those wolves and whoever is taking care of them. I also have to keep an eye on them. If letting me leave was some sort of his games, then I have to keep moving. Staying in one place is the worst strategy ever. The good thing about this place is that it's in the middle of the woods. Its density cuts the visibility to about 30 to 40 feet. I notice the black wolf waking up. He snuggles his head into the crook of my neck and sighs in what seems like content. He breathes in my scent for a few seconds and lifts his head to look at me. He licks my face and hides his nose in the crook of my neck again, adjusting his position so that I am cocooned by his body, with him lying on his side, me between his legs and his nose in my neck, as his huge head covers almost my entire torso. His warmth is comforting and his fur soft, making me want to use him as a pillow and blanket at the same time. My fingers are itching to run through the soft hairs, and I absent-mindedly follow their silent command. After a few seconds of my hands going through his fur, I hear him purr in bliss, so I don't let my hands stop. My left hand goes up his neck to scratch behind his ear. That stops when I feel a scar on him, going from his ear to his jaw. It's a little rugged, but doesn't feel fresh. I gently caress his scar. I don't know why, but the thought of the black wolf being hurt makes my blood boil. I would skin alive whoever even thinks about hurting this stunning creature. As if sensing the change in my mood, the wolf again licks my face, neck and shoulders to calm me down. I pet his head to let him know I'm okay and stay wrapped around by him. It's so warm and comfortable here. My little comfortable moment is interrupted by scratching on the door. I try to stand up and go check it, but the wolf pushes me with his head into the bed, silently asking me to stay. I listen to him, but sit up on the bed. He pulls the door open, and on the other side, I see a brown wolf with a white patch on his tail in the hallway. They stand there for a few seconds, simply looking at each other. Then the black wolf comes back to me, tugs my hand to follow him, and leads me through the door that I did not open yesterday. It's a bathroom. There were a few of those there, but they were not as pretty or clean. The fighters were only allowed to use the shower once in a while and under supervision. In the corner of the room stands a tall shower with glass walls. Next to it I see a huge bath, cabinets with a sink, a decorated mirror, and a toilet. I watch the black wolf go back into the bedroom and struggle with the door of the closet. So I go to him to help him. I easily open the closet, and the black wolf puts his head inside and pulls something out. They're gloves. He gives me the pants from his mouth and dives into the closet again, leaving with a shirt in his mouth this time. Exactly how smart is he? Are those for me? He tugs on my hand again, and once we are in the bathroom again, he pulls some fluffy-looking cloth from the shelf and lays it on the counter. Then he leaves the bathroom and closes the door behind him with his mouth. This time I don't follow him out. Instead, I take my clothes off and go towards the bath. I was never allowed a bath there, so it will be my first. I see different bottles on the little shelf next to the bath and look them over one by one. There's shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, bathing salt, bathing oils, and simple soap. I pick up the salt, as I like its smell most. I fill the bath, put the salt in and get in. The water is hot, which is new to me. There we only had cold showers with occasional shampoo and soap, but we were only allowed it after winning a fight. As I was the best there, I was also allowed hair conditioner, to look presentable, as he said. Before a huge fight with the most important guests coming and the biggest money being bet, he sent someone to give me a thorough shower, washing, which I hated with passion, and a haircut. What he didn't think about, though, was to send a woman to do this, so I always had to be tranquilized for them, to be able to take care of me. Take care, what a joke. I stay in the bath till the water turns cold. I get out of it, pulling the plug to get the water out, and head towards the shower, to get the salt off my body and wash my hair. The shampoo smells exotic. It's refreshing to use some nice smelling product. After all these years of having to wash my hair with a male shampoo, I always smelled like a guy afterwards. Being the only female fighter, and the best one at the same time, apparently didn't earn me the privilege to be treated differently. My thoughts are interrupted by the sound of soft scratching on the door. It must be the Black Wolf. I wrings the nice smelling conditioner from my hair, turn off the shower, wrap myself in the towel the wolf gave me, and open the door for him. I don't feel shame. I'm far beyond that. I've been seen and less by more. So an animal, no matter how intelligent, doesn't invoke any embarrassment in me. The wolf looks clearly relieved to see me. Have I been here so long that he got worried? Possibly. I didn't keep track of time. I reach up to pet his head, as I noticed he likes me touching him, and head towards the bed, where the clothes are. Dropping the towel, I pick up the shirt and put it on, not minding the water dripping from my hair. They always dry on their own. Then I put on the jeans, but seeing as they simply fall off me because of the difference in size between me and their owner, I turn to the closet. I glance at the wolf to sort of ask his permission, since it's not even my closet, only to see him staring at my body with hunger and anger, a lot of anger. He looks livid. What did I do? I clear my throat to get his attention, and when he looks into my eyes, I see his glare considerably soften. I tilt my head towards the closet, indicating that I want something else to wear, and he approaches me, taps the closet with his paw and back away so that I can open the door. I take a pair of shorts with a string from the inside and quickly put them on, pulling the string tighter, so the shorts stay on me. I get to leave the room, and in the open room by the entrance, I see the gray wolf and one of the brown ones. It's the one from earlier, with a white patch on his tail. Next to them, on a table, lies some raw meat. The hell? I look up to the black wolf in question, but he simply nudges me from behind towards the table. Once I'm close enough, I notice it's fresh, warm even, like it was hunted recently. Again, I look up to the black wolf. He stares at me expectantly, then looks back to the meat, then back at me. Oh, it's for me. It's raw, I stupidly tell him. Of course it's raw, idiot. How can wolves possibly cook? The black wolf simply grunts in answer. I sigh and try again. I can't eat it raw now. The gray wolf is full on snarling. He doesn't seem to like me very much. I simply ignore him. The presence of the black wolf calms me down enough not to snap at him, so he's off the hook for now. But then, I said more words to those wolves in less than a day than in the last few years to anyone. It's okay. I'm not hungry, thank you. Though I tell the black wolf, oh God, I'm talking to animals. I even thanked him, called the mental asylum. The black wolf doesn't seem to like my words though, as he tilts his head towards the meat, insisting on me taking it. I shake my head no. I'm really not that hungry. I've spent days or even weeks without much food between my fights, so I'm used to having very little of it once in a while. Only before a fight I would be given a proper meal, but even then not much. I turn to the black wolf and stare at him. He watches me curiously, waiting for my move. I put my hand on his neck and run my fingers through his fur, relishing the softness of it. while I'm patting his head with my other hand. He closes his eyes in content, and with my arms around his neck, I embrace him for the last time. I can't stay here and let this amazing creature get hurt because of me. Tonight I leave. Chapter 7. Beast. The day was unbelievably uneventful, except for the black wolf following me everywhere, as if sensing that I want to leave and not wanting to let me do it. I came to a conclusion that there are really no people here, when I noticed other wolves go in and out of the houses around the clearing all the time. They must have found the abandoned houses and are now using them. For what? I don't know, and don't care. What's been unnerving me for the whole day was the gray wolf. He was watching me just like the guards there in the beginning, daring me to do something that would give him an excuse to rip me apart. He usually stays just on the verge of the tree line and watches me and the black wolf. We are sitting on the front porch of the house I stayed in last time, me on a chair and the black wolf on his belly by my feet. They look a little better now that I have them clean, wrapped and covered. I cleaned them twice today, each time with the help of the black wolf. As I didn't find any first aid kit in the house, he didn't try anything weird, like yesterday. Simply licked them clean and I wrapped them in a torn t-shirt. I still don't know what is that tingly feeling I get when he touches my feet, but I don't hate it. It just takes some time to get used to. Time I don't have. I'm waiting for him to fall asleep and then I'm leaving. I've had this bad feeling whole day. Something is coming. I can feel it. Whether it's them or not, I don't know. But I'm not going to stay and wait for it. I also can't put those wolves at risk. I strangely started to feel protective of them, especially the black one. That's why I have to go. I actually think I'm going to miss the big black wolf. He eerily reminds me of a puppy my neighbor used to have when I was little. He's adorable, cuddly, never leaving my side, always demanding to be touched, scratched behind ears or have his head petted. I even cooked the meat over the fire I made, after finding some matches in the kitchen of the house and shared with him. After eating, he licked my whole face clean, along with my hands, then lay down beside me to rest, putting his huge head in my lap for me to pet. Like I said, adorable. As it gets darker outside, we head inside the house, going straight towards the bedroom. It's literally a room with a bed, so I guess that's what it's called. I lie down on the bed, not getting under the covers so it's easier to leave. The wolf gets on the bed with me and snuggles into me the same way he did yesterday, with me cocooned by him and his head atop mine. As I'm snuggled into his warm soft fur, I let myself relax in his hold and get as much from this moment as I can before I leave him for good. I wake up after a while to find the black wolf peacefully sleeping. Thankfully he shifted a little in his sleep, so I have a little space to maneuver myself out of the bed. I'm a master in sneaking up at my opponents, but I don't know how well will that work with a wild animal with keen instincts. And once again, luck is against me, as the wolf, somehow sensing my movement, tightens his hold on me, making it harder for me to get out. I, miraculously, get out of his embrace after a while, and soundlessly leave the bed before going towards the window. I noticed earlier that the bedroom door makes a little squeak when opening, so going through the door unnoticed is impossible. It would definitely wake him up. The window, however, doesn't even need opening, so it's the safest option. With one last quick glance at the sweet wolf, I go through the window and head straight towards the woods. It's almost black outside, so there's almost no visibility, but after living in a dark cell for years, my eyes got adjusted to the lack of light, so I can see a little. I sigh in relief when I don't hear anyone following me. They haven't noticed me leaving. Good. Or they noticed, but ignored it. Doesn't matter now. I walk through the woods, heading north, or at least I think it's north. It's not easy to navigate in the dark. I occasionally stumble over some fallen logs or branches, keeping my eye on my surroundings, trying to detect any danger that may be lurking around. After what I assume are few hours of walking, I change my direction towards the east. Now I'm starting to feel my feet again. Since I'm barefoot again, the wrap around them got ripped and now my bare feet are touching the forest floor again. Another few hours of walking later, I decide to rest a little and rewrap my feet by ripping the shirt I have on. Like the last time, I'm not staying on the ground, so I climb a tree and get as high as possible. I tear half of my shirt off and rip it into thin strips. While listening to my surroundings closely, I wrap my feet with the cloth. I put the rest of the shirt back on and lean onto the tree and close my eyes. I've successfully gotten away. Or so I thought.
Chapter 8. Leo. I'm brutally woken up by my beta. Basin. as he yells something about humans on our land into the mind link. My wolf does not like how disrespectful he's being about it, but I ignore him. The humans are more important. There have been no sightings of humans here for decades, so having them show up now makes everyone a little stressed about it. Okay, a lot. It's not a natural situation for us, as we can't communicate with them in any way, or they may try to hunt us down or something. My pack, the Dark Moon, is different than others? We're cursed. Or the pack land is. I never cared to find out, because I had to take over the position as alpha after my father at the age of 15. Making the pack stronger was my most important task. I've always detested how weak our wolves were. That was mostly the reason why the humans were able to hunt us down almost to extinction with ease. Now there are about 50 or so wolves in my pack. Every one of them, except for the pups, is a great warrior that other packs are either terrified of or jealous. We are masters when it comes to combat in wolf forms. So many of the packs send their warriors to be trained by us. The human form is a different matter. Like I said, my pack, or my pack land, is cursed. Unlike other werewolves, my pack stays in wolf form all the time. The only time we can shift into our human forms is during the full moon. It's pretty inconvenient, especially during the alpha meetings, when we discuss things, but we manage. We can use the mind link to talk. The wolves that come here to train switch their loyalty to me for the time being, and that allows them to talk to my pack with the mind link. Alphas can mind link each other all the time. I stare at my beta and wait for him to elaborate on the subject of humans. The patrol on the southern border smelled a human entering our territory. Alpha, a human? A Xeno northeast. Eyes, Alpha. Damn it, Leo, what do we do? The humans don't come here. There haven't been any humans here for what, 60 years or so? What if it's a hunter? My beta panics. I understand his point. He lost his parents and an unborn sibling to hunters, but we are not a weak pack anymore to be afraid of a human, even a hunter, especially a northeast human. Calm down, Mason. We have go check it out. Tell the patrol we're coming and tell Jason, Luke and Shane to come with us. Get it? As Mason links the others, I leave the living room, where I was sleeping, and go towards the southern border. It is my duty to check everyone that comes into my territory, whether it's a human, a rogue, or simply a guest from some pack. Our little group runs through the woods towards the patrol, the sound of our paws hitting the ground resembling a thunder. Mason spots the patrol first. Oh, Alpha. There, near that fallen log. The patrol. Stop yelling. We can hear you, idiot, chastises Jason. He and Mason are litter mates, both with brown fur with white patches on their heads and paws. Mason also has a white patch on his tail. It's the only difference between them. As we get closer to the patrol, I notice their agitation and it's unnerving. What is it about this human? Oh, Alpha, greets one of the guards with a bow. I turn to him. What is it that I hear about a human here? Oh, Alpha, the human is about half a mile from here. We didn't want to be spotted, so we didn't stay too close. Doesn't seem like a hunter, but there is no guarantee that it's not a trap, so we decided to tell Beta Mason about it. Then he told us you're coming here, so we waited. The rest of the border is clear. Nothing out of the ordinary. The patrolman, Duke, explains nervously. He's one of my strongest warriors, with his huge bulky body and dark gray fur. It's weird to see him nervous, when I've seen him rip apart a bunch of rogues with his bare teeth. What is IT about this human? Goddamn IT. Okay, continue with your duties. Contact other patrols about it, and tell them to keep an eye on the borders. If it is a trap, they probably wouldn't come from the same direction, but rather use it as a distraction. We'll take it from here. I tell Duke, dismissing him. We head towards the human, and as we get closer, the most amazing smell hits my nostrils. It's the smell of roses with a hint of something else I can't recognize, but it's so amazingly alluring. I would smell it for the rest of my life. Mata, my wolf screams in my head. I stop in my tracks, making others stop with me, and simply breathe in the amazing scent. Human is my mate. Do not attack, I warn them. I look back to see them bowing their heads and nodding. We close in onto my mate's location, and I anxiously look around searching for her. But I don't see her anywhere. Where is she? Oh, Alpha, look, on the tree, exclaims Luke. I look up and my heart shatters. Chapter 9. Leo, no, 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 please, no, please don't be dead. She can't be dead. I look up the tree to see my mate sitting on a branch too high up for me to reach. Even standing on my hind legs, her eyes are closed and her head is tilted in an uncomfortable way. She's beautiful, with gray hair, resembling liquid silver. alabaster skin resembling porcelain, slender body with long toned arms and legs, wearing only shorts and a sports bra. I sigh in relief hearing the sound of her heartbeat. She's alive? What breaks my heart, oh, is how faint her heartbeat is and the smell of blood surrounding her, and the number of scars I notice on her body. The longer I watch her, they vary in shape and size. But to leave permanent scars, the wounds had to be quite serious. Some of the scars did not even fade. They're black, as if not allowed to heal properly. What the hell has happened to her? I look around to look for some sort of bag or anything she could have taken her things in. But there is nothing. Is what she wears all she has? Where did she come from? What is her name? Why is she barefoot and hurt? Why does she have those scars? What color are her eyes? The questions flood my mind, and before I know it, my wolf starts growling lowly, thinking about the hell my mate went through. I also notice another smell on her, one I really don't like. It's musky and masculine, which makes my wolf furious. A female only carries a male scent after mating. Did she give herself to another man? She's supposed to be my northeast. My wolf starts snarling and growling in her direction, followed by the others. The sound wakes her up, and I sit on my rump to wait for her to analyze the situation she's in and make a move. When she looks into my eyes, I feel the world stop. Her eyes are the most beautiful shade of silver, and I can't take my eyes off her. When she calms down and sits on the branch, probably waiting for us to leave, I start scratching at the bark of the tree, wanting her to get down. Come on, I have to get her down here. She's hurt. I tell the guys, and they join me and start scratching the tree too. With our combined effort, we could possibly tear through the bark and collapse the tree, but I don't want my mate hurt. She seems to make a decision, and we immediately stop scratching. She must have liked our reaction, cause she carefully goes down another branch. We back up a little to give her some space. Then she goes down another one, and we sit down to put her at ease. She stays careful, staying out of our reach. My body tenses in anticipation, but at the same time, I'm terrified of scaring her. Does she even know about werewolves? What if she doesn't? How do I explain it to her? We would have to wait until the next full moon in a few weeks to even be able to talk. Would she stay with a pack of wolves with no people around for weeks? I stop my inner monologue when I see her getting down to the ground. As soon as she sets a foot on the ground, she winces, which causes my wolf to snarl and growl at the state of her feet. She quickly scrambles back on the tree, and I almost whimper. Yo, scared her. Dipshit. I scold my wolf. Demon, he didn't mean to. He snarls at me in my head. I start scratching the tree again, encouraging her to come down again. She seems deep in thought for a few seconds. When she looks down, I immediately know that she's going to get down and take few steps back. Once she's safely on the ground, the others go around her to not let her get back on the tree, and she's left with only me in front of her. I carefully go towards her. She's not backing away. That's a good sign. When she's cornered between me and the tree, I quietly press my forehead to hers and simply relish the contact of my mate. I snuggle into her hair and breathe in her scent. The masculine scent I smelled earlier is non-existent in her hair, so I try to locate it by sniffing around her. I move my head so my nose is in the crook of her neck, where my mark would be. Then I remember her bleeding feet and step back to look at her. The weird masculine scent hits me again. My wolf is lit now. My whole body goes rigid, trying to locate the source of the smell. I look down at her feet again, growling lowly. How did that happen? The state of her legs is beyond concerning, but she acts as if it's nothing. W.E. could let her ride us, so she wouldn't have to walk. I certainly don't mind having her body on Minna. My wolf offers with a smirk. I almost snort out loud at that. Yeah, and do you think she would simply get on a wolf's back? She most likely doesn't know about werewolves. How am I supposed to convince her that we're not going to hurt her? How am I going to treat her wounds without my fucking hands? I lose my temper and yell at Demon in my head, getting him to shut up. Jeez, we're taking my mate with us. But she's human, Mason exclaims in shock. So what? I boom at him. What is wrong with her being a human? It's been so long since we had a natural mating, not an arranged one. Besides, I'm the alpha, so her being my mate means she's rightfully my Luna, the alpha female, meaning she's to be respected the same way I am. Damn right she's my Luna? He better shut his mouth or I will shut it for him. Demon agrees. He's been waiting for a mate his whole life, just like I was, so I know he's not going to give her up. Of course I'm not. Idiot. She's mine and it's going to stay that way. It screams in my head. Give me control. Leo, I want my mate. Demon demands. We get along pretty well. So I don't really have problem with us switching places. Okay, but don't do anything rash. We don't want to scare her away. Got it? I try to make sure we are on the same page about it. I'm not stupid, you little 𝒂𝒂. I love her. I'm not going to hurt her. Demon argues. To say I'm shocked would be an understatement. Love, isn't it too early for that? Already, that's a bit. Well, she's my mate. We're destined to be with her. She may not have a wolf for me to be with, but I'm still hers, as she is mine. I remind him. Yeah, ours.
Demon. Once I take over, I head back towards my mate. She's mine. Damn, she's so beautiful. And she's all mine. For eternity. Some may call me strange, but I'd rather be with a human that the fates have given me than a wolf that I would be forced to choose to take as Luna, only so that I could have an heir to take over the alpha position. So excuse me for being possessive of my mate when I get her. My whole body is yearning for her touch, so I come closer and crouch on the ground, putting my head under her hand so that her slender fingers run through my fur. I have never felt better. Her touch and the tingles running through my body are heavenly. I look into her eyes, hoping she would understand my intention to bring her with me, but she doesn't seem to realize what I want. Her beautiful silver eyes stare at me in confusion and I have to pretty much force myself to look away from her. I gently take her wrist in my jaw and tug on it to tell her that I want her to follow me. I tell the guys to split and escort us back to the pack house. The journey through the woods is quiet. No one says a thing in the mind link, knowing better than to piss me off now. They seem to have problems with my mate being a human, especially Mason and Shane. Leo may not have noticed the hostility in Shane's eyes as he glared at her, but I did. He glared at her. How dare him? He always had something against humans, even though he's never had any contact with them before. If he as much as looks at my mate the wrong way, I'll put him in his place once and for all. I told him to go in front of us so that he can concentrate on leading the way and not on my mate. He better not challenge me on this. I'm not Leo to simply let it slide. I'm way more emotional and impulsive than him. I will not hesitate to remove Shane's head from his shoulders if he pisses me off. We near the clearing where the pack house is. Well, more like houses. Throughout the years we got rid of the windows and locks and doors, seeing as most of the time we are in our wolf's forms. Oh, no. What if my mate doesn't like it there? What about the lack of windows? She will get cold at night. She can't get sick because of me. Maybe I can just sleep with her and my body heat will keep her warm. My thoughts are disturbed by Mason saying that we're here. I haven't even noticed. My beautiful mate stays still and seems to analyze her surroundings quickly. I use this moment to head towards the guys to talk to them. Shane, Fu King, look at her wrong way one more Fu King time. I goddamn dare you. I snarl at Shane as soon as I get near him, making sure my mate doesn't notice. I don't want to scare her. Sorry, Alpha, but there is something strange about her. I don't know what it is, but it unnerves my wolf. He's been restless the whole way here, like he's waiting for an attack or something. I also smelled some weird scent on her. It doesn't seem to belong to her, but my wolf is getting more and more agitated the longer we smell it. I'm surprised Shane noticed the weird scent on my mate. He didn't get that close to her to smell it. I always wanted him to be the beta, but Leo said something about betraying Mason by doing this, but I think he simply wanted someone more level-headed to hold such position. Shane is a psycho, that's why I like him. He follows orders well, but he's not exactly a composed person. Just like me, he gets impulsive sometimes, okay most of the time, and it often ends up badly. He's brutal and I like that about him, but not when he's directing his anger at my mate. I know what you mean, I smelled it too. But there is no way for us to know what it is, and we can't really ask her about it. We'll watch the borders and keep an eye on any humans nearby. No matter what, I'm not giving her up. What I'm concerned about is the state she's in and the fact that she has nothing with her. Luke, Jason, go and hunt something down and bring some berries or something for her to eat. Mason, Shane, go back to where we found her and look for anything that might help find out why she's here and where did she come from. I don't really want to wait till full moon to ask questions. Dismissed. I close the mind link and turn back to my mate, only to see her watching her surroundings looking deep in thought. I bark to get her attention and wait for her to come to me. I really don't like her walking with those injuries on her legs, but she probably doesn't trust me enough yet to get on my back. I lead her towards my house. It's bigger than others because I'm the alpha, as was my father and grandfather. My paws quietly hit the hardwood floor as I head through the short hall to my bedroom. It's mostly empty, since I have no use for it as a wolf, but it should be enough for now. The walls are dark blue with white accents and furniture. My king-sized bed is covered in dark blue and gold comforter and golden satin pillows. The closet takes almost half of the room and is mostly empty, consisting mostly of my jeans and shirts. Like I said, I don't need a lot of clothes when I run around in my wolf form, but I wanted to have room for my mate's wardrobe for when I find her. I go around my mate to leave the room to give her some privacy, but for some unknown reason, she follows me outside. I look at her, clearly confused by what she is doing, and nudge her back inside. She needs to treat her wounds. Of course, if she wants me inside with her, I will gladly oblige, but I don't know how comfortable she is with me yet. After a while of silent staring contest, which I won, by the way, she does the unexpected, she speaks. "What do you want me to do?" she asks. Her voice is not exactly what I imagined it to be. It's deep, powerful, and with a little rasp, as if she didn't speak for a long time, but it still sounds angelic to my ears. I could listen to her all the time. Damn, she's perfect. I tilt my head as I watch her face in awe. How could something so perfect even exist? I'm so fucking lucky to have her as mine. But she's not yours yet, moron, Leo reminds mockingly. She will be. I don't know her past, but here, she's my queen and she will be treated as one. I say with pure conviction in my voice. I know, demon. But give her some time to adjust, okay? We can't lose her now that she's here. We won't, Leo. I've told you already. She's ours. And it's going to stay that way. I nudge my mate again till she sits on the edge of the bed. Oh goddess, the things I would do to her honored in human form. It's pure torture to not be able to talk to her or touch her without the risk of scratching her or something. Just you wait, little one, till I'm human again. I lie down and stare at my mate's feet, debating how to treat them. I decide to use the old-fashioned way, licking. Wolves often lick their wounds to clean them, so I don't see any problem with that. With one long lick I clean most of the blood from my mate's right foot, causing her to yelp and quickly scramble back on the bed. Shit, I hurt her. But I can't let her wounds get infected. So I get on the bed with her and putting my front legs across hers, I continue with licking her feet clean. I can feel her body tense beneath me and her breath shorten, but I had to get her wounds clean. Once I was done, I looked back at her, only to see her panting and strained. What the hell? What did I do? I suddenly get an idea, and to test it I lick her foot one more time, without restraining her legs. She immediately tenses again and tries to pull her legs to herself, but I'm faster. She looks like she's trying to control something. And I know exactly what. She's ticklish. I stare at her with clear amusement. Why is she trying to suppress her laugh? I want to hear it. So I start my plan to get a laugh out of her. I lick, nip and bite her feet, watching her reaction to it. Whenever she seems to be losing breath, I stop for a while and then start again. After a while she's absolutely exhausted and breathless, so I stop it altogether. I don't want her hurt. I sit on the bed with her lying next to me, trying to catch her breath. I didn't hear her laugh though. I watched every little thing she did, and didn't see even a glimpse of a smile, never mind a laugh. It's like she doesn't know how to. She's so stoic and composed, but her eyes hold no emotions, and it almost scares me. She's just like I used to be a long time ago. Hollow, an empty shell of a person. I watch her closely and commit her vision into my mind. I want every detail engraved into my memory. I have no doubt who I will see every time I close my eyes. She's all I see now. My world, my love, my everything. Her breathing slows down and her eyelids fight to stay open. I notice the short glimpse of fear in her eyes as she tries to stay awake. She's afraid to sleep. Good goddess, what the hell has she been through to be scared of sleeping? I lie down next to her and lick her face in reassurance. Putting my head under her hand I make her arm rest around my neck, hugging me. She seems to like me being close to her now, not that I would leave her, and snuggles closer to me, her eyes closing. I listen to her slow breathing, reassuring myself that she's here. With me. Soon I close my eyes and let the sleep take over.
Chapter 10. Shane. I walk around the perimeter, around the clearing, trying to clear my head. I can hardly sleep. The images my mind conjures are too horrific for me to sleep like a normal wolf, so usually I take a walk around the clearing or go for a run, so that I can fall asleep. I watch her leave the alpha's house in the middle of the night, sneaking around and carefully checking her surroundings. There is something off about her, and I will figure out what. What was that smell I smelled on her? I follow her through the woods, keeping my distance so that she won't notice. She seems to be extremely observant and vigilant, making me nervous. I've only seen this kind of behavior from rogues or warriors. Watchful, careful and sneaky. She's something else, and it unnerves me and my wolf. After a while I hear some weird sounds coming from my right, so I go to check it out, leaving the human alone. Turns out it was a small group of rogues on our territory. There were only 4 of them, So the border patrol and me took them down pretty fast, but not without getting them to talk about the reason for their sudden invasion. One of the rogues shifted, and what he said made my blood turn into ice. "We are he here for T the Beast. T the bit bitch is ours." Beast? Bitch? What the hell is he talking about? I think about what the rogue said and quickly relay the message through the mind link to Leo. Leo, the rogues came dash. I know. There were some at the south and west borders, too. I hear his agitation through the link. Is he really that worried about the rogues? One of them spoke. They are after someone who is supposedly on our territory. He said they are after a beast and that the bitch is theirs. Do you know what that could be about? I asked him, receiving only crazy pain growl in response. They're after my mate, 𝑽𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆. Anyone who finds her, report immediately. Leo booms through the mind link, his voice much deeper, meaning Demon is close to taking control. She's heading north, or was at least. I lost her a few hours ago. What? 𝑽𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆. The northern patrol doesn't respond. If the rogues are there, he trails off, clearly worried for his little human mate. I give control to my wolf, Ash, letting his instincts help find the human.
I head north and slightly west. As my human said, the Luna has gone that way. About 15 minutes later, I find her, sitting on a tree, her eyes closed, reminding me of my human's first encounter with her. But that's not what gets my attention. It's the distant sound of fight. Whiz. I get on my hind legs and start growling at my Luna, trying to wake her up so I can take her away from here before the rogues come. At the same time, giving my alpha our position through the mind link. I'm coming, keep her safe, or I swear to Demon growls in the link. That's Ash, Alpha, do not worry, my human may not like her, but she's my Luna. I will protect her with my life. But the rogues, he can hear a fight at the border. We're close enough for me to know that the patrol is losing. Sorry, Alpha. With that our conversation ends, leaving me to deal with the Luna. She slowly wakes up, checking her surroundings. She's so watchful, making me wonder what the hell happened to her to make her so alert all the time. As she slowly gets down from the tree, I listen into the fight at the border. Damn it, the patrol is gone. 𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆, the rogues are coming. Alpha, the rogues are coming our way. We need backup. There are 10 of them. We're almost there. Protect my mate. I pounce on my Luna, crouching to hide her under my body and growling at the rogues. They will not touch my Luna. After a few minutes, she tries to get out from under me, but I'm having none of this, snarling at her warningly, stopping her attempts to leave. Alpha is so going to kill me for this. The rogues are about 30 yards away from us, sniffing the air. I keep my stance, ready to attack, only noticing the Luna beside me once their eyes lock onto her. How did I not notice her getting out? Just as I hear the thundering sound of paws of my Alpha and the pack members, the rogues charge at us.
Beast, growling, furious growling. That's what wakes me up from my nap. It's not my stomach. That's for sure. I slowly open my eyes, letting them adjust to the surroundings. It's not that dark anymore, so I'm guessing it's around dawn, as there is no sunlight yet. I look down to locate the source of the noise, my eyes slightly opening in surprise when they lock onto the familiar gray wolf. He's furiously growling at me and scratching the ground beneath him with quick, angry moves. My head tilting in confusion as I watch him. I try to read him. His eyes are furious, almost mad. And I quickly realize that his anger is directed towards me. Why, though? Oh no, is he going to kill me now? He waited for me to be alone without the black wolf to eat me. My mind is going 347 miles a minute, trying to think of a way to get out of this. I thought I was alone. I was sure of it. I didn't detect anything following me. So how did he find me? He starts doing the same thing as the other wolves the other day, scratching at the tree bark and snarling at me. Last time, the wolves did that to get me to get down. Is he doing the same thing? I test this theory by getting down a branch, watching his reaction. Just like last time, I get down the tree, keeping watchful eye on the gray wolf. I don't want him attacking me. but that's exactly what I expect from him. He didn't seem to like me very much. However, as soon as I am on the ground, he pounces on me, keeping me under him, snarling at something in the distance. I try to look in that direction to check what's going on, but I'm completely incapacitated by his huge body. He crouches, his body coiled tight, preparing to attack. Now I really want to know what's there. I hate being defenseless. I try to wriggle from under him, but one snarl in my face stops all my movement. Then he again stares in the same direction as earlier and growls warningly. That's when I hear it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps, human footsteps. And then he howls. It's so loud I think my ears might start bleeding. There is something in the howl that tugs at the strings of my very soul, leaving me feeling cold. Desperation. I try to get from under him again, this time successfully, as his attention is on whoever is coming here. I turn around and my blood runs cold. It's them. A group of 10 guards from that place is heading towards us. But they stop at a certain point, putting their heads high in the air, sniffing it. What the freak? I watch them sniffing the air around them, and then growl angrily in our direction. Correction, in my direction. Then they charge at us. All 10 of them. Or should I rather say 10 wolves. Chapter 11. Beast, what the fuck, is the only thought going through my head right now. They changed into wolves, right in front of me. How is that possible? It's not. I must be dreaming. Yeah, that's it. I am dreaming and I will wake up soon, hopefully back with the black wolf and not there. I don't even have time to ponder over the outrageous situation I'm in, as the wolves are attacking us in the blink of an eye. The gray wolf is unsuccessfully trying to fight 5 of them, and the other 5 are coming for me, snarling and growling my way, trying to intimidate me. They should know better. I don't give a fuck that they are animals now. I will kill them if they try to hurt me. I take a fighting stance and prepare to defend myself, but as soon as one of them charges straight at me, he is smashed into by none other than the black wolf. Now I'm shocked. How did he get here? I didn't hear him coming. There are other wolves with him, now fiercely fighting off the guards. Some of them I recognize as the ones that were there when I first met them. The black wolf rips off the guard's throat with his teeth and snarls at me, gesturing with head up, up. I look up for a split second. The tree. The black wolf snarls again, this time more fiercely, and again nods at the tree. I decide to listen to him, for some reason trusting him, even though he's just an animal, an overgrown animal, but animal nonetheless. I know he's smarter than it seems. So I climb up the tree again, watching the bloody battle beneath me, silently rooting for the familiar wolves. But then, from my position on the higher branch, I notice another wolf approaching the black one. This one has a ragged scar on his face, a scar I recognize, since I'm the one that gave it to him. The black wolf doesn't seem to notice him and is left defenseless. No, 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 not him. I let my instincts take over and jump at the scarred wolf as soon as he is my range, taking him by surprise. I quickly adjust my position on him, so I'm set astride his back before he can throw me off. Wrap my arms around him and with one quick move I snap his neck, effectively killing him. The black wolf notices me on the ground and kills off the guard he was fighting with before heading my way. I struggle to get out from beneath the guard, as he somehow ended up falling on me, immobilizing me completely, as I lie on the ground, trying to pull my leg from underneath his dead body. The black wolf sniffs around me, quietly whining as he can't help me in any way, then bites on the guard's neck and pulls him off of me. I get up from the ground and quickly assess the situation around me, watchful of other guards that may try to attack us. There are dead wolves lying around the area around us. The others are looking our way, some covered in blood, some still finishing off the guards. The battle is over. For now, the guards are dead. So now is the time to freak out, and that's exactly what I do, now that the adrenaline is wearing off. I sit on the ground, my legs too weak to keep me standing. My movement alerts the black wolf, and he is by my side in an instant, whining loudly, possibly trying to figure out what is wrong with me. I look up to see him inspecting me, for injuries maybe, and again whine, as my face doesn't show any emotion, making it impossible to know whether I'm in pain or not. I'm not, really. I didn't get hurt much apart from the broken leg, because of the weight of the scarred guard when he crushed it. And again I do a crazy thing. What the hell was that? How is this shit possible? Can you do that, too? Is that why you're so snark? How did you find me? Are there more of them? What is going on? You're not one of them, are you? You're not going to hurt me, right? I can trust you, right? I can see other wolves watching us as I stare straight into the black wolf's eye and shoot rapid questions at him, breathless. The wolf nods. He understood. What is the meaning of this? I feel dizzy, the world spinning around me, and then I let the darkness take over.
Demon. I watch my mate faint in front of me, horrified and at the same time furious at myself that I can't even catch her before her head hits the ground with a slight thud. Damn it. This is not how she was supposed to find out about me. Who the fuck were those assholes? Why were they after my mate? I inspect her body for injuries. My heart breaking when I see her leg is broken. How did I not notice it before? That fucker with the scar must have broken it when he fell on her. I should have noticed him. I should have killed him. I should have protected her. I nudge my mate with my snout, whining sadly. My beautiful mate. My queen. Hurt. And there is nothing I can do for her. I watch her lie there on the ground. If it wasn't for the slight rise of her chest with every shallow breath she takes, I would have thought she's dead. You stupid fucker. How could you even think that? I hear Leo yell at me in my head. Damn it. He's right. I shouldn't think this way. Pushing my head under her body, I carefully crawl under her to get her on my back so that I can carry her back to the house. Ash, help me secure her on my back. We're going back. Once my mate is lying across my back, Ash adjusts her position with his head so that she lies on me with her legs astride my back and her arms on both sides of my neck. He's the only one I trust to touch my mate's body. I slowly get up from my crouched position, careful not to accidentally throw her off. I quickly tell the others to take care of the rogues and check the borders again. Once I feel she's secure on my back, I stride towards the house, checking up on my mate every few minutes, making sure she's not falling off. Ash is walking beside me, few steps behind, keeping watch on my mate and readjusts her position on me once in a while when she slightly slides off. Alpha, yeah? I stop for a moment, noticing the change in his eyes, indicating Shane's in control now. The scarred wolf. He smelled weird. It wasn't his scent, but it smelled the same as the one I caught on Luna when we first met her. I know. I noticed it, too. We caught one of the rogues alive. Well, barely alive. And I'm going to wait for the full moon to question him. I just hope my little mate won't try to leave again before then. I add in my head. I apologize for my behavior towards Luna earlier. Alpha. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to my mate. You protected her against the rogues. Well, Ash did. But still. And that's enough for me. As long as you know she's your Luna. But you better don't treat her the way you did earlier. I won't be so lenient next time you disrespect her. I chastise him, even though I don't mean anything by it. Inside, I rejoice, as I'm actually relieved that he accepted my mate already. I have plans for him that concern the little queen lying on my back. She's not what I expected. She doesn't seem to know about our kind. Yet she still fought off the scarred one and killed him to protect you. Alpha, she's stronger than I thought. I was concerned that her being a human would be a liability, a weakness. But she's proved me wrong. Both I and my wolf agree that she'll be a great Luna. I realize that now. I give you my word. Alpha, I will, as will Ash, protect her at all cost. Shane concludes with a deep bow towards me and my unconscious mate, baring his neck, as a sign of absolute submission. Good to know you won't try to rip her apart again. Shane, I tell him in a playful tone. Let's go now. She needs rest, I say as I stride towards the clearing. There is so much that I don't know about her and it worries me to no end. Why were they after her? Who is this beast they talked about? Is it her? Why? Why did she try to leave? Does she not like me? Not even in the slightest? I can feel the bond strengthening. I felt her cuddling up to me when we slept. I saw the tender expression on her face as she stroked my fur during the day. Then, why did she try to leave? She can't leave me. But how can I keep her with me? What do I need to do? Chapter 12. Demon. We reach the clearing and I don't waste any time getting to my house. I head towards the bedroom, Shane following close behind me. He helps me place my mate gently on the bed, and I step back, admiring my little queen's beauty. Even hurt, she's still breathtaking. Shane stays with me for a while, and I decide to use this chance to tell him what I want from him from now on. Shane, I get his attention away from my mate. Yes, Alpha. I want you to be her personal bodyguard from now on. I tell him, waiting for his reaction. It's a pretty rash decision for me to make, but I already know he'll do anything for my mate. He said it himself. Bodyguard? Alpha, I'm not sure I understand. You want me to guard Luna? But I'm not, he begins. But I interrupt him before he can continue, knowing he's about to refuse. You were the best choice. I can tell by the way you protected her today. Besides, you're the strongest warrior here and you have sharp instincts. That's why you followed her when she tried to leave. Isn't that right? How did you know? He starts and his eyes widen in surprise. There is no way you could have reached her that fast unless you were close. I just put 2 and 2 together. Shane, I trust you with my mate's safety. You know how much she means to me. You're the only one I can entrust her with. Apart from me, Leo may have assigned Mason as beta. But you're still my favorite. You're family. I hope you accept my offer. If you don't, I will understand. But I'd really rather you protected her than anyone else. Alpha, it's an honor. But after how I treated Luna, I don't think I'm a suitable choice. She may not agree to this, either. Don't worry about it. I can already see that there is no animosity between you two after what happened earlier. She wasn't wary of you anymore. Like earlier. You noticed? I'm sorry, Alpha. No need to apologize. I saw how uneasy she was whenever you were around. Watching us. It wasn't that hard to figure everything out. But back there was none of it. She accepted you. Just as you accepted her. That's why I want you to do this for me. And for her. I'm really honored. Alpha, I agree. Like I said in the woods, I swear to you that I will protect Luna with my life. He tells me, bowing again. Thank you, Shane. It's no problem. Alpha, I'm the one who should be thanking you for your trust, he says with a bow and leaves the room. I turn to my mate, hearing her stir, meaning she's going to wake up soon. As soon as I see her move, I'm at her side, nudging her lightly with my snout, encouraging her to wake up. When she finally does, I lick her face, happy to see her gorgeous eyes again. She slowly sits up, careful not to move her broken leg too much, and my heart breaks again, thinking of the pain she must be in. I watch her look around the room quickly, probably confused as to how she got here. Then her eyes lock onto mine, making my heart race and everything around me disappear, leaving only her and me in our own little world. You brought me here, she rather states than questions. I can only nod at her in response. You're like them, aren't you? You can change, too. Again, I can only nod. Can you change now? This time I shake my head, feeling utterly broken for not being able to talk to her. She looks down to her lap, deep in thought, as if thinking of what to make out of this. Will you be able to change at all? She asks, not looking at me. And again, I can only nod. She side glances at me to see my answer and then again looks down. If you're keeping me here as food, I will not hesitate to kill you, she tells me with a straight face, looking straight into my eyes, making me frantically shake my head at her. How could she think I was going to eat her? Was that why she left? She thought I was going to eat her. Hurt her? I would never. Okay, she says, seeing my reaction, her tense shoulders slumping in what seems to be relief. I need to set my leg. Could you give me something to bite onto? My eyes widen in horror. She's going to set her broken leg herself? But that's going to hurt. I don't want to see her in pain. I shake my head, trying to somehow tell her not to do it. I can try to contact another alpha to take her to a hospital. I can't let her do it. There are no painkillers at the house. There is no doctor. Well, actually there is a pack doctor. But he's a wolf, so he won't be of much help. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. I just need to bite onto something so I won't bite my tongue. We stare at each other, waiting for the other to back down. But the determined look on her face tells me I don't really have a choice in the matter. So I give in. I will always give in to her. She's my everything. But this, I'd rather she had professional help. I go to the closet and get a shirt of mine to give her. I hand it to her, watching her roll it and put it between her pearly whites. Then she grabs her leg with one hand right above the break and the other right under it. In one move she snaps the bone back in pace, grimacing and groaning at the pain it causes her. Her jaw clenching on the material of the shirt hard enough for me to hear the tick of it. I lick her face continuously, then her broken leg, trying to somehow ease the pain, despite knowing it will do nothing. It's okay. Puppy, I'm used to this. Puppy? I snap my head up to look at her so fast that I almost get a whiplash, only to see her already looking at me with tender expression, her eyes lighting up with amusement. I huff and playfully growl at her, not liking the name in the slightest. And then she does something that lights up my whole existence. She smiles. Genuine, soft smile graces her face, making my heart flutter at the sight. It warms my cold heart up, knowing that I'm the reason behind it. If that smile is what I get for being called that ridiculous name, then I will be her puppy for the rest of my life. A monster of an alpha, a cursed horse-sized wolf becomes a puppy for his little mate. The pack better not hear about this. They won't let me live this down. I grin wolfishly at her, then attack her with my tongue, licking every inch of her, trying to get her to do the impossible. Laugh. But I'm not successful. It doesn't matter, though. I will get her to laugh someday. I can feel Leo pushing at the inner wall in my mind, trying to get the control back. I look at my mate, relishing the feeling of her dainty hands going through my fur and snarl at Leo to wait. He'll get his chance. I lie down on the bed beside my little Luna and wrap my paws around her. Purring contentedly, I feel her curling up to my huge form, finding position that doesn't cause her leg to hurt, tucking her head under my chin. Soon I hear her soft breathing, meaning she's fallen asleep. This is where she belongs, safe, in my arms, snuggled into me in my bed. And I will keep her that way if it's the last thing I do. No one will take her away from me.
Chapter 13. Leo, waking up next to my gorgeous mate is the best feeling in the world, though I still hope that yesterday didn't happen. It was horrible, waking up only to find out she was not with me, but facing rogues in the middle of the woods. Seeing her getting attacked invoked the one feeling in me that I was sure I would never feel. Fear. Fear of her getting hurt, of losing her, of her rejecting me, especially now that she found out about what I am. But she didn't. She stayed. How I wish I could know what's going on inside her head, what she's thinking. Will she accept me? Reject me? Stay here? Leave again? This uncertainty is killing me. I wish I could talk to her, to assure her that she's safe here, with me. While I admire my mate's sleeping form, Demon is fighting to get out, annoying the shit out of me. Normally, we get along pretty well, but since our mate appeared in front of us, he's been blocking me whenever he got out, and I'm not sure I like him being the one in control most of the time. Let me out, you 𝑦𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆, Leo, Leo, for 𝑦𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 sake. She's not breathing. Demon yells at me in panic. What? I look at my mate, checking for her chest movement indicating that she is breathing. Oh goddess, she is not. I crouch above her, nudging her repeatedly with my muzzle, whining sadly, but she doesn't react to me, lying motionless on the bed. I put my head on her chest to check for a heartbeat. She was fine. I hear it. There's heartbeat. Then why isn't she breathing? Ooh Alpha, what's wrong? The whole pack can't feel your panic. Mason links me. She's not breathing? Get the doctor here, now. What do you? A Mason, get the fucking doctor. On it. Just as I am about to go get the doctor myself, my mate gets up with a gasp beneath me, gulping for air and shaking uncontrollably. She sits up, clutching her chest, and gasps for air, her eyes wide. I nudge her, whining loudly, making her look at me. She looks straight at me, but I don't think she sees me, as her glassy eyes are empty, and it scares me. Suddenly she embraces me. She wraps her arms tightly around me, buries her face in the crook of my neck, her breathing uneven. The doctor finally makes it to my house, but I tell him to wait outside. I don't want to scare my mate. I tell him she's awake now, but I still want him to take a look at her. Even in wolf form, he may be able to tell me if there's something wrong. I move slightly, so that I'm not crushing her with my weight, lying on her side, without getting out of her vice-like grip on my neck. Wrapping my front paws around her, I embrace her close to me and purr lightly to calm her down somehow. After a while, her breathing evens out, but the grip on my neck is still tight. My head rests on her head, and I continuously snuggle my muzzle into her hair, softly purring in her ear. It seems that my moves actually help her calm down. That thought brings me some sense of comfort. She reacts to me. She trusts me. That's enough for me. As I feel her move, I sit up on the bed, watching her. She is breathing evenly, and her body stopped trembling. She looks at me, but she's still not seeing me. I nudge her again, to get her out of the trance she's in. It seems to work. As I notice her eyes start to focus on me, losing that dead look in them, licking her face, I remove the remains of stray tears that managed to escape her eyes. Thank you, she says, her voice raspy and pained. I lick her face again, trying to tell her that I will always be there for her. Can you let me get up? I need a shower. I nod, releasing her from between my legs, and getting out of the bed, to help her get up if she needs. She sits on the edge of the bed, lightly putting her broken leg on the floor and winces. 𝑦𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆, her leg, she can't walk around with that. I approach her and put my head under her arm, so she can use me to stabilize instead of a crutch. She leans her body to mine as I help her walk, keeping her from stepping on her broken leg too much. Once we get to the bathroom, she turns the shower on and waits for the water to get warm, while I go back to the bedroom, and after a small struggle with the closet door, I bring out some clothes for her to change into. As soon as I get into the bathroom, I stop dead in my tracks, the clothes completely forgotten as my jaw drops. There she is. My beautiful mate is standing completely naked in the glass shower, letting the hot water run down the length of her body, her head tilted backwards as she enjoys herself. I don't care you're watching, puppy, she suddenly says. She knows I'm here. She gets out of the shower, takes a towel from the rack and wraps it around herself, all the while I stand at the door with her clothes in my mouth. I mean, I like how comfortable she is around me, but this seems almost as if she doesn't care about who's watching, and it pisses me off. Only I can look at her naked. Are those for me? She asks as she gestures to the clothes in my mouth. I nod and give them to her, hoping I didn't drool on them. That would be gross. She unceremoniously lets go of her towel and starts dressing up. Doesn't she care I'm here? I growl slightly. She turns to me, her expression questioning, probably wondering why I did that. Oh, right. I was naked. Well, I really don't care about you seeing me. One day I will tell you. When you're human, you can ask me everything. She tells me. Demon is ecstatic, yipping inside my head and wagging his tail happily. What are you so happy about, you idiot? I ask him, genuinely curious, as I don't understand his sudden reaction. Are you stupid? She said, when you're human, which will be in few weeks, which means she'll stay with us at least until then. We can tell her about us, about her being our mate. We can persuade her to be with us. She won't leave us, he tells me, excited at the prospect of our mate staying with us. And for once I agree with him.
Chapter 14. Beast, I'm going crazy, that's for sure. Ever since I found out about the Black Wolf, I can't seem to get the fact that he can be human out of my head. I can't wait for him to change, so I can get some explanation as to what is going on here. I also started calling him Puppy, and it's amusing to see and get annoyed every single time. Puppy hasn't left my side for the whole day. Just like yesterday, he's been following me around, never leaving me alone. But differently than yesterday, the Grey Wolf did not look at me the same way. Actually, I think that after the whole ordeal with the guards, something changed between us. He protected me from the guards. Well, tried to, when he covered me with his body. Now that I know about Puppy, I can't stop thinking that the Grey Wolf is probably able to change into a human, too. That all the wolves here are. This whole situation is only giving me a headache, along with my broken leg. I'm getting tired, and what did Andrew call it? Cracky. Oh, I know, cranky. Andrew was one of the guards that I actually liked, before he was brutally murdered for befriending me. He taught me a lot. He brought me books, talked to me, explaining things I didn't understand. He always called me his daughter. I didn't get to call him a father figure, but that's exactly what he was for me. For some reason, as I think about Andrew, I feel some moisture on my cheek. Before I can even touch it, Puppy is already up and in front of me, and quickly licks it off. I look at him, only to see him already staring at me in what seems like worry. He's worried about me. Why? What's wrong, Puppy? I ask him as I pet his head. I don't like to see him in distress. Even though I didn't know about him before, my feeling of protectiveness when it comes to him did not disappear, even after finding out about his ability to change into a human. He nudges me with his nose, his gaze questioning and worried as he looks at me. I continue stroking his head. Touching him brings me a sense of comfort. I remember a word that I saw in a book that describes the feeling. What was it? Again. Tranquility. Yes, that's the feeling. When I'm with Puppy, I feel safe, at peace, dare I say happy. It's something I have never felt before. I've read about it, heard about it, but never experienced it myself. Puppy seems to understand that I'm okay, as he goes back to lying in front of me on the porch. I notice the Grey Wolf approach us with quick strides, looking angry. I wonder what's wrong now. He stops in front of us, and with a quick bow in my direction, he looks at Puppy, and they stand there looking at each other, as if having some conversation through their eyes. Interesting. Suddenly, Puppy growls angrily, and I look up at him, not liking his reaction. Something is wrong.
Leo, as soon as Shane asks me where we are, saying he has to talk to me, I know something is going on. He surprises me when he bows to my mate, but it's a pleasant surprise. What's wrong? Shane, you were in charge of the prisoner. What are you doing here? I ask immediately. Something's wrong with the prisoner. His wounds are not healing, and the doctor doesn't know what to do. He says he needs antibiotics because there is an infection, but he can't give them himself. The guy will die before you can interrogate him at this rate. That's why. He suddenly looks unsure, as if I would get angry by what he's going to say. The doctor suggested that maybe Luna can help. I growl at him, furious that they would even think about putting my mate anywhere near the Fouquet. My mate turns to me, and I calm down as I look into her eyes. What infuriates me is that we really have no other way to keep the 𝒂𝒂 safe than send my mate to help the doctor. But it raises the question, how is Doc going to explain what she would need to do? I look down to my mate, already knowing I'm going to regret my decision, but deciding to listen to the voice of reason anyway. I crouch in front of her, gently tugging at her shirt to get her to get on my back. "You want me to get on you?" she asks, unsure. I nod and silently watch as she somehow, with Shane's help much to my surprise, gets on my back, clutching the fur on the back of my neck in her hands for stability. She pats me on the head, and I take it as a sign that she's okay. So I start going towards the dungeon where we keep prisoners. The journey takes few minutes, and I feel my mate tensing as we approach the entrance. I stop and turn my head to look at her to check if she's okay, and seemingly understanding my unspoken question, she pats me on the head again, saying she's fine. As soon as I enter the dungeon, the putrid stench of rogues and death hits my nostrils, almost making me sick. I feel my mate wrap her arms around my neck as she leans forward and buries her face in my neck to hide from the horrible smell. I approach the cell where the prisoner is, noticing that in fact his wounds got infected and are red and irritated. "Alpha, thank you. I wouldn't ask for this if I didn't know how much you wanted to question him, but it won't make it till full moon in this state, and I'm helpless in this form," Doc explains, probably worried that I'm going to snap at him, but with feeling my mate on my back, I'm not even angry at him anymore. "That's fine with me, but how are you going to explain everything to my mate when she can't understand you?" I ask, surprised that one of the smartest guys in my pack has not thought it through. He thinks about it for a second, and then his eyes widen in realization. "You haven't marked her?" he tentatively asks, clearly afraid of my reaction. "Okay, if she was marked, I could talk to her through the mind link. That's how it would work." "Damn it. I know, I haven't. She's not ready for that yet." I'm suddenly interrupted when a vicious growl-like sound resonates through the dungeon. And it comes from my mate, who looks at the prisoner with so much hatred it's almost palpable, her body shaking with fury. She gets off my back before anyone can stop her and comes up to the prisoner, catching him off guard as she instantly wraps her hand around his throat and slams him into the nearby wall, knocking his breath out of him. His hands are tied behind his back, so there is nothing he can't do as my little mate strangles him with surprising strength. "What the 𝒂𝒂 are you doing here?" she asks him. The rasp in her voice makes it sound more like a growl. She releases his neck slightly, only enough for him to speak. The 𝒂𝒂 looks like he's about to piss himself as he sees who is in front of him. "Why you? The BB boss wants why you back. He gave us our order to get his BBBs back. He wants to continue high." "How many?" She interrupts him mid-sentence. "How many what?" "Too many, even for you," he tells her, grinning proudly, suddenly not afraid. "We'll see about that," she says with a sinister look on her face that almost scares me as she lets go of him, making his body fall to the ground with a loud thud as he gasps for air. "You belong to him, and he will get you back, beast. You know he will," are his last words before something in my mate seems to snap. With quick and precise moves, she gets hold of the rogue's head and snaps his neck, killing him instantly. I watch as her chest heaves with deep breaths as she tries to calm down. Unsuccessfully, she looks down at the rogue's dead body with fury, her fists clenching at her sides repeatedly, as if she's barely controlling herself from ripping him to pieces. "I need to get out of here," she says, and I hear the strain to stay calm in her voice. I crouch in front of her again, so she can climb on me, and leave the dungeon immediately, telling Shane to get rid of the body. I don't care that I didn't get to talk to the rogue. What I heard was more than enough to know that this has something to do with my mate. I will be damned if I let whoever it is he was talking about take her away from me. I will find the 𝒂𝒂 and kill him.
Chapter 15. Beast, that 𝒂𝒂 will not give up, will he? I barely stopped myself from ripping Dan to pieces, but doing that would mean that I know better than the people working for him. I stay with Puppy. His nearness is the only thing that stops me from going back there and giving to my inner monster. After all, I'm called Beast for a reason. Puppy seems to know exactly what I need, because he takes me to the house and leaves me in the bedroom, getting next to me on the bed, snuggling his big head into my body. We stay like this for hours. At some point I even fall asleep in Puppy's embrace. He is still there when I wake up. It's nice. Being with him is nice. But there is still that nagging feeling in the back of my head that the whole situation with the guards is just the beginning of something bigger. He will come back, and I'm not ready. My leg is broken and my previous actions in the prison or whatever it was, only worsened the pain. I looked down to Puppy to see him still snuggled deep into my body, as I lie on the bed with his head on my torso. I keep thinking about what I am supposed to do now. Leaving doesn't seem to be an option. My leg would just slow me down and Puppy doesn't leave my side. It's probably because I already left once. I try to get up without disturbing Puppy's sleep, but I'm not successful as the second I lean away from him, he wakes up, looking at me questionably. I stroke his head as I tell him that I'm only leaving to the bathroom. He understands and nods, letting me get out of bed. After taking care of my business, I go back to the room, almost walking into Puppy as he stands right outside the door, clearly waiting for me. He puts his head under my arm again, helping me walk to the kitchen without limping as much. "Are you hungry?" I'd ask him, since I haven't seen him eat for the whole day. I'm used to not getting much food, but I don't know how it is for him. He shakes his head, sitting down next to the counter, watching me go around the kitchen, looking for something to eat. I can't eat raw meat, like them, so I have to find something else. Luckily, there are some fruits in the fridge. I take them out, wash them quickly and sit next to Puppy at the table, as I silently enjoy the food. 2 weeks later, the last weeks were pretty much uneventful, with me and Puppy getting even closer. As usual, he doesn't leave my side. We eat together, walk together, sleep together. Everywhere I go, he goes. There were still no sights of the guards from that place, but I don't let my guard down. The second you let your guard down is the moment shit hits the fan. That's a funny phrase. Andrew taught me that. I sit on the porch, watching Puppy and Gray. That's what I decided to call the Gray Wolf, as he is one of the few that even get close to me come back with food for them. I sure am not going to eat that. As soon as they get out of the woods, Puppy comes to my side, nuzzling his head into me. He circles me, rubbing his head against my torso. Once he deems I smell enough like a dog, he sits down next to me, Gray following him. Some of the wolves look at us, as always, as Gray comes close for me to pet him. This has been kind of our routine lately. Gray has somewhat accepted me, maybe he even likes me. Whenever he's closer with Puppy, he comes to me and lets me pet him. He continues to watch me most of the time, but of all the wolves here, apart from Puppy obviously, he's the one I like most. At least he doesn't treat me like an enemy and avoid me. The brown wolves I met the first day along with Puppy and Gray don't even acknowledge me. Usually when they approach Puppy to have these weird telepathic talks, at least that's what I think it is, they don't even look at me, and when Puppy is not with me, they avoid me at all cost. It's strange. I would never hurt them, but they treat me as if I'm going to kill them the second they're close. They only ever come near me when Puppy's close, as if he's going to protect them from me. As I'm lost in thought, I notice one of the mentioned brown wolves come out of the woods, the one with white patch on his tail, but as soon as he catches my eye, he turns around and goes back. I don't get him. He's the one that avoids me the most. I almost never see him. He acts the same way Gray acted when Puppy first brought me here. But I think nothing of it. It's not my job to make him like me or anything. I just need Puppy with me. Gray is a great addition. The Puppy is the main reason I'm still here. Suddenly Puppy and Gray get up and start snarling at something in the distance. I immediately know something's wrong. They have not reacted this way for weeks, ever since the incident with the guards. Puppy turns around towards me and slightly pushes me towards the house. I understand his request and get inside. I have come to intuitively understand what he needs from me. Once I'm inside, I watch Puppy and Gray run into the woods, a group of wolves following them. I pace around the room, worried about Puppy, as it's been hours since they left. The longer they're gone, the more I want to go after them to make sure Puppy is alright. He's mine and I will kill whoever tries to hurt him, but I can't. I don't even know where they are at the moment. Just as I'm going to the front porch, a loud howl resonates through the area. I wait outside for the wolves to come back with bated breath. My heart lurches in my chest at the sight of Puppy running towards me, his body covered in blood, but I can't tell if it's his or not. Not minding the dirt and blood on him, he does the same thing as always. He snuggles into my body and rubs himself against my torso, getting the blood all over me. I don't even hesitate, wrapping my arms around him the same way Andrew used to do with me. He called it a hug. After I pull away from Puppy, he gets into the house with me right behind him, as other wolves spread around the clearing, getting into other houses. I follow Puppy to the bedroom and go to wait on the bed for him. but he catches my shirt in his jaw lightly and pulls me with him to the bathroom. Once we're inside, I turn on the huge shower. I strip from my dirty clothes and take Puppy into the shower when the water's warm. The blood and dirt go down the drain, making the water red as I'm washing Puppy and check his body for injuries. Noticing the water getting clearer with time, I come to a conclusion that he's not injured. We leave the shower and I wrap a towel around myself before taking another one and drying some of the water from Puppy. Don't shake it off on me, I just got clean, I warn him, as he often tends to dry off wolf style, by shaking off the water and spraying it all over me at the same time. Puppy just grins at me wolfishly as I dry him off with third towel. Are you hurt? I still decide to ask him, even though I didn't see any wounds. He shakes his head and responds, good. Will you tell me what happened? He looks unsure, but nods slightly. When you're human, I add. I can't wait for him to talk to me. I have so many questions. He nods again. Is anyone else hurt? I can help. This time he shakes his head and pushes me towards the bed. He must be tired. It's late. He lies down on the floor next to the bed, but I know he'll get on the bed with me once he's completely dry. So I close my eyes and let the sleep come.
Chapter 16. Leo, I wake up in the middle of the night, my fur already dry, and get up on the bed with my mate, positioning myself to embrace her small figure. I've been doing this every night, ever since she told me not to get the sheets wet after we shower. It astounds me how comfortable she is around me. She unceremoniously gets naked in front of me, and then we shower together. I let her wash me, since she knows that I can't do it myself. Usually in wolf form I don't take showers, but simply go to the lake. But she insisted that she's not going to let me in bed with her if I don't clean up, so she took it upon herself to wash my fur. I'm not complaining, since it gives me a chance to openly ogle at her body. But at the same time, it's weird. She knows I can change into a human, but for some reason it doesn't seem to bother her. I can't wait till we shower together with me in my human form. I wonder if she will be this comfortable with me then. Of course she will. The question is, who will get to shower with her? 'Cause I sure as hell will not let you hog her all for yourself. Demon declares. Lil Fuke can't wait till full moon to shift. The things I'm going to do to her. Demon trails off. Calm down. We still don't know what she's been through. We need to explain the main thing to her first, so she knows what to expect. We know for a fact that she doesn't know about werewolves. There is a lot to talk about. We can't just ignore that. I tell him, oh goddess, I just hope she will understand everything. Have some faith in her. Bumhole, she's comfortable with us now, even though she knows we can't shift. Why would that change when we actually do? He's right. She knows that we can't shift, so there shouldn't be a problem. But I can't help but get worried. I hate to admit it, but you're right. I'm always right. Demon smirks at me, knowing he's won. I feel my mate stir, meaning she's about to wake up. The morning came too fast. All I want to do is to lie in bed with her for the whole day, especially after yesterday's rogue attack. Those Fookers tried to come into my territory, but thankfully my warriors are strong. When we reached the patrol, they were fighting with a group of rogues, and I immediately noticed they were wearing the same uniforms as the ones 2 weeks ago. The patrol noticed them showing up at our border a few times, but it was the first time since their last attack that they actually crossed it. I have to find out what the hell do they want from my mate, since it's obvious that it's her they're after. I gave clear instructions that if they appear again, my warriors are to kill them on sight. No fucking mercy. They are after my mate, and I'll be damned if I let them get her. My mate seems to understand my unspoken wish, and instead of getting up, she simply snuggles closely into me, sighing in content. It was them, wasn't it? She asks suddenly, making me tighten my hold on her slightly, burying my nose in the crook of her neck. They will keep coming, you know, she says as she leaves my embrace and sits up on the bed, facing me. I keep lying as I listen to her. I wanted to wait till you're human, but I guess I can't do that. You have the right to know what's going on. She begins, waiting for my reaction. Once I nod, she continues. The person they work for is not someone who gives up easily. He has a lot of people working for him, so they will keep sending them until it gets what it wants. Me, I snarl at this, and she strokes my head to calm me down. I can't risk you getting her protecting me, but I don't want to leave you. I know you can talk to other wolves somehow, so I need you to warn them that those people will keep coming. Of course, I'm not going to put the responsibility of keeping me safe solely on you and other wolves. I can protect myself, but even I don't know how many of those guys will come. Their boss is a Monster, for the lack of a better word. He's ruthless, relentless. He has a plan when it comes to me. That's why I escaped that place. When you first met me, I was running away from them. She stops talking. By now she's pacing around the room, looking stressed out. I get up and go to her, leaning my head on her shoulder, my huge body surrounding her. She wraps her arms around my neck, and we stay in each other's embrace. As I try to calm down both her and me, I feel her trembling cold fingers going through my fur, occasionally gripping it tight. I nudge her with my head to take her back to bed. Her leg must be in so much pain by now. She shouldn't be walking around on it. She unwraps her arms and climbs on the bed, lying down on her side facing the window, waiting for me. I get in with her, cocooning her, with her face in my neck and my front paws around her. Demon is snarling in my head, scratching at the surface, trying to get out. What we just heard made him furious. He's itching to kill those fuckers, and I agree, but right now our mate needs us close. I can tell it wasn't easy for her to talk to me, but it was as hard for me to not be able to respond. Right now I would give anything to be able to talk to her, reassure her, and then hug and kiss her for all she's worth. I never thought that the curse over the pack would be a problem, but after meeting my mate it became the cruelest form of torture to me. Not being able to talk to my mate, touch her brings me physical pain. I can't even ask her about her name. I want to get to know her. I want her to know me. Full moon is in less than a week. We'll make it. Then we will have 3 days to make her ours. Demon makes his appearance once more. I know. We stay in the bed until afternoon, when my mate's stomach starts demanding food pretty loudly, making her hide her blushing face further into my neck. My baby's hungry. She's so adorable. I get up from the bed and wait for her to put her arm around me as I lead her towards the kitchen, where there should be something for her to eat. I have asked a friend from another pack to do some shopping for me, cause I can't keep feeding my mate wild berries and meat. He was all for it, especially when I told him it's for my mate, but not without making fun of me for being whipped, which I am, and I am not ashamed to admit it. As always, I sit by the counter as my mate prepares her food. Today she's gone for grilled chicken with rice and vegetables. When she first came here, she didn't do much cooking, but now she's like a professional chef. It's fascinating to watch her work around the kitchen. She's so fast, precise, not one move out of place. I like watching her cook. Maybe when I shift she'll cook something for me. I can't wait to eat her food. My mouth salivating at the mere thought of her making food for me. Once she's done cooking, she makes herself a plate, and then another one for me, heaping with grilled chicken that she'll feed me while she eats her own food. This is something I unknowingly made her do, since I've always been sitting next to her as she ate. She fed me something from her plate, but at some point she simply started preparing me a separate plate that she feeds me from. Demon was all for it, going as far as playfully nipping on her fingers as she fed him, but he still didn't get her to laugh. She sits down at the table, placing both of our plates in front of her. I'm grateful she didn't decide to treat me like a dog and simply put my plate on the floor. I sit on my rump facing her, wagging my tail as I eagerly wait for her to feed me, and she does. Puppy, I growl playfully at her, making her smile. She knows how to push my buttons, but I don't mind cause it's her. I will do whatever she wants me to, so I open my mouth for her to place the chicken on my tongue. Good, she always asks if I like it, and my answer never changes. I nod and lick her face. We eat in comfortable silence, but soon our mealtime is over and we head back to the kitchen, where I watch as my little queen does the dishes. Then I escort her back to the bedroom. She heads towards the bathroom and I go straight to the bed, listening to Mason's report through the mind link. As we talk, he tells me about some weird scent that the patrol caught near the west border, so I order Shane to go and check it out. If it's the same smell we caught on my mate on the first day, we will need to take security measures. The weird smell disappeared from my mate as soon as she took a shower the first day, and the only time I smelled it again was when those fuckers attacked her the next day. So whoever this fucker is, we need to be ready for him. I'm an alpha and even my wolf reacted to his smell. Puppy, car. My mate peeked from the bathroom, bringing me back to reality. It's quite early, so I'm surprised she wants me to take a shower already. She seems to notice my surprise. If we take a shower now, you'll be dry for bed later. I don't want you to wake up in the middle of the night all the time. My heart soars as I hear it, so as soon as I get close, I lick her face happily, then gently drag her by her shirt to the shower, kicking the door shut with my leg. She turns on the shower, then takes off her clothes as she waits for the water to get warm, and puts them neatly folded on the counter. Once she likes the water's temperature, she tells me to get under the spray, following me right after. This is such a great day.
Chapter 17. Few days later, 2 days before full moon. Beast. I wake up with a start in the middle of the night. I look at Puppy to see him still peacefully sleeping next to me, but I can't sleep. Something is going on. I just don't know what. I can feel it in my gut, and my instincts have never failed me before. I lightly shake Puppy to wake him up. We need to check out what's going on. He shoots up, almost hitting me with his head. He quickly inspects my body, his look questioning. Something's wrong, I tell him as I jump from the bed, hurriedly putting some clothes on. He follows me as I go outside, tuning into my surroundings, trying to find out what's going on. Puppy is right next to me, sniffing the air, and after a few seconds more wolves emerge from the houses around the clearing, doing the same as him. It's quiet. Too quiet. I tense as I analyze the area. What is it? Where? Gray approaches me and Puppy, his gaze similar to Puppy's when I woke him up. They both look at me confused. After a while, Puppy whines quietly and tries to nudge me back into the house, but I stay rooted in my place, my body coiled, ready for a fight. With a bark, Puppy dismisses the other wolves, only Gray staying with us, as Puppy seems to get frustrated at my lack of response to his constant nudging. Stop it, go back yourself if you want. I finally snap at him, barely registering the hurt that briefly crosses his look, as my mind is already in full battle mode. Both Puppy and Gray sigh as they head back inside. I don't really care right now, to focus on finding out the source of the problem. If they can't see it or smell it, it's fine. But I know something is wrong, and I will always choose to trust my own intuition, rather than depend on someone else's judgment. I slowly go in the direction from which I first came here, making sure not to make any sound as I look around me. Why is it so quiet here? It's never this dead silent in the woods. As I walk around, getting farther away from the clearing, I catch a movement in the distance. Had I blinked, I wouldn't have noticed it. It was that fast. A wolf. Just as I'm about to go after it, a huge body slams into me from my left, knocking the breath out of me, making it impossible for me to scream. I look up from my position on the ground, my eyes meeting a snarling wolf. He's dark, almost black, stinking of death. I know that smell all too well. The wolf snarls into my face, trying to intimidate me. I school my expression into a cold mask, letting the inner beast come out. With quick moves, I break the joint in his front leg, making him yowl in pain and loosen his hold on me, then roll over and swiftly kick underneath his ribs, straight into the soft spot on his stomach with enough force to make him double over. Then in a split second I reach to his tail and break it into pieces, watching him writhe in agony as I continue to break his spine piece by piece. It doesn't kill him, but paralyzes him. Once he's completely immobilized, I crouch in front of him, and I notice him visibly flinching as he meets the beast's eye. Only few have survived the beast, but not for long enough to tell the tale. He continues whimpering, most likely in pain, but I pay no heed to it. All I need from him is information now. Are there others here? I ask him quietly, but my voice still seems to resonate through the dead silence around us. He tries to back away, but with his legs useless, all he does is squirm in front of me. I grab his muzzle in my hand, painfully squeezing it. As I ask him again, his nod is almost unnoticeable, but I see it perfectly. I get up, looking down at the wolf beneath me. Suffer, I say as I leave in the direction I saw movement earlier, my steps steady and quiet. I'm pretty far away from the clearing now. None of the wolves from there followed me here. Good, they don't need to get involved. I'm surrounded by a bunch of wolves seconds after I stop to look around. They all stink of death. It's as if it's their own distinctive smell. The deads. I should have known that Fukur would send them after me. I watch them, waiting for them to move, but they don't. They just continue staring at me, furiously growling in my direction. Then from behind one of them comes an even bigger wolf, his fur dark and ragged, with many scars littering his body. He smells even worse than the rest. He smells dead, as if his body is decaying. He charges at me, giving me almost no time to react with his speed. I slide underneath him as he jumps to probably bite my head off. As he turns around, so do I, and I manage to spin kick him straight in the side of his snout with the heel of my foot, the satisfying crunch of the broken bones sounding like music to my ears. The momentum of the hit makes his head snap to the side, giving me split second to turn around fully, which I use to punch him in the eye, and then with quick consecutive punches to his snout and eyes, I somehow slow him down. He manages to block my last punch, and then drags his paw down my torso, leaving a deep bloody trail behind it. Just as his paw retreats, I catch it and lock it behind my back with my left arm, and with one powerful move I break it by spinning around and wrenching it almost all the way over his flank. We circle around each other, him limping with no use in his left front leg, and me with a huge gash almost all the way down my torso. When he attacks, I'm ready to kill him. I dodge sideways as he charges at me in the same manner as earlier, then jump on him and wrap my arms around his head with my legs going around his neck, so he can't bite me or throw me off. Then putting my feet over his snout, I ram my fingers into his eyes, blinding him instantly. Making use of his state, I use my body weight to trip him onto his left side. Then with one forceful move, I plunge my hand into his chest and rip his heart out of his body. Once removed, I stand up and victoriously raise my fist, the blood still pumping from the heart splattering down on me. "Bow to your queen," I roar. The wolves around me crouch down, airing their necks to me in absolute submission. I will create my own army to bring him down. I don't need anyone's help. I am the beast, and I shall be the queen.
Chapter 18. Demon. As soon as we get back in the house, I take control. I could tell my mate was worried about something, but it still hurt when she snapped like that. I can't forget the way she dismissed us so easily, not even bothering to follow us inside. I know I shouldn't hold it over her, but I can't help but get angry. She treated us like shit, so I decide to ignore her now. I feel like I'm the only one invested into this mate bond. 𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 hurts. Shane stays with me, equally mad at the unfair treatment of his Luna. We sit in my living room, but after a while, as my mate still doesn't come back, I start pacing around the room. What if she left me? Oh shit. Shane, I'm going after her. You can follow me or stay here, I say as I hurriedly leave the house, smelling around to find a trail. I can easily find her scent, and within a second I take off in the direction she left too. I have to get her back. She can be in danger. I barely notice Shane following right behind me as we run through the woods. Only few minutes later we find a wolf lying on the ground, whimpering in pain. Who the fuck is he? I quickly look over him, immediately realizing that he can't move, since his spine is broken. And not in one place. It's basically shattered all the way from his neck to his tail. Who did this? This is 𝒂𝒂𝒚 torture. Alpha. His whole back is shattered to pieces. But I don't smell our wolves on him. Only Luna. Shane reaffirms what I suspected. My mate did this. What is going on? Shane, try to contact the patrols. How the fuck did a rogue come onto our territory undetected? I snarl at the fucker in front of me. He has the same smell we found on my mate when we met her. I have to get to her, fast. I follow the faint scent of my mate that leads us further into the woods, Shane close behind. What we find next is indescribable. I can't move as I take in the sight in front of me. My mate is standing in the middle of a group of rogues, with a bleeding heart over her head, her body covered in blood, hers and someone else's. We stand hidden, stunned as she roars at the wolves to bow to their queen. They submit to her. As we get closer, they start growling our way, as if protecting her from us. What the hell happened here? I ignore them and get closer, slightly apprehensive as I catch the expression on my mate's face. She regards me with a cold and emotionless look that makes my blood run cold. She drops the heart from her hand, raising her other hand, making the other wolves stop. They shift one by one, standing by her sides, guarding her. I whine sadly, getting her attention. "Beast, what are your orders?" One of the men asks her, others waiting silently for her command. I hear Shane snarl behind me, obviously noticing that all of them smell the same. Just like that fucker we found earlier. Shane, calm down. We don't know what's going on. Alpha, there's a dead wolf behind her. It looks like she ripped his heart out. His words make me look behind my mate, only to see that he's right. The wolf behind her has a huge gaping hole in his chest where his heart should be, his front leg is bent in a weird angle and his eyes are gone. I look at my mate, my own heart breaking as she still looks at me with no emotion in her eyes, as if the last weeks never happened between us. I don't need your protection anymore. I will deal with the man after me myself. There is no need for you to get involved. I can't just wait for him to come and get me. She tells me, her voice monotonous, void of any emotion as she stares at me coldly. She has never looked at me this way. I should have come with her, she was right that something was wrong. My heart breaks and I'm fucking close to tears. For the first time in my life I'm almost crying. I finally found my mate and I'm about to lose her before I even have a chance to talk to her. Just 2 more days, and I would be able to shift, but how do I get her to come back with me? What about those guys? Oh goddess, this is so messed up. We belong to Beast now. Where she goes, we go, so don't get any ideas. The same man speaks up again. Delta. My mate speaks up, making the Fukur turn towards her, completely ignoring me. Yes, boss? They are not a threat, so leave them be. Take axe and bury the body. The rest of you will change back, and try to convince more of the deads to join. Kill whoever refuses. It's time that Fukur realizes that I am in charge now. Go. My mate gives orders, then as the rogues shift and leave to do her bidding, she turns back towards me, staring deeply into my eyes, and for a split second I see her mask crack. I'm not going to overstay my welcome, so we are going to take our leave. I will make sure to stay out of your territory. And I also apologize for the way your wolves were treated tonight. I have been told they're alive, just unconscious. They will wake up soon. As soon as she finishes her first sentence, I go towards her, nuzzling my nose into her neck, trying to convey my message, that I don't want her to leave. I'm not even opposed to those Fukurs staying with us if she wants that, but she can't leave me. I whine sadly, putting my head under her arm. I know, puppy. I told you already that I don't want to leave you. But I have to. I know you won't be able to accept the guys the same way as you did me, and I can't put you in a position where the safety of your pack is compromised because of me. I huff at that, and she looks up at me confused. Since I can't say anything, I try to get the message through with my actions. So I crouch in front of her, just like I used to when I wanted her to ride me. She seems to understand my intentions, but as she tries to get on my back, she winces in pain from the wound on her upper body. It's deep and keeps bleeding. She steps away from me suddenly. If I come with you, they come too, she says, her tone stern and leaving no room for discussion. I look behind her as the 2 rogues she assigned to burying the dead body come back. I simply nod at her. By now I will do anything to keep her with me. But I will still have to talk to them and make some rules. I have to know what is going on. The one called Delta shifts and comes to help my mate get on my back when she gestures him to help her. I snarl at him as he touches her, but he only smirks at me knowingly. You're kidding, right? The other one, earlier referred to as Axe, exclaims shocked. Beast is your mate? My eyes widen as I growl at him furiously, my mate patting my head, calming me down slightly. I was supposed to be the one to tell her. Oh shit. Beast, this is serious. Delta tells my mate as she sits on my back. Why? I'll explain if you let me, but only after your wound is taken care of. You're losing a lot of blood. He calmly states, but I can tell he's worried about her. Okay, fine. She pats my head twice and I take her back to my house, rogues following us in wolf form. What the hell is going on? Chapter 19. Demon. I barely stop myself from attacking those 2 Fukurs that my mate decided to bring with us. Their smell triggers my alpha side. I want them gone, but I can't. My mate wants them with her for some reason. We arrive at my house some time later. I feel my mate's blood drip onto my fur, but, thankfully she's still conscious. Beast? That Delta guy inquires. My mate pats my head to stop me. Once I do, she turns to him. The others are at the border. He starts, but before he can continue, my mate interrupts. Let them in. She tells me with a light pat on the head. I mind link my patrol to let the rogues in, getting bombarded with bewildered exclamations and questions from each wolf in response. I snarl at them to be quiet when I feel the beginning of a headache. We don't wait for the new wolves to join us, as my mate is still bleeding out. I head towards the bedroom, ignoring my mate's protests. She gets off my back with a huff, holding tightly onto her side. I hear footsteps behind us, so I turn around, only to find Delta. He's wearing jeans he's had wrapped around his leg earlier and he watches me with an imploring look, as if waiting for something. I need to treat Beast's wound. So I need a medical kit. Do you have one? He asks, just as Shane tells me that Doc, whom I linked on our way here, comes in, hauling a big cart behind him. I'm guessing it's his med kit. Go. I'll be fine. My mate tells me softly, but I don't listen to her, nudging her face with my nose. You won't like me touching her, will you? I think it's best you listen to her. That Delta guy is getting on my nerves. Who does he think he is, telling me what to do? I almost lunge at him, but once I feel the calming tingles from my mate's touch, the devil inside me backs down. With one last glance, I lick my mate's face and leave the room, so I don't rip that Delta guy to pieces for touching what's mine. I wait with Shane, Doc and Axe in the living room as Delta tends to my mate's injuries. That Axe rogue has been quiet ever since he realized what is between me and my mate. I'm still pissed at him for telling my mate about me, but at the same time I know that it was for the best. I'm just mad that I can't be the one that explains everything to her. Delta will switch his loyalty to you, so you two can talk. I won't do that. Axe decides to break the silence. I nod at him, wordlessly letting him know I understand. I hear through mind link that the rest of the rogues are in my backyard, staying silent. I can tell my pack feels anxious about having rogues here with my permission, but I still have nothing to tell them about the whole situation, so I just tell them to stay inside and not provoke the rogues. About an hour later my mate comes into the living room, wearing my shirt and shorts with Delta right behind her. I stay silent as she approaches me and with a gentle stroke of my maw sits on the couch. Settling by her feet, I lay down on the carpet, getting my mate's legs to rest across my back. After Delta switches his loyalty to me, we can finally start talking. Well, where do I start? Delta starts as he scratches his bearded chin in thought. Beast, maybe we should start with you. What do you want to know? If there's something you want to ask him, he gestures at me, I can relay his words to you. Start at the Fu King beginning, damn it. I snarl at him through the mind link. I don't take orders from you, Alpha. No matter what, my loyalty lies with Beast, not you. I'm only doing this to be able to talk to you. He calmly responds, not at all affected by me. What is a mate? You said I'm his mate. My little queen decides to ask the one question I hoped she wouldn't ask. I wanted to be the one to explain it to her. I think you should ask him that. Delta nods at me, I'm sure he would like to explain the mate thing to you himself. He smiles gently at her as he speaks. The only thing that keeps me from biting his head off right now is the feeling of my mate's feet on my fur. Fine, then. She begins, then turns to me, you're in for it when you're human. Just so you know. She pats my head as she speaks and then looks back to Delta, when can he change? She asks. On the full moon. In 2 days. He tells her. Can I tell her about your pack? He asks me through the mind link. I think about it for a moment. It would be easier if she knew about our curse, but that's also something that I would like to talk to her about myself. No. I will explain it myself, okay. He nods, turning his attention to my mate. Is there something you want to know? Does he know? That you're here? My mate asks, her voice hard and stern. I get a feeling it's the same he that our prisoner talked about. Who is this Fu Ker? No. But I'm sure he'll find out soon. There are a few of us that keep watch on his movements, so I will know once he notices. That's how we could help you leave. I feel my mate tense at his words. I knew it was too easy. She exclaims in rage. What are you talking about? I demand, now sitting on my rump beside my mate. I told you that I was on the run when I met you. It appears that I had help in getting away from there. I hear my mate say calmly, clearly seeing my agitation. She gently grabs the fur on my neck, bringing me closer to her. Calm down. I told you that I'll talk to you about everything. She's so damn composed and emotionless. I think sadly as I turn back to Delta to ask him the one question that's been burning on my mind ever since I met the rogues. Why did you come to my pack? He wants to know why we came here. Delta explains to my mate before answering me. We're here for the beast. My mate struggles to keep me still as I snarl furiously, barely noticing Shane doing the same. Calm the Fu K down. My mate yells at us, while trying to pull me away and as always, I give in to her. We're not here to take her away to that Fu King monster. Just let me talk. Delta growls at me and I almost attack him again for using such tone with me. I'm an alpha, I demand respect. Do you remember the wolf you saw when you found us in Beast? He was an undead. I feel my eyes widen at this. An undead. A Fu King abomination created by dark magic. That's the smell. He was the commander of the so-called Death Squad, or Deads, as some call us. The place we came from is a known facility where the undead are created. That wolf has been our leader for over 30 years. We couldn't get out of the squad without him dying. We came here after Beast, because if there's anyone who can beat an undead, it's her. She was trained for this. We weren't, and the bond wouldn't allow us to turn against him. The Death Squad works like a pack, with the commander being an alpha. He finishes explaining, sighing deeply when he's done. Why was she trained to beat an undead? She's human. Can I tell him about that Fu Ker's plan about you? Delta addresses my mate once he hears my question. Yeah. My mate detaches herself from me, leaning back on the couch, pulling her knees to her chest. That Fu Ker, as we kindly call him, is the boss of the facility. His plan is to turn Beast into an undead, the first female ever. You can probably imagine for what purpose, and you'd be right. He's tried before, years ago, But it never worked with women. It's his goal to have a naturally born undead, as they're said to have power equal to 100 alphas. But until now he's never succeeded with a female. They always ended up infertile or crazy after the transition. I growl lowly during the whole time he speaks. This 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒚 is after my mate because he wants her to give him babies. I will kill him. That's why I left. He's succeeded in finding a method to maintain fertility. But I will not become his slave. You've seen the wolf I killed. That's what I would become had I not left. A mindless, bloodthirsty monster. My mate adds, stroking my fur. Beast is the only woman that survived the preparation, so you can understand why that 𝒂𝒂𝒚 will not give up on her. It took 15 years to get her ready. Preparation? I ask, barely restraining myself. Torture. And with that one word I snap. And shift.
Chapter 20, Beast, oh, why, God, here, if, gorgeous, and naked. He is naked. I close my eyes tightly, turning my head around. What do you mean torture? Puppy, well, not puppy anymore, growls furiously at Delta, not caring that he's fucking naked. Suddenly, as if a lightning struck him, his back goes ramrod straight as he looks down at his hands, shocked. I catch him mutter quiet what the before he looks at me, his eyes wide. He mouths the word I heard Delta say earlier, Mata. I try to concentrate my gaze on his eyes, but my eyes can't help but wander down his body, lingering on the deliciously looking abs. I manage not to let my eyes go any lower by looking back at his face. His chiseled jaw covered in unkempt black beard, plump lips, straight nose, high cheekbones, and those fucking amber eyes that I found bewitching from the beginning. Get some clothes, I snap at him, my eyes not straying from his. He smiles a gorgeous smile at me, but goes to do my bidding nonetheless. I stop myself from looking at his bare backside. Damn, he's handsome. The men there did not look like this. I look around the room, noting the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. Even in animal form, I can tell Gray and the other wolf are surprised. Well, I'm surprised, too. Delta said he could change into a human in 2 days. I think his mood triggered the shift. Delta speaks up. Shift? That's what you call the process of changing forms. He asked what preparation you went through, and I told him. He explains, suddenly nervous. I'll go talk to him. You can leave now. I'll come find you when I need you. I tell them as I stand up from the couch. How are you so calm about this? Axe asks, sounding bewildered. I think that's the word. I give him a deadpan look. I knew he could shift, so why should I be surprised? I say, going towards the stairs.
Leo, I shifted. 𝒂𝒂𝒚. It's not full moon yet. I just felt Demon's fury and then suddenly I'm in skin, not fur. I watched quietly as my mate looked at me, not missing the look of appreciation as she checked out my body. But then she cutely snapped at me to get clothes, and I forgot all about my previous anger, my heart filling with warmth. I've never cared about how I look in my human form, but now I want to look good in front of my little queen. So here I am, grooming my beard. I don't want to shave it off, wearing ripped jeans, and my hair cut short. It always grows a little between full moons, but I like it short. What if my mate likes it longer? I guess I'd have to grow it out. I hear light footsteps approaching our bedroom, meaning my mate is coming here. Demon is yipping excitedly in my head, waiting to get his turn with her. Not happening. He's blocked me out for the whole time he was in control, so it's my turn to block him. Take that, bumhole. The door to the bedroom opens, and my little mate comes in, looking calm and collected, not at all bothered by my sudden shift. Through the open bathroom door, I hear her rummaging through the closet for a few seconds before she comes to the bathroom. She leans against the door frame, crossing her arms against her chest. As she watches me shave, she pretty much drowns in my huge hot air, looking utterly adorable. What's your name? She asks after a few minutes of just watching me in silence. I watch closely for any reaction on her face as I approach her slowly. I take it as a good sign when she doesn't stop me or run away, so I put my hands on her waist, gently pulling her into me, causing her to crane her neck in order to look me in the eye. She's really small compared to my gigantic 6'7" form. I chuckle at her adorable frown as she realizes how tall I am as a human. She's over a whole foot shorter than me, standing at cute 5'3" or so. Leo, my name is Leo, and my wolf's name is Demon. I answer her question, caressing her cheek. Her skin feels even better than when I touched her as a wolf. Leo, she repeats, and I feel a shudder of pleasure run through me at the sound of my name on her tongue. It sounds so right. Say it again. I smile down at her. Why, she frowns adorably, not having noticed the effect she has on me. I like the sound of my name coming from you. She pulls away from me, making me feel empty and cold. We need to talk, but my neck will hurt looking at you like this. Sit down or something. As if to accentuate her point, she rubs her neck. I go after her like a lost puppy, and as she sits down on the edge of the bed, I sit next to her and pull her into my lap. She tries to get off. Keyword tries. Stay. You have no idea how long I've waited for this. She stops moving at the sound of my voice. I don't even try to hide the sadness and desperation from her. She readjusts her position on my lap so that she straddles me, and it takes everything in me not to give in to my desires. You wanted to talk. What do you want to know? I stroke her hair and face, not being able to stop myself from constantly touching her. After so long, I can finally do that without the risk of hurting her. What's a mate? I should have seen that coming. How about you tell me your name first, and I'll tell you about mates. I try to bargain, but the sudden sadness and utter devastation I see on her face breaks my heart. What did I do? I don't know, she says quietly, her voice breaking. I give in to my instincts and wrap my arms tightly around her, crushing her into my chest, nuzzling my nose into her hair. I can't watch her sad. I don't know, she sobs into my chest suddenly. This is the most emotion I've witnessed from her. I don't know my name. I gently stroke her hair as loud heartbreaking sobs rake through her body, trying to calm her down. After a few minutes, her cries come to a stop, and I cup her cheeks to make her look at me, wiping the remaining tears with the pads of my thumbs. I softly talk to my little one. It's okay, baby, you're okay. I cuddle her small form, rocking back and forth while still rubbing her back in a soothing manner. Don't call me a baby. I won't cry again, she grumpily tells me, causing me to chuckle at her. I hope you won't. It hurts to see you in pain, I say, completely honest. It freaking hurt to see her tears. She leans away a little, and I let her, still keeping my arms wrapped around her waist. So, will you answer my question now? She asks, still sniffling cutely. My stubborn little mate. She's not giving up no matter what. Right, mates are the most important thing to werewolves. That's what I am. Half man, half wolf. I've been born this way, before you ask. And you are my mate, my soulmate, the person I'm destined to be with, the only woman my heart will be faster for, the only woman I will ever feel love for, the only woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. I confess lovingly, getting rewarded with an adorable pink hue on her cheeks. She looks away, seemingly deep in thought. I wonder what's going through her head right now. There is whole mating process to go through once you find your mate. I get her attention back. The first step is when you meet your mate. I knew you were mine the second I caught your scent that first day. Then when I looked into your eyes, the bond snapped in place, connecting us forever. The next step is the marking. That's when I would bite you right here. I caress the area on her neck, where my mark will be one day. It strengthens the bond between mates, allows them to talk through mind link, those telepathic talks you've seen us do. And the last step is the actual mating. Basically, it means having sex. But the difference is that during the mating, there is second marking needed. I wait for my little queen's reaction, as she hasn't said anything during my whole explanation. How do I go around this? She pauses for a second, running her hand through her hair, speechless. Is that why she stopped suddenly? Why what? I encourage her. Why I feel so safe with you, and why I feel so protective of you, or the wolf you to be honest. She gives me an imploring look, then glares at me when I start laughing. She's so adorable. Yes, I also feel tingles every time I touch you, but since you're human, you don't feel them? I run my finger up and down her arm. You're awfully calm about this, I say, confused. Is there a book that explains some of those things? She surprises me. Yeah, I think there is, but you can just ask me. Why would you need a book? I just like to have everything laid out for me. I don't know what to ask. Anyway, it's all so weird. I think that's the best I can describe it. And can you put a shirt on? You're distracting. I laugh at this. See something you like. You're really handsome. Back there, no man got such reaction from me. Here, I feel warm and safe, and I like touching you for some reason. And I don't want to hurt you for touching me. So that's a first. She's so straightforward. Well, I'm glad. Want to go to bed? I bet you're tired, I offer, noticing her eyes start drooping. I need to take a shower again. I can still feel that fukar on me. Let's go then, I pick her up, and her legs instinctively wrap themselves around my waist as I carry her to the bathroom, grinning gleefully.
Chapter 21. Beast. Leo and I are soaking in the bathtub with him in front of me. He's rubbing my feet as we stay quiet, not really knowing what to say. You said you would tell me about everything. How did you end up in the facility? Leo suddenly asks, sounding unsure of my reaction. I don't mind telling him about my past. He deserves to know who I am. And so I begin telling him my life story. I was bought, despite forgetting a lot of things from my childhood. That one memory is clear in my mind. I saw my parents sold me to the boss. I still remember it like it was yesterday. I came back from school. I don't remember how old I was. 5, maybe 6. Boss was sitting in the room with my parents. As soon as I entered the room, my dad said, "That's her." How much? I didn't know what he was talking about. I caught the boss gaze. I was completely paralyzed with fear. I couldn't look away or move. He said that I'm cute and asked what I can do. He ordered the men that were with him to undress me. Soon I was completely naked in front of him as he inspected me. Leo starts growling lowly at that. He laughed, that I won't make a good whore, because of the scars on my body from when my parents beat me, but he bought me anyways. Little did I know he had a different purpose for me. The first years in there were filled with beatings, cutting, whipping and breaking my bones. I found solace in Andrew. He was one of my guards. He told me stories while he tended to my wounds. He taught me how to read, write, count. Every day he would cut one line on the wall. And when I got better at math, I did it myself. 7 lines meant a week. Then I would cross them out. 50 to crosses meant a year, and I would start on another wall. 4 walls crossed 4 years in there. Andrew was also the only one that called me by something else than kid or girl. For as long as I remember, those were the only names I had, even with my parents. But Andrew never called me that. Even after I earned the name Beast, he would always call me Honey. He said I was like a second daughter to him, but there was nothing he could do to help me. He kept tending to my wounds every time I was back from the torture room, reading me books, feeding me whenever he managed to sneak some food in. I can barely talk anymore. The memories of Andrew make my throat tighten. What happened to him? Is he still there? He was killed years ago, when he was caught in my cell after being appointed somewhere else. The boss just slit his throat in front of me. That's when I stopped talking. Without him, there was no point for me to talk, since there was no one to talk to anymore. The torture got worse every year. The boss told me it's to heighten my pain tolerance, so I wouldn't die during the breeding with undeads. Then the fights began. I was trained to master archery, hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, using both swords and knives. Basically any form of fighting they threw my way, I had to master. If the boss was not satisfied with my progress, I would be starved to the brink of death, then start the training again. I was also taught anatomy. I know everything about human body, supposedly. That was to help me know where to hit to win. The boss was earning money from the fights and I was his best earner. I won the most fights, but it was mainly because loss meant 3 days of torture non-stop. I'm cut off by Leo's furious growl. "Leo, come down," I plead, scooting closer to him and putting my hand on his heaving chest. It seems to do the trick. I noticed earlier that my touch seems to calm him down. He pulls me into his chest, my legs on each side of his hips. As he cradles my body with his thick arms, he's so warm. The water went cold a while ago, but with how hot his body's temperature runs, I'm not surprised he hasn't noticed. And I don't care. I'm used to cold water. Leo nuzzles his face into my neck, inhaling deeply. Surprisingly, none of the weird things he does seem to bother me. The smelling, the touching, or even the growling. On the contrary, I actually like his touch on me. I'm not even bothered by his very prominent manhood, poking my backside as I straddle him. "I have a question." Leo speaks up after a few minutes, much calmer now. "The death squad, what is going on with them?" I sigh as I put my face on his chest, wrapping my arms around his waist. They were the punishers in there. Whoever got under the boss' skin, they would eliminate. They were supposed to become the born undead's army. I was supposed to be their queen, after becoming an undead, and the born undead would be the king, the beast queen and the undead king. I couldn't possibly let that happen. Who knows what that man could do, with an impossibly strong monster, and an army of men that were loyal to death. I managed to grip onto the shreds of my sanity for so long, but the transition would take away what was left of me. Years of being conditioned to be a monster, destroyed whoever I'd been before. I snuggle closer into Leo's warm chest as he tightens his hold on me. I'm so sorry, little mate. I had no idea how to ease that pain. I want to rip that fucker to shreds for doing that to you. He places his lips on the side of my head, causing a wave of warmth surge through me. Can you do something for me? I tentatively ask. Anything, my little one, he answers without hesitation. Can you give me a new name? I lean back a little to look into his beautiful amber eyes as they widen at my request. You want me to give you a name? I almost panic as I notice his eyes water slightly. He cups my face with his big warm hand, his thumb stroking my cheek tenderly as he stares at me in disbelief. Please, Leo, I hear my voice break. Angel, my angel. I tilt my head slightly in confusion. Is that my name? If you want, I give him a wide genuine smile, nodding my head happily. Angel, I'm Angel now. I want only for you to use it. I don't want others to call me by the name you gave me, I plead, leaning into his chest again. Okay, my angel, Leo chuckles lightly. After Leo pulls the plug and refills the tub, we stay in the water for a long time, causing my skin to look weird, especially on my fingertips. Our whole time in the tub is spent talking, Leo explaining to me how the pack works, what being an alpha means, and a lot of other stuff. He explains how he's a descendant of an alpha king and that's why he and Demon are separate beings. Apparently, that was the curse placed on the alpha king when he was first turned into a werewolf, having a separate being inside him. Leo also tells me Gray's name is Shane, and his wolf's called Ash. He's actually their cousin or something. That's why they have split identity like him. But I tell him I'll keep calling him Gray, just to annoy him, which makes Leo laugh. His voice is so deep and masculine I could listen to him all day and night. Once the water turns cold again, Leo gathers me into his arms, worried that I would get sick from soaking in the cold water. I wrap my arms and legs around him, letting him carry me. He places me on the mat. Once we're both out of the tub, then wraps a huge towel around my body and a smaller one around his waist before picking me up again. He takes me to the bedroom, not letting me go as he goes through his wardrobe, picking out clothes for the both of us. He places me on the bed, before going to the bathroom and coming back with a fresh towel. What's that for? I ask, completely lost. But Leo just smiles at me before quickly putting on some sweatpants. He picks me up once he's done, setting me on his lap. Then he wraps the fresh towel around my head, drying my hair. I let Leo take care of me. He's warned me about Alpha's possessive nature, so I know what to expect. I got angry at first, thinking he wanted to control me, like him, and I'll never allow anyone to do that to me. Seeing my reaction, he quickly explained it was not the controlling type of possessiveness, but a protective one. He said he needs to take care of me, as it's in his nature to nurture and protect his mate. I sit still, enjoying the feeling of someone taking care of me for the first time in my life. Even Andrew didn't do so much for me, so I relish the feeling while I can. Leo dries my hair, then brushes through it, being very careful about any tangles. Then he stands me on the floor, and I just can't stop myself from asking him the one question that's been on my mind ever since I saw this. What's this called? I point to the big dark thing on the floor that feels really soft when I step on it. It's a faux rug. Why? My mouth forms in awe as I nod. I just wanted to know what it is. I've never seen one of these before. I tell him honestly as he pulls off my towel, before slipping his huge shirt on me, then helps me put on the shorts with a string. I suddenly have another question. Leo, what is that weird feeling I got when your wolf licked my feet? I ask curiously, causing Leo to laugh lightly as he puts me in his lap again. He takes my foot in his hand, running his finger over the bottom of it, causing me to quickly take my foot back. That feeling, he asks, grinning cheekily. I think that's the word. Yeah, it's so strange. It's only on my feet, though. I look at my feet pointedly, wiggling my toes. Your feet are ticklish. Ticklish. It means they're really sensitive to touch. Oh, okay. I put my head on Leo's chest as he rubs my back. Angel. I snap my gaze to him at the sound of my new name. I love the way it sounds. It's so different than the beast I'm used to. Yeah. Since I'm in my human form, I might have some alpha work to do. He starts tentatively. Okay, I say, completely understanding. He has his alpha duties. I get that. I want you with me, Angel, but you might get bored, he continues, rubbing my back as he speaks. I don't mind, I say honestly. I really don't mind staying with Leo while he works. I want to know what you do. All right then, my angel. He puts his lips on my cheek. If I remember correctly, this thing is called a kiss. It was mentioned in only one book I read, so I can't be sure. Leo, was that a kiss? I decide to ask my most reliable source of information, watching his eyes widen comically before sadness fills them as he strokes my cheek with his fingers. You don't know what a kiss is? He asks sadly. I read about it in a book once, but I wasn't sure if that was it. Was it a kiss? Yes and no. He repeats his action, putting his lips on my cheek quickly. That was a peck on the cheek. A kiss is more intimate and usually it's placed on the lips. He runs his finger over my lips as he stares at them. Show me, I demand, making Leo growl huskily, but I can tell he's not angry. He places his lips on mine, and my eyes close on instinct and a pleasurable feeling runs through my body. He slowly moves his lips, with me imitating him. He grips me tighter around my waist as he licks over my bottom lip once, twice, but when I don't do what he wants, he squeezes my backside lightly, causing me to gasp and open my mouth a little. That's all he needs. His tongue pushes inside my mouth, and me being the competitive person I am, I fight with him for dominance, unfortunately losing in the end because of my lack of experience. He tilts his head a little, keeping a hold on the back of my neck with one hand, the other wrapped tightly around my back, as he tastes every part of my mouth, with no resistance from me. Much too soon he pulls away, both of us breathing heavily, and puts his forehead against mine. I like it, I tell him before claiming his lips again. This is mine.
Chapter 22. Leo, I sit in my office, making calls to other alphas while my angel sits across my lap, reading a book about werewolves. I actually forgot I have it here, but Angel noticed it on the bookshelf when I carried her inside. As I talk to an alpha from a neighboring pack about the gathering I'm organizing to deal with the undead issue, I watch my mate, who is completely engrossed in her book, swinging her legs happily. I almost laughed when I noticed that her feet don't even touch the floor as she sits on my lap. I feel Angel lean against my bare chest after a while. Looking down to her, I catch cute little yawn escape her mouth, despite her attempts to stop it. I should have let her sleep. She must be so tired by now. She woke up at night and hasn't gone back to sleep till now. I'm such a bumhole. I'm already messing this whole mate thing up. My poor Angel must be so disappointed in me. I quickly finish my talk with Alpha Stephen before cradling my mate closer to my chest, placing her across my legs so she's lying in my arms like a baby. She looks up to me questioningly, and I can't stop myself from pecking her cute face. I can see you're tired, little one. I'll take you to bed. I suggest. I'm okay. It's comfortable here. She snuggles closer to me, making me smile adoringly at her. She's adorable, but I liked you better as a wolf. You were fluffy. I laugh at her words. No one has ever called my wolf fluffy. Don't laugh. Your fur, well, your wolf's fur, was really soft, and I got used to it. She frowns cutely, causing me to kiss her pouting lips. Demon is ecstatic to hear you say that. He's been waiting to have some alone time with you, but I blocked him as a revenge for cutting me off earlier. I chuckle, hearing Demon snarl at me to let him out. So you wolf can be in human form, too? She asked curiously, and I leaned back in my chair, cradling my angel in my arms, so the side of her head rests against my chest. I stroke her face as I start my explanation. My wolf is a part of me. He's like another person inside my mind. We're not restricted to stay in only one form. I can be wolf and it can be human. When you see me have that unfocused look, it's when I talk to him in my head. I already told you his name is Demon. He is the animal side of me, much more primal, instinctual and impulsive. So I have to warn you, he's going to be really touchy if I let him out, and I don't want him to scare you. Have I met him before? As a wolf? She asks curiously. I chuckle at that. You have. About half the time it was Demon with you instead of me. Actually, he was the one that was with you last night. Oh, okay. Okay, that's all. How is she so calm about this? It doesn't bother me. She shrugs. Hey, wouldn't hurt me, right? She adds worried.
Demon. Of course I wouldn't. I explode, absolutely appalled that she would even think that. She tilts her head, confused. Your voice sounds different. She leans up in my arms, looking at my face intently. Her cute face melts my anger away. My adorable angel. Yes, I was the one behind the name. It fits perfectly. Demon and angel. Perfect duo. I smile at my little queen as she tries to figure it out and decide to help her a bit. I'm demon, love. Oh. My gaze immediately turns to her lips that form a perfect O. Ignoring Leo's warnings, I lean down and smash my mouth to hers. She tastes divine. Throwing everything from the desk, I put my mate on it, deepening the kiss. I run my hand up her leg, then move up her torso, leaving it on her upper ribs. I can barely stop myself from marking her right here, right now. She is mine. This perfection is mine. And I want everyone to know that. I pull away from her delectable lips a few minutes later before trailing my mouth down her neck, paying special attention to the spot on the side of it where my mark will be. I don't know when she'll let me mark her, but that doesn't stop me from making my claim known. I keep nipping and sucking on the delicate skin on her neck, not missing the light moans and whimpers that escape her mouth and go straight to my groin. This woman is going to be the death of me. I'm about to switch to cold showers permanently because of her. I lean back, putting my arms on the desk beside her, keeping her caged in front of me. My little queen looks at me with dazed eyes, her mouth lightly parted as she tries to catch her breath. I give her one more peck before pressing our foreheads together. You have no idea how long I've wanted to do that. I've been waiting for you my whole life, angel. I tell her. Did I cause that? She curiously asks, unceremoniously looking to the very visible bulge in my pants. I chuckle at her boldness. Yes, you did. And you are the only woman that will ever cause this. I tell her, my voice turning deeper. I pick her up and she immediately wraps her legs around my waist. I keep kissing her all the way to our bedroom, relishing the feeling of my mate against my skin. She's never leaving my arms, that's for sure. You are fucking gorgeous, my angel, I absolutely love you. I mumble against her lips as I carry her through the bedroom. Suddenly she tenses in my arms. I pull away, only to see her stare at me in complete shock. Angel, what's wrong? I start getting worried after a while, as she stays motionless against me. You love me? She whispers, shocked. I sit at the edge of the bed, keeping her in my lap, caressing her cheek. I do. I love you more than life itself, my little angel. You brought light to my life and you completely captured my heart. I tell her honestly. She relaxes in my arms, burying her face in the crook of my neck, tightening her arms around it. I have never had anyone say they love me before. She softly mumbles into my skin. Then I will keep telling you that, again, and again, and again. I give her a light kiss on her temple. How do I know if I feel the same? My angel implores with a curious look. Trust me, you'll know. I assure her. I'll tell you when I know, okay? I chuckle at her cuteness. Okay, angel. We spent the rest of the day in bed, with my mate snuggled tightly into my body and me caressing her face, neck and hair. We only got out of the bedroom to get something to eat. My little prissy chef had to slap my hands away from her all the time, so she could actually cook. I've realized she really loves cooking and learning new things. But I just couldn't stay away from her when I had the chance to finally touch her without risking her getting hurt. Once she's done preparing our food, even despite my constant bothering, we sit at the table. Angel tries to sit next to me, but I quickly place her in my lap. I can eat on my own, demon. Angel whines a little when I try to feed her. I know, but I want to feed you. Werewolves like to take care of their mates. I softly argue. She seems to accept that and opens her mouth. I keep feeding her, stealing kisses between bites, but she doesn't seem to mind. We are really comfortable, even Leo is calm, accepting the fact that I'm the one with our mate now. Yet I can't stop thinking about what we learned about her. The alphas are coming here tomorrow, we need a plan to take down that whole facility. Undeads are tough opponents. We need to get other packs on it. I feel my blood boil at the thought of the so-called boss of the place and what he'd done to my mate. I will rip him to pieces, slowly, painfully, making sure to prolong his torture as much as I can. That fucker will pay for hurting my angel.
Chapter 23, Beast. Leo and I stand in front of his house, waiting for the other alphas to arrive. He told me there's a meeting regarding the undead issue in the facility. Since there is no real road into the clearing, the alphas will arrive in wolf forms. Not that I mind. I've been living with only wolves around for weeks now. The death squad has also stayed here, and within the last 24 hours, over 30 guys joined us, and the others that are not here are working hard on getting even more. I feel Leo's hold tighten on my hand, causing me to look up. What's wrong? I decide to ask. He seems stressed. The alphas are here. Okay, I trail off. Before Leo can tell me what's wrong, a group of 7 wolves makes their way across the clearing. They look pissed. Something's not right. Leo covers my eyes with his hand as the sound of bones breaking resounds in front of us. The fouquet is going on. Kingston, there are fucking robes everywhere. One of the alphas exclaims enraged right before Leo takes his hand off my face. The men in front of us are all big and burly, packed with muscles, and they are all furious. But not even one of them is as good looking as Leo. If this is some fucking trap, I will wipe out your fucking pack. Kingston, another alpha adds. I notice Delta approaches from behind Leo's house, causing the alphas to snarl and growl his way. Rogue, the first alpha growls out. He's with me, Delta. Tell the others to not engage. Delta turns to me as soon as I speak. You sure, boss? I'm sure. With a slight bow, he gets this unfocused look in his eyes that Leo told me about, meaning he's contacting the others. I wish I could do that. Leo, what's going on here? The first alpha, whose name I don't know, asks Leo, sounding confused now, but it's Delta that answers him. We are here with the beast, Delta states seriously. Beast? Who the fouquet is that? The alpha looks even more confused. It's me, I answer him, my voice hard. Alpha Armstrong, meet my mate, Beast. Leo introduces me, not using the name he gave me, per my request. As if on cue, all of the alphas' eyes turn to me, looking up and down my body critically, causing Leo to growl at them warningly. Is Beast your name? One of the alphas asks shocked. Yes, it is, I tell him, my voice void of emotion. Everything will be explained later. Why don't we head to my office? Delta, are you joining us? Leo turns from the alphas to Delta. Beast. Delta ignores Leo completely, awaiting my decision. You're in. The meeting went on for a few hours, with me in Leo's lab. We explained the whole beast thing, the death squad, and then discussed the undead issue. We had to stop a few times when the alphas got really mad at some things that were being said. They had no idea the facility even existed, or that the wolves taken from their packs were brought there and turned into deads against their will. So how do we fucking go about this? Alpha Armstrong decides to ask first. The death squad has over 50 wolves at Beast's disposal. Most of them are on their way here, apart from the 38 that are already here. I can add another 30. One of the alphas, I think his name is Blaine, adds. I can lend you 30, 20, 40, 30, maybe 40 at most. The others also decide to lend their warriors, getting us as much help as they can. The boss is not to be messed with. Apart from wolves, he has a whole army of specialized men that are trained to fight werewolves. They have weapons and the number advantage. I tell them, I remember the boss talking about acquiring silver weapons a lot. I had no idea who they were meant for. It won't be easy to take the facility down. As far as I know, there are 3 different branches of it. The one Beast was in is where there are the most undeads, around 25, but there are over 40 more at the other 2 places. Undeads are the worst threat, since they gain control of the deads now that the commander is gone. Delta continues. Commander, one of the alphas asks. Sort of our own alpha. Beast killed him yesterday, along with the second toe in command. Now I'm in charge. You said you're Delta, right? What happened to the third guy? Alpha Steven asks, clearly catching on the hierarchy of the death squad. I killed him, too. I get a confused look from Leo at this. The scarred wolf, I add, making him nod in understanding. How did you kill the commander? Luna. I turned to Alpha Armstrong, slightly surprised at the name. I ripped his heart out. I answer him, getting shocked faces from all the alphas. Your woman sure is fierce. Kingston. Blaine chuckles. She is. Leo chuckles with him, kissing my temple. I really like how affectionate he's been with me since he shifted. I was not left alone for more than a few minutes to use the bathroom. He was always touching me, constantly running his fingers through my hair, leaving packs on my face and neck or kissing me. And to be honest, I don't mind, at all. We discuss the plans and tactics for the next hour or so. We decide to organize training sessions for the warriors, so the death squad and I can teach them how to fight against the undeads. Since there are so many warriors to teach, we're going to send the deads to train the warriors. They also agreed to let the deads in their territories, for which I'm grateful. There is no way all of the death squad could feed in Leo's land, at least for now. Beast, there's some trouble at the border. Delta suddenly speaks up, sounding alarmed. Catching the Alpha's attention, Leo knows Delta answers only to me, so he says nothing, letting me handle it. Is it fucking rogues? Who? What's going on? A chaos erupts as the Alpha shoot questions at the same time. I stay quiet, glancing at Leo, silently asking him to help. Quiet, he growls, drowning other Alpha's voices. They shut up, but don't look happy. I guess his heritage, as Alpha's king blood, gives him authority over them. I turn to Delta. How many are there? I'd ask. Almost 30. Humans, he answers. Where? Northeast. I nod in understanding. It's Duke's area. I've met him a while ago. The Alphas watch our exchange in silence with surprised expressions. Send a team of 15 men there. Fight in wolf forms, then send 5 men in each direction to aid the patrols. Leo, tell Duke that I want the Northeast Patrol to disengage and check the border, while the Deads deal with the intruders. Delta, did Axe come back with my stuff? I asked for Axe to bring me my weapons from the armory at the facility. I had my own special set there, made especially for me by some boss associate. He came back about an hour ago, Delta informs, before getting this unfocused look again. He also brought another 20 guys with him. They want to speak to you, he adds. What for? Leo asks, and I can tell he's not liking it. They want to pledge their loyalty to Beast. Delta answers Leo's question while still looking at me. All right, then, are they nearby? I get up from Leo's lap before leaving the room, Delta following right after me. I ignore the shocked looks on the Alpha's faces. Leo comes out with me, taking a hold of my hand, intertwining our fingers. I know he's not exactly happy about the Death Squad being here. Demon explained how they give him an uneasy feeling, since they are connected to the undeads, which makes sense, since deads were created with undead's blood. They are pretty much werewolves turned into monsters. Beast, a group of men dressed in jeans, with backs beside them, greet me as soon as I step out of the house. They kneel before me, baring their necks to me. I read in a book yesterday that for werewolves this is a sign of absolute submission. The Alphas behind us stay quiet, having already heard about the Death Squad's intentions. Everyone watches in complete silence, as the guys get up one by one and place a light kiss to the back of my hand, as they pledge their loyalty to me. While almost everyone, Leo growls slowly each time a guy approaches me. We have received the news on Commander's death. Our loyalty lies with you now. One of the guys speaks. My name's Steel. This is Claw. We are in charge of this team. I give him a slight nod in recognition, as he introduces himself and his friend. We have agreed to let your men into our territories, so you can stay wherever you want, Leo adds, taking my hand back in his. Thanks, but we'd rather stay with Beast. The boss knows you're gone and he's not happy. He's preparing a whole expedition to get you back. He's ready for war. Steel turns from Leo to me. I feel Leo's hold tighten on my hand as he growls slowly. Delta, how's the situation at the border? I turn my attention back to the more important matter. It's being taken care of. Other areas are clear, he answers. Good. Your woman sure knows how to take charge. I hear one of the Alphas chuckle. She'll make a great Luna. Kingston, another Alpha adds, sounding impressed. I think that's the word. No one's ever spoken about me in such manner, so I can't be sure. I go with Delta to see Axe, who has my weapons with him. Leo doesn't let go of my hand as all of us go behind his house, where Axe and the Deads that didn't leave are camping. Beast, Axe is the first to acknowledge me, completely ignoring a group of Alphas behind me. Delta said you brought the stuff, I say, stepping closer. I have almost everything, but, he trails off, unsure. But what? Leo implores. I couldn't get your guns, they were already gone when I got there, Axe admits, bowing his head. It's fine as long as I have my swords, I assure him. I've always liked my blades better. Guns were never my thing. I almost smile at Axe's heavy sigh of relief. After a while, the Deads that were sent to deal with the men from the facility come back, while we're dividing the men into teams to go to each pack. Claw, Axe, Steel, Stone, Knife, Shade and Hammer will divide everyone into teams. Each team will go with one of the Alphas to their respective packs. Delta and his team stay with me. I will contact everyone through him. You will be reporting the progress of the pack's training to your commander, and they will relay the message to Delta. When others arrive, We will split them evenly and send them to you. You guys all right with that? I turned from the 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 to the alphas as I give orders. Sure, it's your people. Luna, Alpha Nolan speaks first. At least I think that's his name. He's the alpha of the neighboring pack on the south. Alpha Blaine is from the east side. Alpha Armstrong from the west. There's also Alpha Steven, Alpha Jones, Alpha Lucas and Alpha Carson. They came from further packs, not minding the long journey they had to take to come here just to help us. Both Leo and I thank them for that, appreciating their help. But I know destroying that 𝒂𝒂𝒂 will not be easy. The war has just begun.
Chapter 24. Leo, it's finally full moon, so my pack can't shift. I'm currently sitting in the rocking chair on my front porch, with my mate cradled in my arms like a baby as we enjoy the night. The moon shines brightly, everything is quiet and no one disturbs us, simply enjoying their time as humans. Angel and I took a long nap during the day, so we could stay up at night per her request. She wanted to see the full moon, and after hearing her say it would be her first time seeing it in her whole life, I just couldn't say no. I stroked my queen's hair as she watches the night sky, snuggled into my bare chest. Shane is the first one to approach us, wearing a black shirt and dark jeans. He's also groomed his short beard, and his hair is slightly tousled as if he's run his hand through it one too many times. He seems almost nervous as he comes closer, and I would find it laughable if it weren't for the fact that the situation we're dealing with is less than perfect, so everyone is being stressed. Alpha, Luna, he bows respectfully as he greets us. Who are you? I chuckle at the confused tone of my mate's voice. It's Shane, my love, I tell her. Oh, Gray, she happily exclaims, and I watch as Shane frowns slightly, not exactly liking his nickname, but afraid to say anything. Luna, I apologize, but my name is Shane. I would really appreciate it if you could maybe call me by it, he nervously requests, causing my mate to pout sadly. Oh, I can see right through you, Angel. But I like to call you Gray, she mumbles quietly. Shane looks to me in panic, clearly afraid of upsetting my mate. I didn't mean to upset you, Luna. I'm sorry. I can't stop myself from laughing at his expression. My little angel scares the most little guy in my pack, who also happens to be almost as big as me. Angel grins cheekily at me. Got him. Shane looks lost for a moment, but soon realizes that Angel tricked him, releasing a sigh of relief, chuckling to himself. You're so cunning. I shake my head at her in amusement. Cunning? I've never heard that word before. What does it mean? She asks confused. It means you're really skillful at tricking people, I explain. I absolutely love that she's not afraid to ask about things she doesn't understand, depending on me to teach her. Despite being raised by that monster at the facility, she has a quite wide range of vocabulary, thanks to all the books she read. Sometimes, though, there are words she doesn't know, and that's when she uses me. I also noticed she sometimes has trouble with expressing her feelings and emotions, but I guess that's because no one taught her how to address them. After the alphas left yesterday along with the 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, we spent the rest of the evening reading the book she found earlier, with me leaning against the headboard of the bed and my angel sitting between my outstretched legs, wrapped in my arms. Every time she had a question, she turned to me, waiting for an explanation. I watch my angel as she interacts with Shane. Those two hit it off really well, much to my surprise. I don't have to worry about them. Angel really likes Shane and accepts him. But what worries me is Mason's attitude. He's been avoiding my mate like the plague, which pisses me off. I told him off a few times, but he just can't seem to get over the fact that she's human and it clouds his judgment. If this shit continues, I will remove him from his beta position, friend or not. I can't have my second-to-in-command treat his Luna this way. Even now, it's Shane who comes up to us and not my beta. Leo, I feel my mate nudge me, pulling me out of my thoughts. Yes, Angel. Oh shit, I was not supposed to call her that in front of others. I realize my slip-up as soon as the word leaves my mouth. Angel simply raises her eyebrow at me before sighing, and Shane looks confused. I was trying to get your attention for a while now. I want to go fight with Gray. Shane shakes his head in amusement with a small smile, realizing my mate's not going to stop calling him by his nickname. Fight? What about her leg? It's not healed yet. No. I get a challenging look from her at that. I'm not asking. I'm saying that I want to go, she states seriously. She clearly hates being told what to do. Then I'm coming with you, I say. Okay, she agrees readily, trying to get off of me. but I keep a tight hold on her. I get up from the chair, adjusting my mate in my arms, so she's basically glued to my front. I carry her to the training grounds, with Shane beside me. Where did this sudden idea of training come from? It's dark, I ask. Gray told me you appointed him as my bodyguard, so I said I can be him anytime. Angel answers, grinning. She looks so happy. But what about your leg? It's not healed yet. I don't want you to get hurt. Angel, I express my worries, getting an amused smirk from my angel as she leans away from my chest to look at me. I could beat him with my hands tied. You're forgetting that I've been training my whole life. I kiss her lightly before I can stop myself. She's so hot when she's confident. My woman sure is fierce. We reach the training area a few minutes later. It's a small clearing slightly away from the pack houses. I put my angel down, but still keep her close to me. There are a few guys here, training hand-to-hand combat. Beast, they greet with a bow. When they notice us, I'm not surprised to see none of my pack members here. I guess they are enjoying their time as humans. I will push them to train later, during the day. Hi guys, what are you doing? Angel asks with a small wave, not getting out of my hold as she addresses the guys. Training, can't slack off. Right, Delta answers with a light chuckle, causing my mate to turn around in my arms. What does slack off mean? She questions with a curious look. It basically means being lazy. I explain gently. Oh, okay. She turns back to face Shane. Gray, wanna fight? She almost bounces with excitement. Sure, he chuckles. You're gonna fight, Beast? Delta asks surprised. Yeah, I'm going to beat his bum, my angel confidently states, absolutely sure she's going to beat him. I gently turn her around to face me, tying a knot on her shirt so it won't slip off of her small body, and with a deep kiss I send her off to Shane. She's excited like a child. I couldn't possibly ruin this for her. Shane gets into a fighting stance, while Angel just stands in front of him, completely relaxed. Are you ready, Luna? Shane asks, probably waiting for my mate to get into stance. Like him. Yeah, you can attack first. Oh, she's provoking him. I watch silently as an amused smirk shows up on Shane's face. He likes the challenge. He lunges at Angel, intending to tackle her, but she swiftly ducks to the side, kicking his side when she sees an opening, pushing him away. Shane doesn't lose his balance. Oh, but before he can make a move, my angel sends a powerful punch to his side, exactly where she kicked him. She dodges the punch that he sends her way before grabbing onto his arm and, using his hip as leverage, she jumps up, wrapping her legs around his neck, wringing his arm behind his head. He taps out before she can break his arm. With a proud grin, she pets his head like a dog and gets off of him. I chuckle at the gesture. She happily skips back to me and I wrap my arms around her, crushing her to my chest as I kiss her deeply. She's made me so proud right now. I know Shane held back. That much was obvious, but she still fought with a werewolf and won. Not to mention, she did it so effortlessly. You are really strong, Luna. Had I not been a werewolf, your kick would break my ribs. Shane states impressed. Is he serious? It didn't look like she put a lot of strength into it. If Beast was serious, you could end up dead, Delta adds chuckling, shocking both me and Shane. I looked down to my angel. You weren't serious. I was sure she was, since it was her idea to fight with him. Of course not. Gray is a friend. I didn't want to hurt him, she explains. We stay at the clearing for about 2 more hours, overseeing the guys' training. I have to admit, they are really good. My mate stays in my arms as she watches them with a critical look, giving comments here and there, and the guys taking her every word, implementing her words of advice immediately. How about we leave them and go home? I can hear your stomach rumbling, I suggest, placing a small kiss on the side of her neck as I keep her in my embrace. Stupid stomach, she mumbles, poking her stomach in annoyance, causing me to laugh. Adorable. I don't think she realizes the whole clearing has heard her cute mumble with our sharp hearing. I notice a few guys try to stifle their laughter as I pick my angel up. She immediately wraps her legs around my waist, keeping her face in the crook of my neck. She runs her fingers through my hair as I carry her back to our house. I kiss the side of her head adoringly, remembering how she told me she likes to play with my hair because it reminds her of my wolf's fur. I'm greeted by the sight of Mason standing in front of our house. Alpha, he greets me with a slight bow. Once I growl at him, he adds a quiet Luna, but my mate plainly ignores him. I get a feeling that she doesn't really like him. She must have noticed him avoiding her. He's about to freaking get it. I will not let him disrespect my mate. Demon snarls in my head, feeling as angry as me. What is it, Mason? I ask impatiently, wanting nothing more than to get inside and get my mate fed. I would like to speak with your mate. I openly snarl at this. She is your Luna? Address her properly. I'm about to lose my temper and my angel seems to notice, kissing my neck lightly, rubbing the back of my head with her fingers. Luna, I would like to speak with you, if it's possible. He turns to my mate, who still has her back to him, not even acknowledging him. Can you put me down? She whispers into my ear and I comply immediately. Once she turns to Mason, her face becomes a hard-cold mask. She regards him with no emotion on her face, simply staring him down. She waits for him to speak. So you finally mustered up some courage to approach me. Her voice betrays her irritation. Now I'm sure she doesn't like him. I did not mean to. Don't give me this shit. You've been avoiding me for weeks, turning the other way whenever you made eye contact with me. I have no idea what is it that you have against me, but I will not try to get in your good graces, she tells him, her voice hard. I notice Mason's eyes fill with remorse and guilt. Luna, he starts, but is interrupted again. No, you've made it clear you don't like me, so I'll also make my feelings clear. I don't like you. I'm surprised. She's just straightforwardly told my beta she doesn't like him because he avoided her. As Mason speaks again, she decides to let him finish. If we're honest with each other, then I want to say just one thing. You're human. You're weaker than us. No matter how well trained you think you are, you've brought trouble to our pack with you and expect us to help you. You're a liability and I will not let this pack get destroyed again, not because of you. He finishes, not taking his eyes off my mate. Mason, how dare I growl lowly, but I'm stopped by my angel. It's fine. At least he's honest. It's a good thing. She sounds satisfied with Mason's speech for some reason. He shouldn't speak to you this way. You're my mate. I tell her. I'd rather he spoke to me this way with honesty than pretend to like me, she tells me, patting my chest lightly, clearly noticing my irritation. I calm down under my mate's touch, but still berate Mason through the mind link before dismissing him. Let's get that tummy fed. I chuckle when Angel's stomach demands food again. I swiftly pick her up and take her inside, setting her on the kitchen counter. I get in between her legs with my arms on her sides. What does my little angel want to eat? I softly ask her, running my hand over her thigh. Food, she answers, causing me to chuckle at her. So cute. You're adorable, but what kind of food do you want to eat? I don't know. She shrugs with a cute pout, which I kiss. She's addictive, my best drug. I lick over her bottom lip, and when she lets me in, I'm met by her unique taste on my tongue. I pull her closer by her waist, feeling her core press against my jeans, while my hand roams her small figure. I'm trying my hardest not to mark her, but then the little minx bites on my tongue, making my knees go weak and I struggle to stay standing. My little vixen. I pull away from her, pulling at her bottom lip, eliciting a deep moan from my angel that almost causes Demon to break out. If we keep this up, I will mark you, Angel. I breathe out, pressing our foreheads together. Then do it. I step back, stunned. You have no idea what it would mean, little one. It's not a light matter. I tell her. I know, and I'm not taking this lightly. I'm not someone who carelessly jumps into something before thinking it over. I know I want you, and I know I've never felt the same way about anyone in my life, she says, and all I see in her eyes is honesty. She means it. Then mark her, you fucker, before I do it. Demon growls at me. Angel, you know that if I mark you, you go into heat. We went over that. You'd be in pain for 1 whole week, unless we mate, and I don't want to force you into that. I'm aware of that, Leo. She leans her head against my chest, and I start stroking her hair, leaving a firm kiss on top of her head. I don't want you to go through that, Angel. The pain during heat will be excruciating. You're already hurt. I don't want to add to that. I cup her cheeks, tilting her head slightly to look into her eyes. You are the other half of my soul, Angel, and I would love nothing more to make you mine. But please think this through, before I can continue. She cuts me off with a kiss. Back there, at the facility, I relied on my brain and training to survive. But the second I saw you in those woods weeks ago, I knew, from somewhere deep inside me, that you were not my enemy. I felt safe with you. I didn't feel repulsed by your touch. I dare even say you made me feel happy. I am sure I want to bear your mark before we go to war. I want you to be completely mine and I yours before then. How can I say no to this? I am speechless, absolutely stunned by her words. I smash my lips into hers, trying to convey my feelings with my actions, since words don't seem to work. but before I can deepen the kiss, a growling sound resounds from her empty stomach. "Shut up," she mumbles, looking straight at her belly, as if her glare could stop it from demanding food. I peck her angry pout before pulling away. "Stay here, I'll cook." I give her a light kiss, then go to make her breakfast. As I work around the kitchen, I keep touching and kissing my cute mate each time. I pass by while she sips on her hot cocoa. Flipping the omelet, I glance at my angel, noticing remains of her drink on her upper lip. "Lick it off," Demon suggests, but I don't need him to tell me that. I go to her, and with one swift move, I lick off the sweetness off of her lips. It's good, but my angel's natural taste is still my favorite. "Your breakfast is ready, my queen," I softly tell her, before putting our omelets on the plates and taking them to the table. I hear my mate get off the counter, so I quickly turn around and pick her up. "I can walk," she grumbles, but wraps her legs around me nonetheless. Sitting at the table, Angel adjusts her position so she sits sideways across my lap. I feed her just like I did yesterday, making a mental note to slowly start increasing her food intake. She's like a bird, and it makes me upset because I know it's because she wasn't fed well back in the facility. After we're done, I place the dishes in the sink, then take my angel to the bedroom. If she wants to be marked, then she will be.
Chapter 25. Beast. I told Leo I want him to mark me. After we're done eating, Leo picks me up and carries me to the bedroom. He's been carrying me everywhere. I could barely step on the ground. I'm not complaining, though. Leo is really comfortable to snuggle into. He's always so soft and warm. Leo sits on the edge of the bed, with me in his lap. "Are you sure, my angel?" he implores with worried look. "I'm sure, Leo," I assure him with a quick peck. God, do I love those lips, all mine. Wait, love. I tense up at the sudden thought, but Leo seems to misinterpret my sudden reaction. I look straight into his amber eyes, seeing that strange emotion in them that I can now identify. Love. He loves me. I can see my reflection in his dilated pupils, and I feel warmth spread through my whole body, starting in my chest where my heart is. I love this man. Demon was right. I do know when I feel it. "What's wrong, love?" Leo frantically asks, noticing my lack of response. "Angel." He cups my cheeks, looking deeply into my eyes, and I feel them water at the overwhelming feelings running through my body. "I love you," I quietly say, my voice hoarse with emotion. Leo's eyes widen in surprise, before a beautiful happy smile appears on his gorgeous face. "I love you, too, my angel," he tells me softly, then claims my lips in a passionate kiss. A moan escapes my mouth, before I can stop it at the taste of Leo on my tongue. He's mine. All of him is mine. I try to convey my message that he belongs to me, and I to him. He pulls away from my lips, then trails his mouth down my jaw and neck, concentrating on that one spot that causes my knees to go weak. I tilt my head, giving him more access to my neck, wanting more of that strange but pleasurable feeling that his lips cause. I run my fingers through his soft hair, tugging at the strands at the nape of his neck, eliciting a groan from Leo. I feel his teeth scrape the skin of my neck, but think nothing of it. This is going to hurt, my love, but only for a moment. Leo warns me. I nod at him. Of course it's going to hurt. He's going to bite me. My pain tolerance is quite impressive, so I'm not afraid of pain. There's only anticipation and excitement. Who knew I'd be looking forward to being bitten? I feel the exact moment when his teeth break the skin on my neck, drawing blood. The pain is barely noticeable, especially compared to what I went through at the facility. Few seconds later, Leo pulls away from my neck, licking away the blood, then giving me a deep kiss. I taste my blood on his tongue, but it doesn't bother me. I'm his now. "I want to mark you, too," I breathe out once we pull away. I feel a little tired, as if he took something out of me, but I push through it. "If that's what you want, then I won't stop you, my angel. But I have to warn you, it will disappear. Since you're human," he tells me, his eyes soft and loving as he caresses my cheek with his thumb. "Then I will give you another one." I shrug with a smile, causing him to laugh. I lean up to his neck, looking for a sensitive spot with my lips. When I hear him groan and his arms tighten around me, I know I found it. I let my instinct take over, licking and sucking the soft skin of his neck before sinking my teeth deep into it. getting a deep growl from Leo as his arms pull me even closer to him. I keep my teeth in his neck for a few seconds before pulling away and licking away his blood. I watch fascinated as the wound closes almost immediately, leaving a dark red mark in the shape of my teeth. Amazing. You are mine now, little angel. I snap my gaze to my man's face, noticing the slight difference in his voice. Demon, I want to make sure I'm right. I can almost differentiate them right away. Demon's eyes are more golden than Leo's and his voice is slightly deeper, gruffer. You noticed, he says with a proud glint in his eyes. I think I'm getting the hang of it. I put my head on his chest, feeling tired. I place a kiss on his bare chest before snuggling closer to him. I feel this uncontrollable need to be close to him. Even the thought of him leaving me makes my chest ache. Demon holds me in a tight embrace, pressing kisses to my hair as he rubs my back. You must be tired, my angel. It's because of our mark. Since you're human, it affects you more than it would a werewolf. Demon explains, noticing my drowsiness. Let's get you to bed. He kisses the top of my head, before picking me up and laying me in bed. I feel my eyes close against my will as Demon walks around the bed and gets in next to me. Before he can even reach out to me, I turn over to face him and cuddle up to him under the covers, kissing his delicious lips again. Sleep, my angel. I'll be right here when you wake up. He wraps me in his arms, keeping me warm as I fall asleep, mumbling a quiet "you love you" right before the darkness takes over.
Demon. I watch my angel sleep peacefully for a while, just admiring her beauty. I was surprised when she asked Leo to mark her. I didn't expect her to do that. My cute mate sure is unpredictable. My mark will heal faster than a normal wound would, leaving a light scar on the side of her neck. I can already smell the change in her scent as it's mixed with mine. Every wolf will be able to tell she's mine. Ours. Leo corrects quickly. Yeah, ours. But still more mine than yours. I growl possessively at him. As if. He scoffs. I hear a knock on the bedroom door, pulling me out of my thoughts. I give my mate a light kiss on the top of her head before carefully getting out of bed. I watch amused as my angel grabs my pillow and hugs it tightly to her chest. Delta is waiting in the living room. He looks up when I enter, but I see it's not me he wanted to talk. I'm guessing Beast is sleeping after getting your mark. He states amused, making me snarl at him. I don't appreciate his smartass attitude. How the fu-k does he know already? Don't get angry, Alpha. I smell the difference in her scent. He answers my unspoken question. Now that you've marked her, you've earned our respect. He adds. Why are you here? I want to go back to my angel. So he better cut to the chase. I was supposed to give my report to Beast, but I can't use Mind Link with her yet. So I came here. Since she's asleep, I'll just relay the message to you. All teams arrived at the pack safely. Their accommodation is taken care of and the warriors will start training the first thing in the morning tomorrow. I have also received a word that there are more deads coming here. They will arrive in 3 days, along with 2 undeads, who decided to rebel against the boss. I will next report to Beast once the training starts. He finishes before leaving my house. Undeads are coming here? I think not. I go back to my angel, only to find her awake, rubbing her eyes tiredly. So cute. I heard that. She exclaims shocked, looking at me. How? That's the mind link. We can now hear each other's thoughts and talk through our minds. I explain, getting on the bed with her, leaning against the headboard next to her. She immediately moves towards me, straddling my thighs. I bend my legs a little so she slides down to my hips and wrap my arms around her small waist. She takes my hand off her side and starts playing with my fingers distractedly. Can you hear me? She looks up to me expectantly. Yes, I can. I chuckle. And here I thought that I would have to teach you how to use the mind link. You're a natural, I tell her, getting a proud grin in response. Where did you go? She asks, yawning cutely as she falls forward onto my chest, snuggling into my body. Delta came by. He told me that the deads have safely arrived to other packs and they will start training tomorrow. He also said that more deads are coming here, along with 2 undeads. They will be here in 3 days. 2 undeads? She leans back, looking shocked. He said something about them deciding to rebel against the boss. I relay Delta's message. Angel seems deep in thought for a while. I think I have an idea who it is, but I will be sure once they're here. Who do you think it is? I ask curiously, rubbing her waist. It's probably Aiden and Asher, Andrew's sons. After their sister dies during torture and the boss killed their father, they swore to bring him down. They only agreed to become undeads to get stronger. I nod in understanding. But there is still a question on my mind. Didn't you say that undeads lose their minds after the transition? Most of them do. But everything depends on how determined they are and what their intentions are. If they are forcefully changed, there is a higher possibility they will lose themselves during the change. But if they do it willingly, there is higher chance they will manage to stay sane. Since I was supposed to be the first female undead, I would have to go through the process a few times, which would cause me to completely lose my mind. I squeeze her tighter to my chest. Just hearing about that makes my blood boil. I'm sure Angel feels my emotions through the bond, as she leaves a kiss on my chest, right above my heart, calming me down slightly. I don't even want to think what would happen to you had you not escaped, Angel, I quietly tell her, not even trying to hide the pain in my voice. But I did, and I'm here. We stay in bed for a few more hours before heading to the bathroom to take a long bath. I love taking care of my Angel. As we sit in the tub, I keep caressing my mate's soft skin and hair, disentangling it with my fingers. I massage her scalp, making her hum in pleasure. I lather a sponge with berry-scented soap, then delicately wash her skin, stealing kisses every few seconds. Angel turns in my arms, facing me so I can wash the front of her body, taking special care of the lightly swollen area around my mark. She reaches behind me, taking another sponge and placing my own soap on it before taking care of me the same way I do to her. After she's satisfied with her work on my shoulders, chest and stomach, she asks me to lean forward so she can reach my back. She leans over me, running the soap over the back of my neck and shoulders before trailing farther down my back. With one arm around her waist to keep her steady, I place kisses on her chest and neck, taking advantage of our position. With my mouth on one breast, I massage the other with my free hand, causing her back to arch and a loud moan leave her lips. She lets me continue pleasuring her with my mouth, running her fingers through my hair and pressing her lips to my head, panting slightly as she melts in my arms. Even though the water turns cold soon, I feel like I'm on fire with my Angel's soft body pressed to mine. Leo is trying to get out, yelling at me that I'm hogging our mate to myself. We have to make some plan on who gets our Angel and when. Otherwise we'll just continue to snap at each other. We can't keep fighting over our mate. It could have bad impact on Angel and neither of us wants her to feel uncomfortable because of our rivalry. Calm down. You'll get her tomorrow, I tell Leo as I rinse the conditioner from our mate's hair. Her eyes close as soon as I start running my fingers through her silky strands, making me smile at her. Her body is completely relaxed in my arms as she enjoys herself. Just you fucking wait, demon. You won't lay a finger on her when I get her. Leo snarls at me before shutting the link. I let him be. I get why he's pissed. Once I'm done washing my Angel, I pick her up and leave the tub. I put her on the mat, taking a big towel and gently drying her off, careful of her wound that is still healing. The mate bond will help it heal faster, but it'll still take a while and leave a scar, unfortunately. Getting another towel, I use it to dry her hair, then with a deep kiss I put my shirt on her and set her on the counter before quickly drying myself and putting on my boxers. It's too warm to wear anything else to sleep. I turn to Angel, only to see her swing her legs happily as she brushes her teeth, watching me. Like what you see, Angel? She doesn't even try to hide the fact that she's ogling my body. After I brush my teeth and help her brush through her long hair, I pick her up and carry her to the kitchen to make her something to eat. I agree with Leo when it comes to her eating habits. We both notice that she's used to eating once a day, so we agreed to slowly make her eat regularly. In order not to overwhelm her, we decided to make smaller meals, but 3 times a day. Once we're in the kitchen, I sit her down on the counter, giving her a deep kiss before getting ready to prepare her lunch. Leo told me she really likes hot cocoa and chocolate, so I give her a cup of it to sip on while she waits for the food. I keep her in my lap as I feed her and my Angel doesn't even try to resist me. I guess she's accepted the fact that we won't let her do many things by herself, at least not when we're human. We really have to get deeper into this whole curse thing. I don't want my mate to wait so long for us to shift. I want to be able to stay with her and touch her whenever I want. We have to break the curse before we go to war. And I will make sure we do.
Chapter 26. Beast. After we ate, Demon took me for a walk to introduce me to the pack. He told me they've wanted to meet me ever since they learned that I'm his mate. Leo explained to me what it entails, and had I been normal, I would be nervous to meet so many people. But I'm not an average person, so I'm not scared. Demon carries me outside, where a big group of people waits for us with huge smiles on their faces. I have to crane my neck to even see them, since Demon still hasn't let me go. There are over 50 people here, both men and women. I'm surprised to see that there are no kids here, but I decide not to ask. Demon places me on the ground gently, but still keeps me in his arms as I turn around to face his back. I can clearly see excitement and happiness on their faces, and it makes me feel warm inside to know they react this way to me. Meet my mate, your Luna. Demon's voice resounds through the clearing from behind me. You already know about the situation we're in, so I won't tell you again, but I do hope you treat your Luna with the same respect as you do me. He finishes with a quick kiss to the top of my head, as the people in front of us cheer and laugh happily. We are soon approached by them, one by one, as they introduce themselves to me, telling me how happy they are to finally meet me. I stay close to Demon, his presence enough to calm me down. They told me they've waited decades for the curse to be lifted, and now that I'm here, it's finally possible. What curse? I turn in Demon's arms to face him. Our pack is not like others. We can only shift on full moon. And that's because a witch cursed us almost 100 years ago. But we all think that with you here, we can finally break it. Why? I'm nothing special. I don't know anything about curses. I frown. This is confusing. It's because of what the curse says. Luna. I turn to an older woman when she speaks. What does it say? I ask curiously. When gold meets silver, the world will stop. When blood meets blood, it will move again. When soul meets soul, it will reverse its course. Those are the words of the witch. She placed the curse on our previous alpha when she thought he betrayed her, choosing his mate over her. I strongly believe that you being here is what can finally heal our pack. Luna. I nod in understanding. This is such a big responsibility. They are putting this whole thing on my shoulders. Diana, don't pressurize my mate, Demon says, pulling me into his chest, probably having noticed my reaction. I'm sorry, Alpha, but after all these years we can finally have hope. She smiles at us, pure happiness in her eyes as she watches us. I know, Diana, that it's a lot to take in on one day. Warriors, you'll begin training with the Deads now. Get ready. Demon turns from Diana to the men surrounding us. Will you and Luna join us? One of the men asks cautiously, as if afraid of Demon's reaction. Yes, I answer for Demon, knowing he was most likely to say no. Demon looks down at me questioningly. I want to oversee the training of your warriors, so I know what I'm dealing with, and you can't stop me. I warn him when I see clear refusal in his eyes. I can also feel his worry. He told me we can feel each other's emotions through the mate bond, along with hearing each other's thoughts. It's really cool. You're not going to let that go, are you, Angel? I hear his voice in my head. You know I won't. I answer him honestly. Demon shakes his head in amusement. Before carrying me to the training area, once where there I climb onto his shoulders so I can see everyone. The warriors split into pairs, getting ready to train hand-to-hand combat. As I watch them fight, I keep playing with Demon's hair, analyzing the warriors' fighting styles. They're strong physically, that's A+, but they lack technique. There's a lot of work to do. Why not start now? Everybody stop. They comply immediately. Deads. Split up. Teams of 3, 2 warriors, 1 dead. I want you to start off with blocking and ground techniques. I order. I'm surprised to see everyone listen to me with no objections. The guys get into stances and practice their moves, after having them explained by the Deads. As the time goes by, they get better. They sure learn fast. They just needed some warm-up. My love. Our warriors are not weak. They just don't fight much in human forms. Demon tells me through our mind link. Didn't you say you were going to join? Luna. Mason suddenly sneers after being thrown down by Delta. Neither the Deads nor Demon like the way he just spoke to me. As they start growling lowly in warning, I pat Demon's head to get him to let me get down. I said I would, and I will, but I had to see your level first, so I don't embarrass you in front of everyone. I tie the bottom of my shirt, the same way Leo did last time, so it won't slip off before approaching Mason. Demon doesn't even try to stop me, knowing well that I will not back down. Kick his ass, Angel. He chuckles through the mind link. He will. Everyone steps away, creating a circle around us. Mason gets into a fighting stance, similar to Shane's, but the look in his eyes tells me he won't hold back like Gray did. I stay completely relaxed, sure that I can take him down. I've been fighting for years against men bigger and stronger than me, so I'm not even nervous. Mason fails to keep his nerves at bay, attacking me first. He sends a punch to the side of my head, which I counter with a kick. I'm going to end this. I quickly spin around, using the momentum of the kick to give him an elbow cut to his sternum, knocking the breath out of him. Before he can straighten up, I turn back around and axe kick the back of his neck, making him fall to the ground. I get on his back, locking my ankles over his stomach and snaking my arms under his armpits to the back of his neck, then roll onto my back with him locked in a 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 position, with my arms and legs constricting his noose. I could possibly crush his rib cage in this position, so he better tap out. I hear surprised gasps around the clearing as Mason starts struggling to breathe, but I won't let go unless he yields. He tries to get out of my vice-like grip, and I hear the sound of bones breaking. I broke his ribs. Mason, given. Demon snarls as Mason starts coughing up blood. His broken ribs must have punctured his lung. I cough, I yield. I let go as soon as he finishes. He rolls off of me, trying to catch a breath, and I see Doc come up to him. I jump from my back to feet in a perfect kip-up. I dust the dirt from my shirt before crouching beside Mason, who is wheezing on the ground with Doc checking him over. Call me weak one more time, Mason. I dare you. I snarl lowly at him, not feeling bad about his injury. He's a werewolf. Heal. I go to Demon, who's been watching the whole thing with shocked eyes, just like everyone from his pack. Once I'm close enough, he pulls me to him, kissing me deeply. You were amazing. He's had it coming ever since he disrespected you, he tells me after pulling away, his tone proud. Take Mason to the infirmary, then get back to training, he commands, picking me up and settling me on his shoulders. Two guys and Doc take Mason away, while the others team up again. I stay on Demon's shoulders, playing with his hair again as we oversee the training. After a while, Gray comes up to us, sending me a wink as I greet him. You really were holding back with me earlier, he chuckles, amused. I told you, you're a friend, I didn't want to hurt you. And besides, you were holding back, too, I tell him, not stopping my fingers in Demon's hair. And I'm guessing Mason's not a friend, he challenges. He said I'm weak and I won't tolerate that. He has no idea what I've been through, so he has no right to judge me just because I'm human. I tell him seriously. Demon strokes my leg affectionately, understanding my reaction, and Gray simply laughs. Well, he won't call you weak after that, I'm sure of it. He shakes his head, still laughing. After a few hours, Demon decides it's time to go back, so he dismisses everyone and carries me back to his house. I get off his back once we reach his house, but he quickly picks me up again, gluing me to his front. He heads to the kitchen, placing me on the counter before getting between my legs with his hands on my legs. Is my little angel hungry? He softly asks, stroking my thighs. Not really. No. I shake my head. Then what do you wish to do? My love. He runs his hands over my skin, achingly feeling following his fingers. I just shrug in response. When will the heat start? I decide to ask. I have been feeling warm for a while now. It usually hits within 12 hours from the marking. Why? He looks worried now. I'm feeling a little hot, but it could be because it's so hot outside. I tell him. I don't feel the need to hide anything from him. Demon puts his face in the crook of my neck, breathing in my scent. Your heat is starting. It's still early, so I couldn't notice it earlier, he tells me, looking stressed out. How about you take a nice long bath while I lock the windows and doors down, he suggests, making me frown in confusion. Why do you have to do that? I implore. Your scent will get stronger and it'll attract other males. In few hours, they will know you're in heat and try to get to you. No matter what, I have to keep them away from you. Oh, wouldn't they listen if you told them to stay away? No, it's our instinct. We can't really stop it. I'm not even sure I'll be able to stop myself. But I don't want to hurt you, Angel. So if you want, I can leave. Demon offers with a worried frown. I don't want you to leave me alone. I put my forehead on his chest. Angel, in order to stop your heat, we would have to mate. I'm not sure you're ready for that. He runs his fingers through my hair, massaging my scalp. I wouldn't let you mark me had I not been ready for this, Demon. I knew the consequences and I accepted them. I tell him honestly. I did know that we would have to mate soon after marking. I'm not stupid. If I wasn't ready for this, I wouldn't ask him to mark me. You're going to be the death of me, Angel. He groans. I have no idea how much longer I can hold myself back. I kiss his bare chest, causing him to shudder. I love you, Demon. I love you, too, my angel. He cups my cheeks and gives me a deep kiss. I barely notice I'm being carried as Demon's tongue dances with mine. A hot feeling running through my body starts getting worse, making me hold on to Demon tighter. The feel of his game cools me down, but I crave for more. I have no idea where it comes from. But if Demon leaves me alone, I will kill him. Once we reached the bedroom, I placed on the bed with him between my legs, as he supports his body weight on his forearms, trailing kisses down my face and neck, paying special attention to my mark, which causes a loud moan and escape my mouth, as a hot wave runs through my body, pooling in my lower stomach. Demon rips his shirt off of me, making me gasp, then moves his mouth down my chest, trailing kisses along my collarbones, my breasts and over my navel to the waistband of the shorts before moving back up. Tell me to stop, Angel. He pants. It burns. Keep going. I'm breathing heavily as the fire spreads through me, my skin covered in sweat. I pull his face to mine, smashing my lips to his touch is the only feeling that cools me down. Mine. Demon growls possessively as he takes off my shorts.
Chapter 27. Demon. I pull the shorts down my mate's legs, feasting on the sight of her naked body in front of me. She is absolutely gorgeous. Despite her scars, they are a proof of her strength. I trail my lips down the length of her body, starting from my mark on her neck, down her ample chest, taking my time on her breasts, then over her stomach before finally reaching her core, placing her legs over my shoulders. I use my mouth and fingers to bring her to ecstasy. I want her to be ready for me, otherwise she could get hurt. I lap at her sweet juices with my tongue, periodically probing her opening with it, then teasing her small bundle of nerves. Angel squirms on the bed in pleasure. She's so responsive. Demon. Stop teasing me. She pants, completely out of breath as I continue to feast on her. So impatient. My angel. I smirk, looking up at her from between her thighs. The only sounds in the room are her moans and my groans. As I continue to pleasure my little queen, I feel her getting closer to the edge, just moments away from reaching her climax. Let go, my angel, I tell her through our mind link, my mouth busy tasting her as my fingers pump in and out of her. I'm soon rewarded with a wave of her sweetness and I lap everything up, making slurping noise as I try my hardest not to waste a drop of her nectar. My own personal ambrosia. I move up her body, settling between her spread legs before kissing her soundly. I'm sure she can taste herself on my tongue, but she doesn't seem to mind. If you changed your mind, now is the time to tell me, Angel, I whisper in her ear, licking her earlobe, then trailing my lips over my mark again, eliciting a breathy moan from her. The mark is a really sensitive spot, especially during heat. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop. She growls in annoyance, making me chuckle. With last lick of her mark, I position myself at her entrance before slowly pushing in. It takes everything in me not to take her too roughly. But it's her first time. I want her to be as comfortable as possible. I thrust my hips a little, pushing my member into her core a little further, then wait for her to adjust. I feel her walls stretch to fit my girth and let me in. So I lean down and kiss her deeply, swallowing her moans with my mouth. She bites onto my bottom lip harshly, glaring at me. Just do it. So impatient. And here I was being considerate. I smirk at her, pulling at her lip with my teeth, growling lowly. This will hurt, I tell her hotly, thrusting my hips with force, breaking through her barrier and filling her completely. I look at her face, looking for any sign of pain, but all I get is a small frown, as her body adjusts to my size. With one of my arms wrapped around her midriff, I pull her closer to me, causing her back to arch, as her breasts press into my hard chest. When she starts rolling her hips, encouraging me to move, I smash my lips to hers, my tongue probing her mouth the same way my snake does down below. Soon my rutting becomes almost bestial. As my moves get frantic, I swallow all of her moans with my mouth as her fingernails scratch the skin on my back. With each thrust, her legs get tighter around my waist, pulling me even deeper into her. When she starts trembling in my arms, I start sucking on her nipples, then reach to her clit and rub it with my finger to help her get off faster. I want her pleasure before I finally explode. Her moans are like music to my ears. Let go, baby. Give me all of you, I say between thrusts, putting my face in the crook of her neck, waiting for her to come, so I can mark her again. As we reach climax simultaneously, I sink my teeth into her mark, making her scream out my name as her walls clench around me, milking me for all my worth. I am aware that there's a chance of her getting pregnant with my seed in her womb, but I couldn't possibly let some rubber come between us. I thrust one last time, pushing my essence deeper into her as I lick away the blood from her neck. I stay inside of her for a few more minutes, kissing her softly before pulling out of her and rolling onto my back, taking her with me so that she lies on my chest. That was exhausting. She speaks up after a while, panting heavily. Did I hurt you? I ask her, worried that I was too rough with her. No, but I will be sore later. That's for sure. You're not exactly small. I chuckle at her boldness. I love how honest she is. telling me what she thinks, no matter what it is. Do you want to take a hot bath? It should help, I suggest. But she just shakes her head. In a minute. I can't move yet. I think you paralyzed me from waist down. She smiles gently. But I'm not laughing. Sheer panic surges through me as her words register. I'm kidding. Demon. I can still feel my legs. I'm just too tired to move. She adds, noticing my shock. You scared me, Angel. I thought I hurt you. I groan. She gives me a quick peck with a smile before putting her face in the crook of my neck. Her soft breaths caressing my skin. I run my fingers through her hair, simply relishing the serenity of the moment. My angel is now completely mine. Mind, body and soul. I sit up slowly, adjusting my angel so that she straddles my waist, then get up from the bed, carrying her to the bathroom. She tightens her legs around me as I walk, even though she knows I would never drop her. I sit at the edge of the bathtub, with my angel still wrapped around me, and fill the tub with hot water, putting in some bath bombs. I know my mate likes the scent of berries, so when Leo asked Nolan to get our shopping done, he told him to buy dozens of those berry-scented bath bombs, gels, salts, shampoos and even hair conditioner. We are going to spoil our mate as much as we can. Once the tub is full enough, I gently put my angel in the water, smiling as she sighs in content. Isn't it too hot? She sinks further in the tub, shaking her head with a smile. Why aren't you getting in? She scrunches her eyebrows in confusion. My little cutie. I'll just go change the sheets and come back. I kiss her forehead and leave the bathroom, keeping the door open. I quickly change the sheets, not missing the small bloodstain that proves that I was the first to have my angel. After I'm done making the bed, I go back to the bathroom, intent on joining my mate in the bath. But I stop in the doorway, admiring my little angel as she plays with bubbles. I lean against the doorframe with a smile on my face as I watch Angel create one more bubble man to add to her growing collection. It's adorable to watch her enjoy the little things in life. My cute baby. She turns to me surprised before scooting forward in the tub, giving me a clear sign that she wants me to join her. So I do. I get in behind her, my legs on either side of her and my arms wrapped around her waist. She continues to make her bubble dolls for a while, only stopping when there's no more room for them in the tub. Angel turns in my arms, straddling my thighs. As she faces me, she tiredly nuzzles her face into my chest, resting her cheek against my heart. Tired? I softly ask, reaching for the shower head to wash her hair. A little, but I'm more. What's the word? I want you. I feel tight in my lower stomach and I want to feel you again. What's the word for that? I almost choke on my spit at her suggestion. She's horny. That little vixen. Horny, that's the word. I smirk at her. If she wants to go again, I'm more than happy to oblige. Yeah, that. She nods. I take her twice in the bathroom. Once in the tub, with her riding me, and then in the shower, against the wall. She's got tremendous stamina. I was genuinely surprised at first, but I can tell she's getting tired by now. She needs rest. We climax together under the hot spray of the shower. Then I quickly put her down and wash her before getting out of the shower and drying her off with a towel. I sit her down on the counter, wrapping a towel around my waist. We brush our teeth, then I dry Angel's hair, making sure not to pull on the tangles too much. She's barely conscious by now. I really wore her out. She wraps her arms around my neck, letting me pick her up and take her back to the bedroom. It's getting quite late, so I put on some boxers, then place a shirt on my Angel and get in bed. I spoon my mate's small body with mine, letting the sleep finally take over.
Beast, I wake up feeling content. The warmth behind my back feels comforting and the arm on my waist gives me a sense of security. I've never slept better, even with Led divided by demon in wolf form with me. It's like I've been missing a part of me for my whole life, and now I'm finally complete. I turn around to face my man, snuggling closer into his body. He immediately tightens his hold on me, nuzzling his face into my hair. Good morning, Angel. Oh my God, his morning voice. Good morning, Leo. I can tell it's him. I don't think I'll be able to fail at distinguishing them again. You really got the hang of it, he chuckles, running his fingers through my hair. I love it when he massages my scalp. It's really soothing. Demon had you yesterday, so today it's my turn, he says as his hand snakes under my shirt, rubbing my side. Suddenly a thought crosses my mind. I throw the blanket off of me, pulling up my shirt to see the cut on my side, not even caring that I have no shorts on. But Leo notices and growls lowly, sending warmth to my core. I look down to my side, where his hand rests, only to see a faint scar where the cut used to be. It shouldn't be healed yet. I frown in confusion at this. It's because of the mate bond. Now that we're mated, Your body will heal as fast as mine. Your leg is also completely healed, Leo explains. Oh, if you don't pull that shirt back down, I won't be able to stop myself. Angel. His voice turns husky as he looks at my bare body in front of him. Well, I'm not stopping you, I whisper. We stay in bed for next few hours, as Leo devours my body in many different ways, each one more pleasurable than the last. We end up in a shower with me glued to his front, as he takes me over and over again. I am glad I can keep up with him. This man's stamina is never ending. Does he ever get tired? After our morning workout, we go to the kitchen, where Leo makes me breakfast as I sip on my hot cocoa. It's my favorite drink, apart from Leo's juice, which I tasted earlier. I never thought I would enjoy something like that 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 did. It was so liberating to see him completely at my mercy, begging for release. This is my man. I have accepted the fact that both Leo and 𝒍𝒂𝒚 like to feed me and carry me around, so when Leo's done with cooking, I don't move from the counter, waiting for him to carry me to the table. He feeds me my food, kissing me between bites. In return, I feed him. I want to take care of him the same way he does to me. Our little moment is soon interrupted by a knock on the front door. Leo had it put back, along with the windows, after he shifted. I'm glad he did. It means we have more privacy at his house. Leo calls out to whoever is outside to come in. As soon as Gray enters the house, he scrunches his nose in disgust. You two are freaks. The whole house reeks of sex. He groans, scowling. What's a freak? I'd ask Leo. I don't understand. It means that we're strange. Basically, he called us weirdos. Leo explains, sending Gray a glare, causing him to laugh. What's up, Bray? I greet him with a phrase I learned a while ago. He gets a strange teasing smile on his face. You tell me, he laughs, making Leo snort. I don't get it. Her means my snake. I look at Leo, wide-eyed, then back at Gray. Gray, I whine, hiding my face in Leo's neck, making them both laugh loudly. Sorry, couldn't stop myself, but on to the serious topic. There has been an accident during training. We need you there. He's serious all of a sudden. Why didn't you just mind link me? Leo asks him. You blocked out everyone. Besides, do you really want me to interrupt your special time? Gray chuckles. You should go and check it out. It could be serious. I tell Leo, to which he nods and picks me up. We reach the training area a few minutes later, with me glued to Leo's front and Gray walking beside us in silence. Once we're there, everyone's eyes turn to us. Well, almost everyone's. One of the deads is snarling and growling furiously at a male warrior from Leo's pack. The dead is in his wolf form, with blood dripping from his stomach, and the warrior is breathing heavily with scratch marks all over his naked torso. What's going on here? Leo roars after putting me down. The wolf shifts back when he notices us, and my eyes are immediately covered by Leo's hand. Beast, the dead bows his head as he greets me. What happened here? I calmly ask. Leo lets me handle this, knowing I'm in charge of the deads. He pulled a silver knife on me. We were not supposed to use weapons, he snarls, but I can tell his anger is not directed at me. Is that true? I turn to the warrior. He shifted. He yells out. Careful, you're speaking to your Luna. Leo growls warningly. He was allowed to shift. You were supposed to beat him in his wolf form, without any weapons. I keep my voice hard as I speak, making my displeasure known. No one told us that. The warrior, whose name is Kyle if I remember correctly, exclaims. Delta, have you not warned them about this part of the training? I turn to Delta, who watches everything with calm look. I have. This one was late. I sigh. That explains it. What's her name? I ask the dead. Jess, you need medical attention. Your wound is not closing up. Go to the infirmary. Kyle, your training will be 6 hours longer than the rest. Delta, you're in charge of him. Give him hell. And again, no weapons allowed. We'll get to that later. Get back to training, I order, making Leo squeeze me in his arms. You are so hot when you take charge, he growls. Yo said I'm supposed to be the alpha female. I can't be weak or afraid to put them in their place, I tell him honestly. And you're doing a great job at that. I'm so proud of you. I almost melt at his loving tone. I turn around in his arms and kiss him soundly, ignoring the hollering and cheering of the guys behind us. You two are disgusting, Gray shakes his head, but the grin on his face betrays him. Just you wait till you find your mate. Just you wait. I tease him with a sad smile.
Chapter 28. Leo, I'm making dinner for my little queen, with her watching me like a hawk while she drinks her hot chocolate. At first, she wanted to cook herself, but after some persuading, she let me do it. I want to spoil her. She's gone through so much in her life. We stayed in the clearing for a few hours, with my angel on my shoulders, overseeing the training, giving comments and advice to the guys. My warriors listened to her every word, much to my surprise. Only Mason, who's already healed, ignored her, which earned him a hard glare from me and warning growls. He's on his way to be demoted real fast. I was not the only one who didn't like the way my beta soon-to-be warrior treated my mate. Each dad beat him up in a fight for that. Despite my previous aversion towards them, I actually like how loyal they are to my angel. Leo, I'm brought back from my thoughts by my mate's voice. What is it, my love? I go to her, settling between her legs. She hesitates for a while, making me wonder what's going through her head. Shane, being the bumhole is, taught her how to block her mind from me. Damn him. I was thinking. She trails off, frowning deeply, making me worried. Are you going to shift back to Wolf? The full moon was yesterday. I sigh. She's right. We might not have a lot of time together. I don't know. Usually we can stay in human form for about 3 days, then we forcibly shift back to Wolf. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I cup her cheek, caressing it with my thumb. She leans into my touch. Before putting her forehead on my chest, I put my arms around her shoulders, kissing the top of her head as I pull her closer. I don't want to be alone till the next full moon, she mumbles quietly. I know, my love, I don't want you to be alone, either. I leave a kiss on her forehead. So why don't we enjoy our time while we can? I suggest, trying to take her mind off of it. Okay, with a kiss to my chest, she leans back. Now, food, she grins, making me chuckle at her cuteness. As you wish. I go back to the stove. Thankfully, the sauce didn't burn. We eat our spaghetti in silence, with my angel on my lap. As always, this time, no one disturbs us, but I still think about my mate's words. What happens when I shift? What if that fooker from the facility strikes? I know the dads are capable of protecting my angel, but most of them are away with other packs. I really hope that Diana was right. After telling Angel about the curse, she told me about her assumptions that my mate is indeed the key to break the curse. Celia or meets gold. It could mean our eyes, since my wolf's eyes are gold and Angel's are silver. Blood meets blood, the marking. And finally, soul meets soul, the mating. When our souls connect, I honestly hope she was right. 3 days after full moon. The next 2 days were stressful, to say the least, and the whole pack felt it. Now it's the 3rd day after the full moon and everyone is on edge, uneasy about what is going to happen. Will we shift? Will we stay human? The only ones that are at ease are the deads, who are now fighting with my angel. I watch stunned as she takes them on one by one. My little mate decided it's time for her to get back to fighting, so we woke up early in the morning to go to the clearing before our warriors. But we got a little caught up in the shower, so we ended up arriving 3 hours late. Shane, being the bumhole is, made fun of us, which earned him a slap to the back of his head from Angel. I love how carefree she's around him. I know she doesn't see him as anything more than an older brother of sorts, so neither Demon nor I are jealous when they're together. Everyone was shocked to see Shane laughing and playing with my angel. He's always been this broody and angry guy that could snap someone's neck if they even looked at him the wrong way. But with my little mate, he's playful, always joking around and laughing. My angel laughs, too. Demon finally got her to do that. She opened up to us completely, letting go of all her inhibitions and doubts. She laughs, she jokes, and she's letting people in. It's adorable to watch her. She's especially jovial with Shane. I almost had a heart attack yesterday because of those two. I was talking to Mason, telling him that I won't accept his actions towards Angel anymore and I'm demoting him to head warrior instead of my beta. When I heard a cute squeal from my mate, Shane was in his wolf form, with my angel hanging from his mouth. Since our wolves are huge, she couldn't even touch the ground. Shane kept prancing around the clearing, carrying her in his mouth like a damn chew toy by her shirt. She absolutely loved it. I felt her happiness through our bond, as she kept laughing, telling Gri to go faster and higher. The clash of blades snaps me out of my reverie. Angel is facing Delta, with a katana in her right hand and a dagger in her left. Both of her blades are coated with silver, so she keeps them sheathed when she fights so she doesn't hurt anyone. I was surprised to see her using the katana with only one hand, since it's a two-handed sword, but she told me that her blades were specifically made for her, so they're light enough for her to use only one hand. She skillfully dodges Delta's spear, blocking it with her sword, then presses the dagger's tip to his chest, right where his heart is. If you have a weapon, always aim for the heart, but make sure not to miss. The undead's healing ability is incomparable with yours. One miss and you're dead, no pun intended. She laughs. If you're in wolf form, go for the spine to paralyze them. You will have about 5 seconds to finish them off before they heal. In those 5 seconds, you have to rip their heart out or stab it. She explains. 5 seconds? That's not a lot of time. Despite their strength and healing abilities, undeads have a few weak spots. Delta, would you mind? She beckons at him to turn around before placing her hand on his back. The first point is the short part of their spine, right between their shoulders. Never go for the back of the neck. It's actually the toughest part of them. You won't be able to break it. She turns Delta around again, so he faces the warriors. The next weakness. Eyes. You can slash them, pluck them or bruise them. Doesn't matter. Just blind them. Blind undead is considerably weaker. But don't think that once they're blind, they're completely helpless. They become wild and ferocious, attacking everything nearby. Everyone listens closely as Angel speaks. Those are the places you can attack when they're in wolf forms. Now we'll go for human forms. Not every undead is created from a werewolf, so you have to know how to take down those who used to be humans, since they have different weaknesses than wolves. The warriors start murmuring, drowning my mate's voice. I silence them with a snarl, getting a grateful smile from my angel. Before you attack, make sure which kind of undead you're against so you know where to aim. Otherwise, you'll die. You can differentiate them by their smell. Wolf undead smells rotten, like a decaying body. Human undead smells burnt, like charred flesh. In human form, that's the only way to tell them apart. So pay attention to that. Okay, now on to weak spots. She sighs tiredly, turning Delta back around, so his back is facing us. Their most fragile bones are their lower ribs. If you're fighting them in your human forms, you can wrap your arms around them and squeeze them to death. Their ribs will break and puncture their lungs, liver and heart. But in order to do that, you'd have to immobilize their arms, which is risky. Their limbs are way tougher than the rest of their body. She places her hands on Delta's sides, right above his hips. If you hit them hard here, you can slow them down considerably for a few seconds until they heal. A hard blow to the area below their ribs will cause internal bleeding. While it heals, their limbs are weaker because their bodies will concentrate on the injury. That's when it's most convenient moment to crush the ribs. But don't make a mistake of aiming their stomach on the front. It won't work. Aim for the sides. Now, head, just like wolf undeads. Their weak spot is in the eyes, but with human undeads it's much more difficult to restrain them and blind them. So go for the spot right beneath their jaw. She tilts Delta's head back a little, putting her hand on his neck. Below his jaw, the area from the jaw to jugular is the most ideal place to attack. If you rip their throat out, the heavy bleeding will weaken them enough for you to pluck their heart out. Simply ripping their throat open will not kill them. You have to remove or crush their heart. That's all. Angel finishes her lesson with a heavy, tired sigh before coming up to me. I wrap her in my arms, leaning down to kiss her. Tired? I ask softly. A little, demon, and you wore me out. I chuckle at that. I'll take you home, my love. It's time for dinner anyway. I pick her up, dismissing everyone. They've been training since dawn, so it's time for a break. After dinner we went to our bedroom. We stayed in bed, with Angel lying on my chest, drawing something on my skin, just enjoying our time together. It's almost midnight now. I feel my pack's rising uneasiness. Even demon whimpers in my head, afraid of going back to wolf form until next full moon. I let him out earlier, so he could have his moment with Angel. Speaking of my mate, she is still lying with me in bed, fully awake. She said she doesn't want to wait till morning to know whether I shift or not. We stay together, holding each other tightly, when the clock finally strikes midnight. Then my angel starts crying.
Chapter 29. Beast, Midnight Strikes. I feel my eyes water, before a strangled sob escapes my mouth. I keep crying for what feels like eternity. My heart is about to burst out of my chest. My whole body trembles as my hands clutch onto the closest thing I can reach. Leo's fur. He whines slowly, nuzzling his nose in the crook of my neck. I'm so sorry, my love. I'm so fucking sorry. He wails through the mind link, wrapping his front paws around me. I want you back. Come back. I scream at him. This is not funny. Suddenly someone barges through the door. My eyes widen in shock at the sight of Gray. He's human. What the hell? He exclaims, seeing Leo's wolf. Why are you human? I ask through my tears. The whole pack is. Leo is the only one who shifted. He called me here. He sounds distressed. Everyone's outside, waiting for you. They want to thank you for breaking the curse, but how is it that it didn't work on Leo? You have no idea? I'm shocked too. That's why I called Shane here to stay with you. What the hell is going on? Why didn't it work on him? I hear Gray mutter, confused. After I manage to calm down, the three of us go to Leo's office to see if there's maybe any clue as to why he's the only one that shifted. Gray, I go through the books on the bookshelves, looking for the one telling the story of the pack, while Leo stays near the couch. Found it. It's this one. Right. I show the thick book to Leo. Once he nods, I make my way to him, sitting on the floor, leaning against his side. Gray sits in front of me, and for next few hours we just go through the book, with Gray making notes whenever Leo points out something. I am so glad I can talk to him through the mind link right now. I feel like I would go crazy if I couldn't hear his voice for so long. Look, here, the witch cursed both Alpha and the pack. Leo and I both look up to Gray. The witch cursed the previous Alpha and his descendants for the supposed betrayal. This was written by Leo's father. It says that in order to free the Alpha's lineage, the witch has to either lift the curse herself or die. Otherwise his wolf will remain blocked. He explains. The handwritten notes explain in detail the events that led to the witch cursing Leo's father and his search of a solution. He tried everything, but found out that the curse is bound to the witch's soul, which is why it's impossible to break it with magic. Is this witch even alive? I heard it's been 100 years already. I express my worries. I will hunt that bitch down if I have to. She definitely is. If she had died, the curse would have been lifted. Angel, what are you thinking about? You blocked me out. Leo's worried voice resounds in my head. What am I thinking? I'm thinking that whoever that witch is, she's out of luck. I will hunt her down and tear her apart. Her fucking curse torments my man, and I will not tolerate that. It's been decades. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. I turn my head and leave a light pack on Leo's muzzle. A me cute puppy. He licks my face and responds. Gray watches us with sad but adoring eyes. You two are adorable. Who is that witch that cursed the pack? I turn my attention back to the matter at hand. He checks the book. Her name is Thalia. She tried to break the mate bond between previous Alpha and his mate. When he rejected her, she cursed him and his pack, supposedly saying his bloodline will cease to exist. Gray explains. That's true. I was already born at the time, but I never got any siblings because of her. My mother was heartbroken. It's been her dream to have a big family. Leo adds. Do we know what she looks like? I ask. There is a picture drawn by previous Alpha, but I don't know if it's accurate. Gray turns the book to me, showing me the drawing of the woman. I know her.
Chapter 30. Leo. The next 3 weeks go this way. We wake up together. We eat together. Then we go to the training area, where I watch my angel train with the guys. And then we come back, eat dinner, shower and go to bed. Angel is extremely stressed out, and I think everyone can feel her agitation. During training, she pushes the guys hard, not giving them time to rest. But no one dares to complain. Mason did. Once, it almost cost him his life. Had it not been for Doc, X went back to the facility, per Angel's request, but she didn't tell me why she sent him there. Ever since she saw the picture of the witch, she's been blocking me out completely, so I have no idea what's going on, but I noticed the look on her face. She knows that woman. I have no idea. My best guess is that she met her at the facility, but when I asked, she just told me not to worry, which makes me worry even more. It's deeply upsetting to see my mate so on edge, so angry and worried about something she can't control. It's not her fault that I didn't stay human like the rest of my pack, but I feel like she blames herself. As we lie in bed, with my angel snuggled into me, I keep thinking about everything. The facility, the war with that boss Fuker, the undeads and the curse. Leo, I hear my angel's voice. Angel, you know I love you, right? I look at her, surprised. There is something in her voice that tugs at the strings of my heart. Of course I know, my love, I love you, too. You're my world, I tell her, completely honest. She's my everything. Demon whimpers quietly in my head. Something's wrong. I agree with him. Something is definitely wrong. There's just something in Angel's voice that gets me worried. What's wrong, Angel? And nothing. I just can't sleep. I'm not convinced. She is hiding something. My paws tighten around her, making her bury her face further in the furrow of my neck. I wake up alone. When I don't sense my mate anywhere in the house, I start panicking. She's not here. She left me. Shana, is Angel with you? I yell into the mind link, getting increasingly worried. No, the deads are also gone. He sounds as panicked as me. Where is she? Did anyone see my mate? I open the link to the whole pack, but I only get negative responses from my pack members. I run out of the house, my heart almost ripping through my ribcage. I would feel through the mate bond if my Angel was hurt, but that knowledge doesn't do anything to ease my worries. Why did she leave? Where did she go? Why did she take the deads with her? I try to find a trail, desperate to find my little mate, but all I get is the smell of the deads, which goes in circles, misleading anyone who would try to follow them. Find her, Demon snarls, getting agitated. We look around the territory for any sign of my mate, but we end up nowhere. She's gone. She's go northeast. For the whole day, my pack tries their best not to show how hurt they are over the loss of their Luna. I stay on my front porch, lying in front of the rocking chair, where I used to cradle my Angel to sleep. I don't want to do anything. Nothing makes sense without my little queen with me. I'm woken up by unbearable pain coursing through my whole body. I almost howl in pain. It concentrates in my head, making me whimper. I feel like my skull will burst. I'm not hurt, so it can't be my pain. Angel, no, 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 please no. I hear rustling sounds from the woods, but I can't even raise my head to look there, my whole body paralyzed. Then I feel it. Tingles. Those fucking tingles. The feeling of my Angel's touch takes away the pain, and I can finally move. I raise my head to look at my mate, and I barely stop myself from flinching at the sight of her. She's covered in blood, head to toe. I notice few deads looking the same, as she takes my head and places it in her bloodied lap, hugging me tightly. Delta and the others take her swords away and leave. Soon my bones start breaking and I shift. What the hell? I lie naked with my head in Angel's lap, as she holds me, leaving kisses on my head, and running her bloodied fingers through my hair. I mind link everyone to stay inside and leave me alone with my mate. I love you, Leo. I hear her melodic voice after a while. I sit up slowly, with Angel's arms around me, keeping me steady. I'm absolutely exhausted. I can barely move, but it doesn't seem to bother my queen, since she easily picks me up, helping me stand and leads me inside the house with my arm around her shoulder, leaning most of my weight on her. When we reach the bathroom, I finally feel better, but I'm still weak as hell. My Angel fills the tub with hot water, making me frown in confusion. The water will be red in seconds. My little queen notices my expression. As always, you won't be able to stay up for too long in the shower, she softly says before helping me get in the water. What happened? I finally ask. Angel gives me a quick peck, then heads to the shower, not answering my question. After she's gotten rid of all the blood on her, she comes into the bathtub, sitting sideways between my legs as she leans her head against my chest, making me wrap my arms around her tightly, nuzzling my face into her wet hair. I can't even stay mad at her for leaving. I'm just relieved she's back, but I have to know why she left. I killed the witch. I lean back a little, looking down at her in shock. Did she just say what I think she said? When Grace showed me her picture, I recognized her. I tense at that. I met her when I was still with my parents. She came to our house once. I don't know how they knew each other, and then I've caught her a few times at the facility. She used to watch the fights. When we caught her, she wasn't alone, so it took a while to get through all her bodyguards, or whoever they were. I tortured her just like she tortured you and your pack, cutting her piece by piece, until there was nothing left of her. Right before I slit her throat, she confessed that she was the one behind the undeads, and it was her plan to go to war with werewolves. She turns her head to face me, leaning up to get closer. I'm so sorry I left without a word. But if I told you about this, you wouldn't let me go. I had to free you from that woman. I couldn't bear to watch you in pain. I stay silent, simply staring deeply into her watery eyes. She went out of her way, putting her life at risk, to break the curse and help me. How in the hell did I get such mate as being me? My angel, my savior, my queen. I leaned down, claiming her mouth in a deep kiss, expressing all my worries and fears with my lips. I pulled her to me, pressing her small frame to my chest as close as possible. Her arms go around my neck, clutching onto me tightly. She finally opens up her mind to me, and I feel everything. Each emotion she feels is engraved into my heart as if it's my own. She is not leaving me, not anymore. I adjust her so she straddles me and pull her onto me before entering her with one deep stroke, claiming her once again. I've been deprived of her for too long, pulling my lips away from her lips. I smother her neck in kisses, making sure to tease her mark, which causes her to sigh content. She climaxes 3 times before I finally reach my release. I made a deal with Demon, so it doesn't disturb me during my time with Angel. He'll have her tomorrow. Once we're both satisfied, we finally begin washing up. We stop a few times, simply unable to keep our hands to ourselves. We are absolutely insatiable, and I fucking love it. I might have been a little too rough with her, taking out my anger on her for leaving, but she didn't complain, and her moaness of pleasure told me she's enjoyed it. After we leave the bathroom, I lead Angel to the kitchen. She's been gone for the whole day and evening, and then we've been going at it for hours. So we're both famished. My little queen is on my back, with her arms and legs around me. As she watches me cook, she keeps distracting me with kisses to the back of my head and neck, which almost causes me to burn the steaks. Her bare breasts pressed into my back are not helping my case. Good thing she's at least wearing my boxers, or I would take her on the fucking table. Love, you're playing with fire, I growl when she starts nibbling my earlobe. No, I'm playing with you. My knees turn to jelly as she bites my ear before licking the sting off. That damn vixen. I growl loudly, turning my head to kiss her. My little minx is ready for me and leans forward, our mouths locked in a passionate kiss, as her chest rubs against my shoulder. Your food is ready, I say as we pull away. She licks her lips, looking hungrily at the steak in front of her. I give her last peck and take everything to the table before adjusting her so that she sits in my lap, her bare torso in full display for me. Oh goddess, give me strength.
Chapter 31. Beast. I stay completely glued to divided by Demon all the time. Now that they're back to being human, they can't keep their hands off me. I'm not complaining, though. I absolutely love it. What are you thinking about, Angel? Leo asks after a while. We're lying in bed, resting after the strenuous workout we just got. For some reason, we never manage to settle for one session, so we always end up completely exhausted, and I love every second of it. My head lies on his shoulder, and I keep running my finger over his chest as he caresses my arm. Nothing really, just how lucky I am. I smite him, giving him a quick peck. You know, the pack is pushing me to get you to go through the ceremony. I sigh. He's told me about this for the last weeks. That's all I've been hearing about from the pack. Even though Leo is a wolf, they've been talking about this non-stop. The ceremony is where I slash my palm and join hands with everyone from the pack, then with Leo. That way I will officially be a part of the pack, and I will be able to use the mind link with everyone. I wasn't sure about this at first, but when Leo explained everything, including how I would be able to feel the pack's emotions, hear their thoughts, and know whenever any of them are hurt or in pain, I agreed. Now all we have to do is to choose a date. Maybe we could have it on the full moon. It's just 3 days away. I suggest, not stopping my fingers on Leo's chest. He's so damn handsome it's distracting, and he never wears a shirt. Okay, I'll tell the pack. He kisses the top of my head. Now, are you hungry? He's always doing that, asking if I'm hungry. He took it upon himself to feed me. It's endearing how much he cares about me. A little, but I think I'll manage. Yeah, well, I'm ravenous, and I see a perfect snack right here. He huskily tells me before claiming my lips. When we finally leave the bedroom, it's already afternoon, so we settle for some dinner. This time Leo lets me actually cook with him, but because of his constant touching, we can't get anything done. So I sit and watch, like always. What? It's not my fault I can't keep my hands off you. Leo laughs when he notices my glare. I don't need you to do everything for me. I have perfectly working hands right here. I wave my hands at him. He comes up to me, taking my hands in his. Those cute little hands will not do any work in my presence. He leaves kisses on my fingertips, then my palms and wrists as he speaks. I scowl at him. You are impossible. You know it, Angel. With a peck he goes back to cooking. Mason told me you demoted him from beta position. It's been on my mind for a while. Did he do anything to you? Leo turns to me, frowning in worry. No, he didn't. I would tell you if anything happened. He actually apologized to me for treating me the way he did. He sounded remorseful. I just didn't want to hide this from you. Leo sighs in relief. I couldn't let my beta treat his Luna like he did. I made him the head warrior instead. Now I have to appoint a new beta. He finishes with a chuckle. I was thinking Shane, but I don't want to take him away from you. I laugh at that. Yeah, Gray's a great friend, and his wolf is cute. I'm way cuter than him. I can tell it's Demon. That you are. I grin cheekily. And don't forget that little mate, he warns playfully. How could I? You're my adorable puppy. I squish his cheeks, deciding to play with him a little, since I know he hates it when I call him puppy. You little, looks like I will have to teach you a lesson later. In the bedroom, I feel a shiver run through me at the look in his eyes. Demon keeps teasing me as we eat, making me almost choke a few times. He's always so playful and touchy, my puppy. We stand in the clearing, with the whole pack in front of us. The women from the pack offered to lend me a dress for this occasion, but Leo strongly refused. He said I'll wear his clothes and his clothes only. So, here I stand, in Leo's shirt and boxers and wet hair, in front of his whole pack. Why the hell did I agree to do this whole blitto thing again? Oh right, for Leo. We've gathered here today to finally have my mate officially join our pack. We've been through a lot since she came here. We were still wolves, but she stayed with us, with me. She helped us break the curse placed upon us all those years ago. You did not know this, but when my little queen disappeared, along with the death squad, she went to find the witch. She killed her. For all of us, your Luna is the one that freed us all from the clutches of that damn woman who condemned us. The same woman who's been planning on starting a war with us werewolves. She's been working with the man at the facility my mate came from, creating what we know as undeads. Had it not been for your Luna, we would never know who was behind them or what their intentions were. Some of you have said that my mate has brought trouble to us, that she's weaker than us, that she's a liability. But I say, she's our savior, she's our Luna, and she's my queen. So either accept her, or leave. My eyes widen at his words. No, Leo. No, you can't do that. I don't want this. I grabbed his attention. I don't want them to accept me because they have to. No need to worry. Luna, we've accepted you a long time ago. Diana says with a gentle smile on her face before they all bow to me, while Leo kisses my temple, his own sign of respect. Why don't we begin? Folks, I think it's time for the main event. Leo pulls out a beautifully crafted dagger. Before cutting his palm, then gently taking my hand, the blade goes over my skin, drawing blood, but I barely feel it, as I look into Leo's gorgeous amber eyes. Beast, they reaming, axe comes barreling through the woods, covered in blood.
Chapter 32. Leo, they're here. Of all the possible times they could come, they choose this ceremony. Those motherfuckers. Delta, get the deads ready and contact others. X, how far are they? My angel takes charge immediately, while I mind link the females and pups to hide. We have hidden basements under every house that serve as hideouts, and the only people who can open them are the pack members. Don't leave the hideout until I tell you it's okay. I tell them before going to the dungeon with the deads, my warriors, and my mate. I feel her hand tense in mine. Me love, you should hide with the others. I don't want you hurt. I try to reason with her, but all I get is a furious glare sent my way. Lika, I will let you handle them alone. Don't even think about it. Beast, they're getting closer. The dead patrol won't be able to stop them. Delta says, getting a message through the mind link. How many are there? I ask as we get inside, heading straight to the armory. We may have been wolves for decades, but an array of weaponry is a must for every pack. Too many. Washington White many? We need help. X answers as I put on the bulletproof vest and gloves, then load up my silver knives and guns. Number. Angel demands. She's in full battle mode. Like when the dads first came here. I still remember how she pushed me away, but I know that's just how she is when threatened. Over to 100. The warriors and I turn to X in shock. Only my mate is not surprised as she gets ready, silently seething. Okay, the others may not arrive here in time. Calm down. The first rule of fighting, don't panic. No matter who's your opponent, we'll be fine. Your warriors are strong and they know what to do. Angel's calm voice resounds in my head, silencing Demon, and causing a peaceful feeling surge through my body. I have no idea how she does it, but with just one word, demon becomes a putty in her hand. Also, since she's Luna, her emotions affect the pack a lot. We all feel when she's on edge, angry or upset. Thankfully, she knows how to block her mind from the pack. I don't even want to think about them feeling my mate's emotions while we're in the bedroom. That would be a nightmare. We leave the dungeon a few minutes later. Aiden and Asher, who came here a few days ago after spending time in Blaine's pack, take charge of the deads, while Angel and I manage our warriors. Deads, human forms, pack wolves. Since you're more accustomed to it, you'll take care of the shifted undeads, or humans. My Angel orders as she fastens her harness. She has a lot on her. Knives, katanas, a bow, arrows, and her favorite dagger that she straps to her thigh. Had it not been for the situation we're in, I would have laughed at her look. What hair roughly pulled in a ponytail, my shirt wrapped in a harness, my boxers and bare legs, with a dagger strapped to her thigh. She looks adorable and badass at the same time. Let's move. We have to get the fight as far away from the pack as possible. Don't die on me, guys, I command before pulling Angel to me and giving her a passionate kiss, crushing her into my body. I love you, Angel. I love you, too, Leo, and Demon, she has after a few seconds, making Demon howl in my head. We march in the direction from where the enemy's coming, but we don't make it far. They are closer than we thought. We don't even reach the border. Give me my property back, and I'll show you mercy. An older man yells out when we reach them. The whole army, of what seems to be about 150 men and wolves, stops, waiting for orders. She is not your property, I growl, my voice mixed with demons as my anger rises. Yes, she is, and if you don't give her back, I will destroy you and everyone that gets in my way, the man threatens. My mate steps forward, making me tense. She holds her head high, crossing her arms across her chest. I am not, and will not be your property. You created the beast. Now you finally face it. She furiously snarls at him. With no ounce of fear, I notice a proud look cross Aiden's face. I was right when I first met them. They treat her like sister. Angel unsheathes her swords in a swift motion. Attack, the man commands, and the hell breaks loose.
Third-person POV. Two armies charge at each other as the man's voice resounds through the woods. Beast slashes through the wolves with her silver blades. Then whoever's behind her finishes the enemy off. Aiden and Asher work with Leo as her sidekicks, efficiently killing off the undeads at the front. The sounds of gunshots can be heard throughout the whole area, alerting every living thing about the bloodbath taking place there. Beast tries to make her way to the boss, but he leaves the battlefield as soon as the fight starts, leaving his men to deal with the enemy. Soon the difference in numbers between the armies becomes too great, and even the help of the deads doesn't do much as Beast's side is forced into defense. Beast is circled by a group of undeads as they try to separate her from her mate and Andrew's sons, getting her alone. Nowhere to hide, little girl, you're ours now. One if the undeads taunts, pointing his gun at her leg. Our orders are clear, keep you alive, doesn't mean we can't have some fun with you. Now does it? The other guys laugh as that, oblivious to Beast's movements. She slashes the first guy's throat open, then, like a whirlwind, she spins around, running her blades through the other's stomachs, cutting them open. With quick moves, she stabs their hearts before they manage to heal. A loud howl drowns every noise on the battlefield before a group of furious deads attacks the boss men, ripping out their throats and crushing their necks. Despite the chaos around her, Beast smiles gratefully at the newcomers. Steel just grins wolfishly at her after spitting the severed head out his maw. Steel, help the others, I'll be fine, she hurriedly tells him as she turns around and cuts off the head of the guy behind her. Steel just barks a laugh before leading his group further into the fight. Soon the tables turn, as Beast's side is aided by the warriors and deads coming from the neighboring packs, now outnumbering the enemy.
Beast, I quickly search the area for the boss, but I don't see him. My whole body is covered in blood, my swords are dripping with the remains of it, and the whole area around me is splattered with guts and body parts I severed, painting the ground red. I hear thundering footsteps storming my way, so, gripping my swords tightly, I turn around and slide under the undead, slashing him open, then step his heart to kill him. From the corner of my eye I notice A man approaching one of the wolves with a knife. I quickly retract a small throwing knife from the belt of my harness before throwing it at the man, aiming at his head. It hits him with perfect accuracy, killing him right away. Human. I throw almost all of my knives at the armed men, taking them out one by one. Since I'm to be captured alive, the guys concentrate on everyone else, probably thinking that if they reduce our numbers, it'll be easier to get me. As if I'm not just an ordinary woman, I'm the beast. I'll kill them all by myself if I have to. 2 undeads are trying to sneak up on me, and I pretend not to notice them until the last moment. They are wolf undeads, so I have to be careful. Most of the wolf undeads were dealt with by the deads and alphas. Since they're stronger physically, and as I saw them, I realized that the training really pay off. When I feel that to get close enough for me to smell them, I spin around, kicking the closest one in the muzzle with the heel of my right foot. Then, finishing my spin, I ram my fingers in the other's eye before he can even react. With flowing moves, I slide on my knees under the blinded wolf and thrust my hand into his chest before ripping his heart out, effectively killing him. I roll over from under him before he can crash me with his body, and using my position beneath the wolf, I kicked first. I kick the back of his left front leg with my right knee. Then as I'm on the ground, I shoot out my left foot backwards, making him lose balance and fall on his side. I ram my fist into the soft area under his ribs, earning a pained howl in response, then drive my hand through his insides, blocking his maw with my leg so he can't bite me, before finding his heart and crushing it in my fist. I get up, and seeing as I have no blades left, I climb up the nearest tree and prepare my bow and arrows. They're silver, like every other weapon I use, so I aim strictly at the wolves, so I don't waste them on humans. I take out one wolf after another, shooting them with pinpoint accuracy, while some of the deads, along with Leo, Aiden and Asher, guard the tree I'm on, killing everyone who even gets close. Sometime during the fight, Shane brings out 2 sets of arrows from Leo's dungeon before throwing them to me, so I have more ammunition. I'm on my last arrow, as the body count rises, when I see that the wolf behind Leo is still alive and reaches for the gun near him. It's a tough shot, since Leo is in the way, but I'm good at this shit, so I decide to take my chances. As long as Leo doesn't move, he'll be okay. I take my aim carefully, and fortunately, the wolf doesn't look my way, concentrated on the weapon next to him. But Leo notices. I see his eyes widen as he realizes where I'm aiming. His eyes get teary as he looks at me with absolute hurt and betrayal. I see the wolf behind him grab the gun. I have to act fast. I bend the bow, and without looking at Leo's heartbroken face, I shoot, letting the arrow pass by Leo's head closely and hit the wolf's head, going straight through it, pinning it to the ground. I get off the tree, not missing the shocked look on Leo's face as he turns around to see where the arrow hit. I can't believe it. Angel, Leo starts, but I cut him off. This is too much. I know I'm a monster, but even I have my limits. I yell at him, with angry tears streaming down my cheeks. He shouldn't have done that. He actually thought I would shoot him. Everyone's the same, even him. Once they see the beast, they assume the worst. I honestly thought Leo would be different, that he would accept me for me, but he's just like others. I opened my mind and heart to him, and he thought I would kill him, as if our bond meant nothing. Wait, please, let me explain. I'm sorry, he tries to speak, but I don't give him a chance to finish. I look him straight in the eye, as I drag my fingers through his mark on my neck, ripping the skin. He falls to his knees, clutching his chest, as if his heart hurts, but it can't even compare to the pain I'm feeling. I will not go through this again. I should have known, I quietly mutter before turning around and leaving him behind me. I will never trust him again, not after this. Of all the people around me, he was the one who was supposed to believe in me, to trust me. That's all I ever wanted. I hear him yell out a pain no, right when I'm thrown to the ground by a huge body. I feel teeth sinking into my throat before the huge weight is pushed off of me, but I can barely breathe. Lying on the ground with my neck bleeding out, I turn my head to look at the love of my life for one last time. I see him storming towards me, but before he can reach me, everything goes black.
Chapter 33. Leo. I watch my mate's chest rise with every breath she takes, as she lies in our bed motionless. It's been over a month since the battle. I almost lost my little angel. Why did I think she would shoot me, hurt me, I honestly hope my angel will forgive me for this, even though I will never forgive myself. This will haunt me for the rest of my life, knowing that I'm the reason she's an undead, something she didn't want to be. I cradle my mate's body in my arms, trying to stop the bleeding from her neck. Get Doc! I yell out in absolute agony. I know he's somewhere around, helping the guys who got hurt. I feel as if my heart will burst out of my chest from the pain I'm feeling right now as my mate's blood spills through my fingers, along with her life. She can't die. I won't let her die. I notice Shane ripped the Fuker, who attacked Angel to shreds with his bare hands. He's one of the few who are fighting in human forms. The deads, along with Aiden and Asher, look furious. She won't make it like this, Aiden tells me, making me growl. You're thinking what I'm thinking. Asher turns to him. All of us turn to the two, waiting for them to elaborate. What are you thinking? I snarl. Where is Doc? If she was an undead, she would heal from this. No, we did not go to war with those Fukers only to let her become an undead. I yell at him, putting pressure on my angel's wound. Then she'll die within minutes. Doc asks, getting closer. He takes one look at my mate before shaking his head dejectedly. There's nothing I can do. Alpha, it's too deep. He sighs. I look up to Aiden. How can I save her? I demand. We will have to give her our blood. It will help her heal. Asher is the one to answer. She doesn't want to be an undead. Is there really no other way? I'm desperate to keep her alive, but this is something she tried so hard to avoid. How can I make this decision without her? Save her, I tell them when I hear Angel's heartbeat drop. I noticed the change in her scent right after the first blood transfer. The pack noticed it too when I carried her back to my house. Some of them commented on how she smells different, but for me, her mate's scent is still stronger. I remember my angels saying human undead smell burnt, but her scent is different, unlike any undead I encountered. I've been staying with her whenever I could, between my alpha duties, dealing with the outcome of the battle, the search of the boss of the facility, and the funerals of the lost warriors. I didn't have a lot of free time, so I slept next to my mate, just keeping her close to me. Demon has also been quiet, not even bothering me like he used to. He hasn't talked to me much. He's just withdrawn, staying hidden in the back of my mind. Alpha, it's time. Delta knocks on the door, but doesn't enter, knowing it's my private time with Angel. The only people allowed to stay with her, apart from me, are Shane, Delta, Aiden, and Asher. I kiss Angel's forehead after adjusting her blanket. I'll be back later, my love, I quietly tell her before leaving the room. Aiden is already waiting outside. Whenever I'm not with Angel, he's the one who stays with her, in case she wakes up. How is she? Alpha Blaine asks once I enter my office. Still unconscious, but she's looking better each day. At least she's alive. I take my seat at the head of the table. It's our first meeting after the battle. We decided to have those every 6 weeks, to exchange information. We need to stay focused. Despite winning against the facility, the boss is still out there, and we all know he will not give up on my mate, especially if he somehow finds out she's an undead now, just like he wanted her to. The meeting goes on for the next few hours. Before we wrap it up, before any of the alphas even move from their seats, an agitated Asher barges into my office. She's awake? My eyes widen as I almost fly out of my chair and run to my bedroom, where I'm met by the sight of my mate. She's sitting on the bed, leaning against the headboard as she looks out the window. She hasn't noticed me yet. Or so I thought. I notice her nostrils flare as a hard look crosses her face. Oh, right, she can't smell me now. Beast, Leo's here, Aiden informs her, but she blatantly ignores him. Angel, I try, but she doesn't even acknowledge me. Did I lose her? Suddenly she gets up from the bed and heads my way. I stand still, just waiting for her. But she passes by me and leaves the bedroom, making my heart break. I go after her, but when I reach her and try to take her arm to stop her from leaving the house, I'm slammed into the wall with great force. I can tell I broke a few ribs from the impact. Hearing the alphas gasp from the hallway. Angel, please, just listen to me. I run after her, begging, and I'm not freaking ashamed. I'll grovel before her if it makes her stay. But my attempts end up futile. She doesn't even stop, just marching through the woods, ignoring everyone who tries to get her attention. Angel, I'm begging you, please, give me a chance. I'm freaking crying as I get in front of her, but what I meet as I look into her eyes shatters my damn soul. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's as if her soul left her body, as if she doesn't feel the mate bond. She may have ripped my mark apart, but the mate bond is unbreakable, so she has to still feel it. It's not like she has no soul, right? Love, please, I croak as my voice breaks. I hear Aiden's sigh before he leaves us alone. You betray me, she finally speaks, and all I hear in her voice is coldness and hurt. I didn't, my love, I would never do that to you. She gives me a hard look hearing this. You thought I was going to shoot you. Actions speak louder than words. Your lack of trust is the worst betrayal. She passes by, leaving me frowning in shock in the woods. It's my fault. I lost her. I fall to my knees as a pain wail leaves me while my heart shatters into pieces. But my angel doesn't even turn back. I watch paralyzed as she crosses the border of my territory and gets out of my reach, with the deads, Aiden and Asher following right after. She's still my mate. I have to get her back.
Chapter 34. 5 years later. Beast. I watched the fight in front of me with a critical look. The person winning is not exactly fighting fair, but in the battlefield it doesn't matter that much, so they have to know how to deal with their opponents in a situation like this. Beast, how long will you make them do this? Flaw looks exhausted. Aiden laughs from beside me, as I sit in what they call the throne. Until they get it right, they can't keep relying on their learned techniques. The instinct is important too. I answer him, not taking my eyes off Claw and Hammer in the ring. Hammer clearly has the upper hand, since he takes my every advice seriously. You're still so ruthless. He laughs. Axe said something about trouble at the border. What do you want to do about it? He gets serious suddenly. I know exactly which border he's talking about. Leo's been trying to get to me all the time for the last years, but it's still too early for me to see him. I fear that I'll hurt him if I do that. Ignore them, unless they come here. We won't acknowledge them. You know that, I tell him, but I'm still thinking about the last few years. So much has happened after I left. So much has changed. I'm not the same naive girl I used to be. When I left the pack, along with all the deads and Aiden and Asher, we came here, to the source of our problems, the facility, where I was being kept most of my life. We expected to find the boss here, but he completely disappeared, leaving the place empty. We took advantage of that, settling here for good. We redecorated the whole mansion, turning the cells into bedrooms for our people. The arena where the fights used to take place is now our training area, and the bar, where the boss guests used to have fun, is now our buffet. It was a surprise at first, when I found out that Knife and Shade can cook, but I got over it pretty fast. Since the place has an elaborate security system, and a lot of useful gadgets, we use those to keep the place safe and track the boss down at the same time. We checked the other 2 branches of the facility, but he wasn't there either, and neither were his goons, making me wonder if he actually got all of them to fight against us 5 years ago. Not that I care about it now. Okay, you're done here. Clean up and get some rest. We'll go over this tomorrow. Again, I command, seeing his Claw is clearly trembling with effort to stay standing. I get up from my throne, as everyone calls it, and head towards the buffet to get something to eat. I've been overseeing the training for hours, and my stomach finally decides it's time to fill it. My eating habits have changed a lot during those few years. I'm finally eating 3 meals a day, getting the proper nutrition. My so-called brothers, Aiden and Asher, always join me for meals, making sure I finish everything in my plate. We've grown really close over the time we spent here. Since they are both undeads, like me, we get along incredibly well. Everyone says we're like real siblings, which feels nice, since us getting close has always been Andrew's wish. We've been working hard on getting stronger and controlling our bloodthirst better. Now there's no one who can match our strength. Did Claw finally die? Asher jokes from behind the bar, pouring me a cup of coffee. No, not yet, but if this keeps it up, he will eventually drop. Aiden laughs, stealing my coffee. Get your own, you thief, I whine, giving Asher a pleading look so he can make me another. Whenever Asher makes me something, Aiden steals it, simply because his brother will never cook or make drinks for him. You should stop using her to get free food. There will be time when her cute face won't work on me, Asher threatens half-heartedly. Nice joke, brother. Like that will ever happen. You know can't say a no to this adorable little cutie pie. Aiden taunts him, squishing my cheeks for good measure. Damn it, why do you have to be right? I hear Asher mumble, begrudgingly making me a fresh cup of coffee. Single or double sugar, lil sis. Asher hesitates before putting the 2nd teaspoon of sugar. I show him two fingers with a grin. I love sweet things. Where's Hunter? I don't see him anywhere. I look around, searching for him. He's probably with the guys in the game room. Asher hands me my coffee as he answers. Why? Miss him already? He teases. You know I do. I like having him close. You know that? I trace the rim of my mug with my fingertip, thinking about Hunter. I know you love him, and he loves you, but sometimes he just needs some time with us guys, too. You two can't always stay joined at the hip, just like you need privacy. So does he. Aiden tells me and I know he's right. We eat in peace, with occasional breaks as the deads come and go. The trackers picked up an undead scent near the second branch. You want them to follow it. Delta sits down on my left, taking some of my fries from my plate, for which I send him a glare. My food. No, let it be. If it's an undead, he'll eventually show up on the radar again. I dismiss him. During the last few years, there had been some sightings of undeads, making it clear that the boss knows about my transition. What he doesn't know is that I did not become a mindless monster like he wanted me to. We found out about it after we claimed the mansion as ours. We searched the whole building, looking for any clue as to why the boss was so obsessed with me ever since he got me. After a thorough search of his office, we managed to find some documents about me. There was everything: my real name, my age, my parents, my family background. Reading it all, the reason of boss' actions towards me became clear. I am a direct descendant of the first undead that the witch, 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 created, my grandfather. He had a child with a human then. My father also had a child with a human, which is why my undead side stayed dormant. The blood transfusion I received from Aiden and Asher woke up that side and enforced it, which is why my mind remained sane. I did not lose myself in the bloodlust, unlike many others before me, mainly because I carry undead's genes. Ever since the guys found out about that, they announced me their queen as the firstborn undead. Even though I'm not a pureblood, the boss has always wanted a child of two undeads, and now that I'm fully undead, he is more persistent in his attempts to get to me. That's why I've been pushing the guys so hard during the training. We need to be ready for him. I'm gonna hit the bed for the night. Hunter is probably waiting for me. I check the clock behind the bar, seeing it's already past 11 p.m., before going to my room. Hunter is already here when I enter, greeting me with a smile. Were you waiting for me? I ask him, making my way to him and giving him a kiss on the cheek. He nods, but bath first. I grin at him, then we head towards the adjoined bathroom. Hunter takes a bath, while I settle for a quick shower, too tired to spend an hour in the bathtub with him. Unlike him, I woke up early in the morning and have been on my feet ever since. After we're done washing up, we brush our teeth and get ready to bed. Did something happen? Hunter asks as he gets in the bed next to me, already changed into his pajamas. Not really, just a long day, I tell him, turning on my side to face him, giving him a quick peck on his forehead. Don't worry about it. I don't want you to overwork yourself. I see his eyes droop soon after his head touches the pillow. I know. I'll make sure to take it easy. Okay. I run my fingers through his hair, since I know he loves it. Okay. He's barely conscious by now. Good night, Hunter. I softly whisper into his ear, closing my eyes and letting the sleep come. Good night, Mommy.
Chapter 35. Shane, I've been watching my alpha get consumed by depression and self-hate for 5 years, and I can see that he can't take it anymore. Luna has to come back to him, heal him, bring him back. The whole pack is struggling without our Luna, and it's been like that for years. I tried to at least talk to her, but the deads on the border never let me in their territory. They claimed the no man's land is theirs, establishing a pack of their own, with our Luna as their leader. It's now the undead land, as people call it. Other packs have tried reaching out to them, too, but with no results. They have completely cut themselves off from everyone. Today is my last chance to change Luna's mind. Leo is planning on taking another Luna for the pack, giving up on his mate, and the woman in question is not a Luna material at all. She's materialistic, snobby, obnoxious, and demanding. How the hell did she seduce our alpha is a mystery, but I think she managed to do that because she made herself look like Beast. She dyed her hair, wears contacts, and makes everyone call her Angel, just like Leo used to call his mate. She must have caught him in a moment of weakness, since he didn't object when she asked him to mark her. And it's going to happen tomorrow. Or not. I will not let it happen. And neither will our pack. Mason convinced the pack members to join us on our quest to bring our rightful Luna back. We all know we're basically committing treason against our alpha, but we just can't see him being manipulated by that bitch Olivia. She copied her whole look after Luna, just to get the position. Power-hungry bitch. Are we all ready? Mason asks everyone as we're near our border, getting ready to cross into 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 territory. A loud and definite yes resounds from the pack. I exchange anxious looks with Mason before we move. We're swarmed by a bunch of deads before we can even reach the first mile. State your business or get the 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒄𝒆 out. Steele's angry voice is the one to greet us. I've fought side by side with him, but he treats us like 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒄𝒃 rogues. We need to see our Luna. Steele, please try to understand us. Our whole pack is crumbling without her. We're about to lose everything. I plead with him, and I see his expression drop as my words register. I know what's been going on in your pack, so you don't have to explain. He sighs dejectedly before leading us further into their territory. I knew he would understand. Beast, there are some people here who would like to talk to you. He speaks as soon as we all enter the huge mansion. The sound of quiet footsteps reaches me as Luna walks down the hallway. The sight of our whole pack in front of her makes her eyes widen for a split second before she schools her expression into a hard, cold look. Arena. She says just this one word, then turns and leaves. She's looking much better than our alpha. There is this aura of authority around her, and the leather she's wearing makes her look even fiercer than before. Steele gestures at us to follow him, and I'm assuming he's taking us to this arena Luna spoke of. The area we enter is a huge empty space with a ring in the middle and rows above rows of seats around it. In the corner of the room there's a big armchair. Luna makes her way straight to it, sitting down. Take a seat. Let's hear it. Her cold tone almost makes me flinch. She's so different. Mason is the one to speak first. We need you, Luna. That's funny coming from you. She crosses her arms across her chest, leaning back in her chair. I've been aware of her aversion of Mason, so I decide to take over so we don't get thrown out. Luna. I get her attention. Leo is getting worse and worse with every passing day. He needs his mate, and we need our Luna. We all came here to ask you to come back. If Leo is having such a hard time, then why didn't he come here? Her emotionless expression doesn't reveal anything. I have no idea what she's thinking. He's completely broken down. For the longest time he didn't eat, sleep, or take care of himself properly. The mate bond is still there. It's unbreakable, and the distance between you and the loss of a mate is killing him. She sighs heavily. He betrayed me. Shane. I flinch at the sound of my name. I used to be great for her. He treated me the same way everyone else in my life did. He only saw me as Beast, not as me. It 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒄𝒃 hurt. Shane, the one person who's supposed to love you, trust you, support you, suddenly sees you as enemy and think you're going to kill them. I was trying to protect him, but he thought I would hurt him. She finally shows her true emotions, as angry tears run down her cheeks. I know she was through a lot, and I guess Leo's actions were just the last straw. He didn't know. He didn't know that there was someone behind him. I defend Leo. Even I didn't notice that the 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒄 behind him was alive. He should have believed in me, trusted me. She erupts. Luna, please give him a chance. I know you miss him. I know what it feels like to lose a mate, and I don't want you two to go through this. It will either kill you or drive you crazy. Diana intercepts as she cries, most likely remembering the sorrow she felt after her mate passed away. Diana. Luna trails off, coming up to the older woman and engulfs her in a tight hug, which causes Diana to wail even louder. Don't lose what you two have because of stubbornness. Your alpha's mate, his queen, his angel. Give it a chance before it's too late. I feel my eyes turn into saucers as I hear Diana's words. Luna notices it too. What do you mean? Luna gets suspicious. Leo's given up. This bitch Olivia used his weakness to manipulate him into taking her as his mate, as your replacement. That's why we're here. She's using him. She only cares about the money and position. She even made herself look like you, just to confuse Leo and make it easier for her to control him. She demanded that the pack should call her angel, like Leo calls you. I lay it all out, deciding that it's no use to hide anything from her. Mommy. A small boy suddenly runs into the room and pure shock crosses Luna's face as a collective gasp resounds through the place. Hunter, what are you doing here? She softly asks the boy, crouching in front of him. Uncle Aiden said I can meet Daddy. Luna releases a frustrated growl. Do you want to meet Daddy? We all watch in shock as she interacts with her son. Is he Leo's? He looks old enough to be his. Yes. Can we go to Daddy? The kid, Hunter, jumps in excitement. making Luna sigh softly. She ruffles his hair and turns him towards us. You will have to ask Uncle Gray if he will take you with him. She smiles gently at the boy, who turns to me with an expectant look. Uncle Gray? That Uncle Gray? He exclaims with wide eyes. Yeah, so what do you say when you want something? She cajoles in a soft voice. Can you take me to Daddy, please? I almost melt at the look on Hunter's face. I turn to Luna in panic, but she only smiles at her son adoringly, giving me a minuscule nod. I was going to bring Hunter to Leo on his 6th birthday, since it's when the undead gene sort of settles down. I wasn't sure about bringing him to the pack earlier, in case we couldn't control his bloodlust, but I guess we have to move up our visit. So you were going to come back? I ask, flabbergasted. Leo's mine. I've already forgiven him, despite what I told you earlier, but I couldn't stay anywhere near him or the pack when my bloodlust was out of control. Everything will be explained when we reach the pack. First things first, I have to deal with that wicked wench that decided to put her hands on what's mine. She tells me with a stern look, making us all sigh in relief. Then why haven't you come back earlier? Or you could just tell us that you were going to come back. Do you know how hurt Leo was? Mason explodes, shouting in Luna's face. Don't yell at my mommy. Hunter counters with equal ferocity. He sure is his mother's son. He sees that a man so much bigger than him, protecting his mom. Hunter's loud voice alerts whoever's been outside, so it doesn't take long for us to be surrounded by the deads. At ease, Luna orders, and the guys comply immediately. Bad man yelled at mommy. Hunter tells Aiden, who sends a glare to Mason, clearly knowing who the boy's talking about. I'm going to meet with Leo. Apparently he's in a much worse condition than it seemed, Luna announces, while Hunter clings to her leather-clad thigh, hiding his face in his mom's leg, occasionally peeking at me with a shy look. It's okay, you can ask him, Luna assures him. Ask me? What? Uncle Gray. He trails off. Can I ride your wolf when we go to Daddy? He shyly asks, playing with the material of Luna's shirt as he looks up at me. Of course you can, if your mom allows it. He immediately turns his gaze to his mom, who nods at him with a smile. Asher, help him pack, while I talk to others. We're leaving soon.
Chapter 36. Beast. I pack a small bag, taking only necessary things for both me and Hunter, who keeps watching me like a hawk. He's playing with his toy robot, jumping on the bed, clearly excited at the prospect of seeing his father. I've told him about Leo, explained everything to him, including why he can't see him yet, and why it's so important to stay away from werewolves in the pack for a while. He can't control his strength yet, so he could hurt someone if he's not careful. Since we're stronger than them, despite him being almost 5, he is half werewolf, half undead, so he's way stronger than most people. I don't even remember how many times he's unintentionally hurt someone while hugging or playing with them. Mommy, does Daddy know about me? Hunter's worried voice reaches me as I put his favorite plushie in the bag before zipping it up. I hadn't told him about you yet, because I had seen him for 5 years. I crouch in front of him as he sits on the edge of the bed. I left him before I even knew I had you in my belly. I wasn't ready to go back to him, not after what happened. I see his eyes widen a little. I know Uncle Aiden told you about it. I finish with a teasing tone. It's fine, baby. I'm not angry. I just wanted you to be a little older when you hear about this. You're still my little baby. I didn't want to burden you with it. I stroke his hair as I speak, and I can tell he understands what I mean. We leave my bedroom a while later. Hunter keeps a death grip on my hand, only now showing how scared he is of meeting his father. I get it though. We don't know how Leo will react. I'm not worried about him recognizing Hunter as his, since he inherited both of our eyes. His left eye's golden, like his dad's, and his right is silver, like mine. He's his father's spitting image. And that's basically why I managed to forgive Leo. Just looking at Hunter reminded me of Leo, as the great time we had together, of my love for him. I still love that man. I love him so much it hurt to stay away. I closed the mind link between us, blocking him out, but I want to open it once again, to tell him that I'm coming back to him, that I love him, that I want to see him. So I do. I open up my mind to him. The feeling of our minds connecting almost brings me to my knees. I love you, Leo. I tell him before leaving the mansion. Hunter and I are going to ride Ash all the way, while the pack stays at the mansion to rest after the journey. I'm to contact Aiden or Asher once the matter's settled, so they can join us.
Leo, I stare at the ceiling of the guest bedroom for what feels like a millionth time. The woman next to me has tried expanding our activity in bed countless times, but I never budge. It's not easy to stir the dead, and that's exactly how I feel. Dead. My angel left me and took my soul with her. Nothing makes sense without her. Suddenly strange feeling surges through me, making me abruptly sit up in the bed. What's wrong, babe? The slightly nasally voice of my angel's imposter reaches me as she glues herself to my side. I stay quiet, concentrating on the mind link that stayed blocked for the last few years. I love you, Leo. I almost burst into tears hearing my angel's voice. I get up from the bed, ignoring the bitch that keeps calling my name, and head towards my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I haven't been here in 5 years. The delicate scent of my mate still lingers in the room. I have never let anyone open it or enter it, just so it wouldn't disappear. I crumble to the floor, leaning against the wall, just bawling my eyes out. Demon is howling in agony in my head, yearning for his mate. I love you too, angel. Come back to me, please. I wail into the mind link. I'm sorry about everything. Please forgive me. I need you. I'll be there soon. I can't breathe. She will be here. My angel is coming back. I shoot up from the floor, the woman in my house completely forgotten. My angel is coming here. That's all I care about. I quickly clean up the room, dusting everything and making the bed before I go to my bathroom, deciding to make myself look presentable for my queen. The man in the mirror stares at me with a smile and sharp eyes. The _𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 has the audacity to look happy, and I almost don't recognize myself. My hair reaches my shoulders and hasn't been washed in weeks. My beard is long and unkempt. My clothes dirty and worn out. I pull everything off before grabbing my hair trimmer to take care of my hair, cutting it as short as my angel likes. Then I cut my beard until it's the right length, just like my mate likes. After quickly cleaning the mess on the counter and sink my angel hates mess, I take a shower 3 times in a row, just to make sure I'm absolutely clean. It takes a while, but I'm too anxious to care about anything else than my angel coming here. I put on my shirt and dark jeans, and thankfully they still fit. I managed to stay in good shape, mainly thanks to Shane, who kept forcing me to train with the Warriors. If it was anyone else, they would be punished for speaking to me the way he did, but his angel's friend, agree, so I let it go. Once I'm ready, I leave the house. The fake bitch tries to catch my attention by saying something about my changed looks, but I barely hear her despite my sharp senses, my mind consumed by the thought of my angel. Pacing back and forth in front of my porch, I anxiously wait for my mate to arrive. The woman, whatever her name is, talks some shit from the doorstep, not stepping out, probably worried about getting her feet dirty. My angel was never like that. She didn't mind walking barefoot everywhere, even though I carried her most of the time. My arms are aching to do that again. The bitch seems to get frustrated about my lack of response, coming up to me and wrapping her arms around my torso. Fuck off, I growl at her in warning. What's wrong, babe? Let's go back to bed. You were supposed to mark me today, she whines, trying to pull me inside, but I don't move. What the fuck does she mean by that? I never promise anything, especially not giving her my mark and making her my Luna. Only my angel deserves this title. Take your hands off him before I do it for you. My knees almost buckle beneath me at the sound of my angel's powerful voice. The fuck are you, bitch? Angel's imposter screeches in fury, finally stepping away, but I don't even notice her. All I see is my little queen. She's confidently standing next to Ash, and I'm left completely breathless at the sight of her. Her silver hair is much longer now, reaching her hips, and she's wearing black leather pants, tucked into heavy combat boots, but it's her shirt that catches my attention. It's mine. She's wearing my shirt. I feel my eyes water as the memories of our time together flow through my mind. I am someone who will slit your throat if you keep talking to me like that, Angel calmly states, but I can see right through her. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm the Luna of this pack, so you better watch your tone. Angel gives the bitch a challenging look, crossing her arms across her chest and raising her brow. I wordlessly make my way to my angel. It's as if my legs have a mind on their own. We stand in front of each other not even a feet away, as our bodies almost touch. You're here, I croak, as traitorous tears run down my cheeks. She reaches up and wipes them off with the pads of her thumbs, making the tingles zap through my whole body with unimaginable force, as if they accumulated during the time we were apart. I love you so much, my angel. Please forgive me. I cup her face in my hands. I've forgiven you, 𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. Mommy, I have to pee. I look around to find the source of the voice, only to be met with the face of a small boy, sitting on Ash. As he looks our way with a cute frown, Angel sighs heavily. That's why I told you to use the bathroom before we left, she says in a slightly condescending tone. Well, I don't know what to say. I'm fucking speechless. Angel comes up to the boy and helps him get off Ash's back, then leads him to me by his hand. Well, it's not how I wanted this to go, but, Leo, this is your son, Hunter. Hunter, say hi to Daddy, then go to the bathroom. My son. It seems unbelievable, but I can see the resemblance. He looks just like me, had it not been for one of his eyes being silver, like Angel's. Daddy, he cranes his neck to look at me, so I get on my knee for him. He wraps his small arms around my neck, and the most amazing feeling surges through my body. Hi, Hunter, I softly say, not knowing what else to do. Is this real? Hi, Daddy. He pulls away, looking shy. I have to pee, he exclaims before running into the house in search of a bathroom, Shane following right behind him. Already shifted? I chuckle at his cuteness. Angel just shakes her head, before sending a harsh glare to the bitch who's been watching us with shocked eyes. So you thought that by making yourself look like me, you would take my man away and become Luna, huh? She's pissed now. I stand up and go behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist and burying my face in her hair when she doesn't stop me. I am the Luna. Leo was going to mark me. I tense as Angel disentangles herself from me and steps up to her imposter. I am the Luna, the beast, the queen of the dead, and most importantly I am Leo's mate. She seethes in the bitch's face before unsheathing her sword and cutting off her head with one swift move. What the hell? Was she bad? Hunter asked from the porch. I saw that. She was trying to steal your daddy, baby. Great, can you take care of it, please? Angel is not at all concerned about him seeing her decapitating someone. Daddy, Hunter scolds me with the most menacing expression he can muster on his cute face. He wraps his arms around my leg, barely reaching past my knee as he cranes his neck to look me in the eyes. If you hurt Mommy again, I will kill you in your sleep.
Epilogue. Beast, everything is as it should be. My man is lying next to me in our bed and my son is happy. After Hunter threatened Leo, we went inside, deciding to catch up with what happened during the time we were apart. As Leo was cooking us dinner, Hunter explored the house. It's much smaller than the mansion he was raised at, but he loved it, especially his dad's office. Seems there's a huge flat screen there. He said he wants to sleep there, but I explained to him that it's where his daddy is supposed to work, so we can't really let him do that. Leo told me that if Hunter likes it so much, then he can just move his stuff to the guest bedroom and set his office there, making the current one into a bedroom for Hunter. When I argued that he doesn't have to do that, he just said that he doesn't want his son to sleep in a room where that woman was. That's when I gave up. The pack arrived hours later. While we were talking, the both of us ignored them. They knew how important this was for us, so they steered clear of our house, except for Gray, who came in for a moment to take Hunter out. Once we were alone, the old feelings that came back when we met again basically erupted with unbelievable force. We barely made it to the bedroom, unable to keep our hands to ourselves. God, how I missed his touch. For days straight Leo showed me just how much he missed me, and I returned his passion with equal fervor. I really missed how he can make me scream with pleasure. Those 5 years without him were so empty. I know that me leaving him for so long was overaction, but I couldn't risk his safety with my unstable state. The transition brought severe mood swings and unbelievable bloodthirst. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I hurt Leo in one of my angry outbursts. No, though, I'm sure I won't be able to get my hands off him. Thankfully, Gray and my brothers took care of Hunter, so he didn't witness something I didn't want him to see. He's way too young to know how he was made. Now we're lying in bed, resting after the intense workout we just got. Leo's stamina is still as tremendous as it used to be. I'm pretty sure Hunter will have a sibling soon with the amount of love Leo left in my body, but I don't mind. And I'm pretty sure Leo wouldn't either. He's missed so much of Hunter's life. His first smile, first word, first laugh, first step, first scraped knee, first hug. I cannot and will not deprive my man of witnessing his child's life again. I never experienced my parents' love, so I want to give my son a chance to live in a loving family. You're still the same, zoning out when relaxed. Leo chuckles as I mindlessly trail patterns on his chest with my fingers. He got a tattoo of an angel, riding a ferociously looking black wolf on his chest. I absolutely love it, especially the wolf. I know it's him because of the golden eyes. And the angel is me. It brought me to tears when I saw it for the first time. Leo said he had to have something that would stay with him for the rest of his life. That reminded him of me, while I was gone. And you can still tell when it happens. I don't stop my hands' movements, loving the feeling of Leo's smooth skin under my fingertips. You always trace my pecs and tease my nipples when you're lost in thought, when normally you pay more attention to my 8-pack. I snort at that. You're lucky you still have it. I would leave again if I found it gone. I joke, loving how easily we slipped into our normal routine. I was worried it would be hard to get back here, but Leo still loves me, even despite me treating him so harshly. There's more to me than my abs, Angel, he jokes back, clearly expecting something from me. I know, you've been giving it to me for days. I move my hand down his hard stomach, making him growl. He immediately settles his body between my legs and gives me my prize again and again, taking turns with Demon as they continue to bring me to ecstasy countless times. I love you, my angel, Demon tells me right when we're at the peak of pleasure. I love you too, Demon. We seal it with a deep kiss as he erupts inside me.
Demon. I wash my mate's body after we're finished, enjoying the feeling of Angel's body against mine. This beautiful body gave me the best gift of my life, a baby, so I'll keep worshipping her for the rest of eternity. I don't care that she left. All that matters now is that she's back. I sure won't let her leave me again. I dry her off, then put her gently on the counter, wrapping a towel around me. This feels right. It reminds me of our time 5 years ago. We bathed together. Then I helped her dry off. Then we brushed our teeth and went to sleep after professing our love to each other with our bodies. Mommy? I hear the shy voice of our son from the hallway as we get dressed. I open the door for him before taking him in my arms. Hi Daddy. Hello little one. We say simultaneously as I carry him further into the room. Hey, baby. Is something wrong? Angel asks him softly. Hunter plays with my beard before hiding his face in the crook of my neck. My adorable son. See, can I sleep with you tonight? He peeks at his mom shyly, as if afraid of her reaction. Of course you can. You don't have to ask. I tell him, stroking his hair with my free hand as I balance him on my hip. Daddy, your voice sounds different. He leans up in my arms with a curious look and I hear Angel's cute snort. She said the same thing years ago. Except the daddy part. It's Daddy's wolf, Demon. I told you about him. Angel explains before I can. Ooh, the wolf daddy, Hunter exclaims as understanding crosses his adorable face. I see Angel turn around as her shoulders shake with silent laughter. Wolf daddy, it's time to feed your son. She laughs through the mind link. This daddy will make you scream when we're alone. Just you wait. Angel's eyes widen at the suggestive tone, before her face turns mischievous as lick her lips silly. Vixen. My mate sits on the counter in the kitchen, with our son in her lap. He plays with her long hair, waiting for food. I cook for all three of us, then carry them one by one to the table. The habit of carrying my mate everywhere did not disappear. I still love doing it. Don't eat mommy. Mommy is mine. Hunter yells when I kiss my angel, handing her the plate. Baby, daddy's not eating me. He just gave me a kiss. She pecks his cheek, like that. My mate explains, while I dish out the pasta for Hunter. Okay. Hunter gives up then turns to me. Wolf daddy? I want more. I look at his untouched plate pointedly as he holds it up to me. You haven't eaten it yet. I chastise. It's too little. I'm a big boy. I eat a lot. I stare at him quizzically. He will get sick if he eats too much. He does it a lot. And he loves pasta. Angel tells me. I put 2 more spoonfuls of the spinach chicken penne on his plate, getting a huge grin from my son before he digs in, swinging his legs happily as he eats. Such a cute kid. I still can't believe he's mine. After we eat, Angel says she'll take care of the dishes so I can give Hunter a bath. I've never been as dumbstruck as I am at this very moment. Make sure he takes a bath. He often slips in the shower. Angel warns me before giving me an encouraging kiss. You'll be fine. Besides, you need some practice, in case we have another one. She whispers into my ear, patting her belly. I almost growl at the thought. I am going to put a baby in that belly. That's for sure. Wolf daddy, bath, Hunter demands, raising his arms for me to carry him. Okay, little one, let's get you clean. I pick him up, settling him on my hip and take him to the bathroom. Hunter lets me take care of him with no objections. But what I didn't expect was that I would have to bathe with him or get splashed with bubbles every time I try to wash him. Or get the sponge thrown in my face. He sure is playful in the bathtub. About an hour later I notice Hunter's eyes start to droop. So I quickly dry him off and dress him in his cute wolf onesie. My angel is already in the bed when we enter the bedroom, smiling teasingly at me when she sees that I'm in a towel. My clothes got ruined by Hunter when he splashed me with the shampoo. You knew I would end up like that, didn't you? I ask her as I go to the closet, while Hunter heads straight to his mom. Of course I did, she answers smugly. I lay down in the bed, next to Hunter, while Angel is on his other side. He snuggles into my chest, burying his face in my shirt. I leave a firm kiss on the top of his head, then kiss my angel over him. Wolf Daddy? I turn to Hunter when I hear his voice. Yeah? Do you love Mommy? He suddenly asks, surprising me. Of course I love Mommy. I love her more than life itself, I seriously tell him. Then, do you love me? Of course I do. I love you just as much as I love your Mommy. You're my son, my blood, my joy. I stroke his hair while I speak and he looks up at me with pure wonder in his eyes. Does Daddy love me too? I'm puzzled for about a second before it clicks. He means Leo. He does, just like me. Okay, good. I love you too, Wolf Daddy, he tells me, snuggling even closer to me. I love you too, Wolf Daddy, Angel says with a soft look, and I kiss her deeply. And I love you, my angel Mommy.
Bonus chapter: How it was supposed to end. Beast, I pack a small bag, taking only necessary things for both me and Hunter, who keeps watching me like a hawk. He's playing with his toy robot, jumping on the bed, clearly excited at the prospect of seeing his father. I've told him about Leo, explained everything to him, including why he can't see him yet, and why it's so important to stay away from werewolves in the pack for a while. He can't control his strength yet, so he could hurt someone if he's not careful. Since we're stronger than them, despite him being almost 5, he is half werewolf, half undead, so he's way stronger than if he was just a werewolf. I don't even remember how many times he's unintentionally hurt someone while hiding or playing with them. Mommy, does Daddy know about me? Hunter's worried voice reaches me as I put his favorite plushie in the bag. I haven't told him about you because I hadn't seen him for 5 years. I crouch in front of him as he sits on the edge of the bed. I left him before I even knew I had you in my belly. I wasn't ready to go back to him, not after what happened. I see his eyes widen a little. I know Uncle Aiden told you about it. I finish with a teasing tone. It's fine, baby. I'm not angry. I just wanted you to be a little older when you hear about this. You're still my little baby. I didn't want to burden you with it. I stroke his hair as I speak, and I can tell he understands what I mean. We leave my bedroom a while later. Hunter keeps a death grip on my hand, only now showing how scared he is of meeting his father. I get it though. We don't know how Leo will react. I'm not worried about him recognizing Hunter as his, since he inherited both of our eyes. His left eye is golden, like his dad's, and his right is silver, like mine. He's his father's spitting image. And that's basically why I managed to forgive Leo. Just looking at Hunter reminded me of Leo, as the great time we had together, of my love for him. I still love that man. I love him so much it hurts to stay away. I close the mind link between us, blocking him out, but I want to open it once again, to tell him that I'm coming back to him, that I love him, that I want to see him. But I don't. I can't. I decide to take Aiden and Asher with me, so they can watch over Hunter while I speak to Leo. If he'll even want to talk to me, the pack will stay at the mansion to rest after the journey, and I don't want them to witness whatever is going to happen. Hunter rides Ash, Shane's wolf, while my brothers and I walk beside them. It takes hours to reach Leo's house, but we have walked for even longer, since it's nighttime and Hunter fell asleep. I get on Ash's back, cradling sleeping Hunter in my arms as we continue our trip. Everyone's quiet, anxious about what's going to happen. Once we enter the clearing, the memories of my time with Leo flow through my mind. Everything here reminds me of him. The short grass which almost never touched my feet as Leo carried me everywhere. The fallen log near his house that I used to sit on with Leo's wolf form lying beneath my feet. The rocking chair where Leo cradled me in his arms during the full moon. The bushes at the edge of the woods where we used to kiss in secret, avoiding packs, teasing looks. Each and everything holds some sentimental meaning for me, and just being here again after so long almost makes me cry. I'll see him alone. I'm leaving Hunter to you. I give my sleeping son to Aiden, who nods and takes him to another pack house, Shane and Asher following right behind. Taking a deep breath, I head towards Leo's house. I soundlessly open the front door and go inside, slightly apprehensive. I have no idea what to expect. As I slowly walk through the open area, I suddenly fall to my knees as the most agonizing pain hits my body. It's worse than anything I've ever experienced. Not even the torture at the facility can compare to this. It didn't even hurt this much when the boss poured acid on my wounds to stop them from healing. I can't breathe. I feel like something is gripping my heart and crushing it with unimaginable force. The pain is so intense I can't even stop the anguish scream that rips through my throat. Angel. I can barely hear the voice, as I keep coughing up blood on Leo's hardwood floor. Everything hurts. I manage to push through the pain and raise my head to look at him. I don't know what I look like in front of him, but I can tell it's not good by the shocked and pained look he gives me. His bare chest is covered in a sheen of sweat. His jeans are hanging lowly on his hips, not even buttoned up, as if he just threw them on after hearing me. Beast. Aiden rushes to me, wiping off the blood tears off my cheeks with his thumbs, but they just keep falling as I struggle to breathe. You made it, her. Shane explodes, getting in Leo's face, furious. I feel small hands caress my face, but I can't see my son through the red haze caused by the blood dripping from my eyes. I just crush Hunter's small body to mine as it trembles. Angel, you're... Leo doesn't finish, receiving a hard punch from Shane, who keeps yelling at him, while the gray-haired bitch watches everything with wide eyes. Daddy. Hunter turns to Leo, but I don't let him get any closer to that man. He's not your father. He betrayed me. Again. I see, giving Leo the hardest glare I can muster, despite not being able to see properly, before I turn to Aiden. Take Hunter away. Keep him safe. Raise him well and don't let him get hurt. I plead, pushing Hunter to him. Mommy, my son always knew when something's wrong. Take him away. I don't want him to see this. I wail, barely able to stay upright. He is. I hear Leo's confused voice. Mine. You will never deserve him. I snarl, while Aiden tries to take crying Hunter out of the house, who keeps calling out to me. I cough up blood again as the pain becomes unbearable. Using my last ounce of strength, I plunge my hand into my chest, and staring straight at Leo, I pull it out. The end. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. This helps others discover the story too. Hit the bell icon for the latest updates, and stay tuned for more thrilling books.